After you. Ça fait la... Bon, j'attends le signal. Vous y allez? Go, j'y vais. On va... Ah oui, le jingle. Comment? Ah, y a pas... Bien. Je dis quelques mots en français et ensuite on fera le reste en anglais. Je vois que M. Vassilenko, que j'aperçois, qui ne parlait pas français il y a quelques mois, mais il parle français maintenant, puisqu'il a l'air de comprendre ce que je dis. Bien, mesdames, messieurs, c'est un immense plaisir de vous accueillir pour cette 17e édition de la World Policy Conference. Et je voudrais particulièrement, si vous le permettez, avant de commencer la séance, je voudrais tout particulièrement remercier les Français qui sont arrivés dans cet hôtel à 4 heures du matin, après un vol un peu compliqué. Pour la traduction fonctionne. J'ai envoyé tard hier soir un message à tout le monde pour leur demander d'être ici 1h28 après le lever du soleil. Enfin, en fait, non, 1h58 après le lever du soleil, donc qui est à 6h32 ici. Et j'ai l'impression quand même que le message a été partiellement entendu, et donc je les remercie. Now I'm going to switch to English, and we will start formally this session. And I would like to thank once more Madame Nura al-Kaabi, who is Minister of State of the Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, and who will welcome us. So for the second time, Nura, I want to thank you very much again. It's a great pleasure to have you with us again. And now you are our host, and please go to the podium, and we are going to listen to you. Thank you very much again.
Good morning, everyone. I just hope you had your coffee after Thierry's request for you to join us earlier this morning. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, bienvenue à Abu Dhabi, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and esteemed speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address you today, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to the United Arab Emirates for the 17th edition of the World Policy Conference. We want to begin by thanking Thierry de Montbrial, founder and executive chairman of the WPC, as well as founder and executive chairman of the French Institute for International Relations, and the wider WPC team for organizing this conference and bringing distinguished guests to deliberate on critical issues that are shaping the trajectories of our societies and nations. As a country, we are excited to host this distinguished gathering for the 4th time. WPC, as a forum, has consistently fostered the kind of open dialogue and innovative collaboration that we value so much over here. Over the years, this conference has become an essential space for addressing the pressing challenges of our times, driven by the insights and contributions of global leaders, policymakers, and thinkers. Your presence here today, representing diverse perspectives and areas of expertise, underscores the shared commitment to seeking solutions to the world's most urgent and complex issues. Collaborative spirit is the bedrock of the World Policy Conference. As we convene, we do so in a year of profound global uncertainty and transformation, from geopolitical tensions to environment crises. The challenges the world is facing are vast. Multiple concurrent conflicts threaten peace and stability in Africa, the Middle East, and Europe. At the same time, 2024 was packed with an unprecedented number of key elections that will shape global policy in the coming years. Yet, amid these changes, there's also the promise of progress, grounded in our collective determination to chart a positive path forward. As we begin, it is imperative to acknowledge the ongoing tragedies that weigh heavily on the global conscience. The war in Gaza is now over a year now, and the loss of civilian lives continues. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza remains a deep source of concern, with untold suffering and loss of life. The UAE reaffirms its call for an immediate cessation of hostilities. We believe firmly in the need of de-escalation and the delivery of life-saving aid to those in desperate needs. The situation highlights the critical need for robust diplomacy and cooperation. It serves as a stark reminder of the interconnected nature of global peace and security. We have seen the spillover effects of the war in Gaza firsthand in Lebanon. At the same time, we have seen the promise of diplomacy in brokering a ceasefire in Lebanon. We are hopeful that this could lead to a further improvements in the situation, and there will be a similar diplomatic achievements in the near future. The conflicts do not remain contained. Their consequences ripple outward, disrupting economies, straining communities, and testing the resilience of societies far beyond their immediate borders. Ladies and gentlemen, the war in Ukraine continues to strain the international order, fueling divisions and creating ripple effects that impact global energy markets, food systems, and multilateral fora. The conflict in Sudan continues unbattered, as we witness the unfolding of a humanitarian catastrophe in real time. Throughout all of this, we believe it is essential that we continue to uphold the principles of dialogue and mutual respect, even in the face of stark disagreements. We must work tirelessly to find diplomatic solutions. We must keep talking to each other. Without dialogue, progress is impossible. At the same time, we must be mindful that the world is undergoing profound shifts in its economic and geopolitical landscape. The rise of the new economic groupings and the evolution of multilateral organizations reflects a growing recognition that the traditional system of global governance must adapt. There is a pressing need for more inclusive and equitable framework that gives voice to emerging countries, while preserving the core values of cooperation and shared responsibility. Still, it is vital to recognize the enduring importance of international institutions. Organizations like the UN, despite their challenges and need of reform, remain indispensable platform for addressing global crises. At the same time, regional organizations like the African Union and the League of Arab States have a critical role to play in complementing these efforts, bringing localized insights and tailored solutions to the table. The challenges and changes we face are compounded by accelerating technological advancements. Artificial intelligence, in particular, is reshaping industries, societies, and even the way we perceive human potential. While these innovations offer extraordinary opportunities, they also bring ethical dilemmas and risks that must be managed carefully. We are eager to unleash the power of human creativity, but we also cannot ignore the real and potential harms of mismanaging AI. In the UAE, we are committed to fostering a balanced approach, leveraging technology for good while safeguarding against its misuses. Environmental challenges, meanwhile, remain defining crisis of our time. Climate change is not a distant threat. It is a present reality that demands immediate and sustained action. We are seeing the cumulative effects of it already. The UAE has long prioritized climate action, including as the host of COP28, emphasizing the need for inclusive and result-oriented collaboration. We stand ready to support future COP efforts as well. Our efforts to address climate crisis must also encompass the intertwined challenges of food and water security and economic inequality. Climate-induced disruptions to these essential resources threaten not only the livelihoods of millions, but also the stability of entire regions. These challenges threaten development goals and could undermine hard-won progress. Tackling these issues require integrated strategies that harness innovation, promote resilience, and ensure that no one is left behind. Equally important, it is the role of education and human capital development in building a sustainable future. An educated, empowered populace is the key for building this future. As technology transforms our economies, the need for a skilled and adaptable workforce becomes ever more critical. The UAE has long prioritized investments in education with a focus on empowering youth and women as drivers of change. We firmly believe that the diversity and inclusion are not just a moral imperative. They are practical necessities for innovation and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on these global challenges, we are reminded here in the region that the Middle East stands at a crossroad. The region's history of conflict and division is well known, but so too is its potential as a hub for innovation, trade, and cultural exchange. We have seen this potential become reality in some places, and we are eager to further foster this progress. Building a future rooted in cooperation and mutual respect is not only desirable, it is essential for the global stability, for a region that stands at the axis of change. This requires addressing the underlying drivers of conflict, from political grievances to economic disparities. It also demands concerted efforts to promote tolerance and counter the forces of extremism that seeks to divide society. Terrorism and extremism continues to threaten societies, demanding our unwavering attention, decisive action. The UAE remains steadfast in its commitment and its principle of tolerance and coexistence. The challenges of the Middle East are not isolated from the global trends. The shifting dynamics of international alliances underscore the need for multilateral approach that are inclusive and forward-thinking. These developments present opportunities to rethink how nations collaborate, emphasizing connectivity, shared prosperity, and mutual accountability. This global interconnectedness and the requirement for collaboration is here to stay. Ladies and gentlemen, if all of this sounds like a lot, that's because it is. But let us recognize that the challenges we face are not insurmountable. Humans are capable of crafting solutions, even the toughest problems. As history has shown us, the challenges require bold thinking, collective effort and a firm conviction in the necessity of cooperation. The UAE stands ready to play its part as a partner, as a bridge builder, and a champion of peace and prosperity. We remain committed to fostering an environment where collaboration and innovation can thrive, guided by the values that unite us all. As we begin this conference, let us engage with open minds, knowing even small steps can lead to meaningful progress. I wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are you leaving now? Well, thank you very much, Madam Minister. And now it's my great pleasure to give the floor to the Vice President of the Ivory Coast, I should say that in French, Vice-président de la Côte d'Ivoire, Monsieur Thiemoko Méliette Koné. So, Monsieur le Président, vous avez la parole.
C'est que j'ai mis. Sa Sainteté Bartholomé Ier, Patriarche œcuménique de Constantinople, Madame la ministre secrétaire d'État aux Affaires étrangères de l'État des Émirats arabes unis, Monsieur le Président de l'Institut français des relations internationales et de la World Policy Conference, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, je suis heureux de prendre la parole à cette 17e édition de la World Policy Conference, ici à Abu Dhabi. Je tiens à adresser mes salutations à Madame Nura al-Kaabi, ministre secrétaire d'État aux Affaires étrangères de l'État des Émirats arabes unis, ainsi qu'aux autorités émiraties, ainsi qu'aux autorités émiraties qui ont rendu possible l'organisation de cet événement d'envergure. Madame la ministre, malheureusement elle est déjà partie, je vous prie de bien vouloir transmettre à son Altesse Cheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, président des États des Émirats arabes unis, les salutations chaleureuses de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire. Je voudrais enfin exprimer mes remerciements à M. Thierry de Montbrial, président de l'Institut français des relations internationales, pour avoir encore une fois associé la Côte d'Ivoire à cet espace privilégié de réflexion économique et stratégique. Cette plateforme permet aux décideurs, chercheurs et leaders d'opinion de divers horizons d'échanger sur la marche du monde, de partager leurs idées et de proposer des solutions pour un avenir meilleur. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, cette édition de la World Policy Conference se tient dans un contexte mondial particulièrement critique sur les plans sécuritaires, économiques et politiques. Les défis auxquels le monde est confronté sont nombreux et appellent avec acuité à une prise de conscience collective ainsi qu'à une action urgente et concertée. Au plan sécuritaire, les tensions géopolitiques sont de plus en plus récurrentes et favorisent des conflits armés dans plusieurs régions. Ces affrontements violents menacent d'entraîner certaines parties du globe dans une spirale incontrôlable, compromettant gravement la paix et la stabilité. Une telle situation est aggravée par le fléau du terrorisme, notamment dans les régions comme le Sahel, où les acquis obtenus après des années d'efforts sont mis en péril. Sur le plan économique, la récurrence des crises financières ainsi que les chocs exogènes affectent l'économie du monde en général et particulièrement celle des pays en développement. Ces perturbations réduisent les investissements, aggravent les inégalités et fragilisent surtout la stabilité socio-économique. À ces crises s'ajoutent les effets dévastateurs du changement climatique, avec des sécheresses prolongées, des inondations destructives et des vagues de chaleur extrêmes qui n'épargnent aucune région du monde. Ces phénomènes menacent fortement la sécurité des biens et des personnes et contraignent de nombreuses populations à se déplacer chaque année vers de nouveaux refuges. Les attentes placées dans les grandes conférences internationales sur le climat, notamment les COP, restent hélas largement insatisfaites. Les engagements pris notamment en matière de financement vert en faveur des pays les moins avancés demeurent insuffisants pour permettre une transition écologique juste et équitable. Dans le même temps, le monde fait face à une révolution technologique inédite, marquée par l'intelligence artificielle qui promet certes des avancées majeures, mais avec des risques importants de dérive si aucune réglementation n'est mise en place rapidement. Mesdames et messieurs, cet environnement international délicat compromet forcément les efforts en faveur du développement partout dans le monde. Les objectifs de développement durable, les ODD, adoptés comme feuille de route universelle, peinent à se concrétiser. Selon le rapport 2023 des Nations Unies, plus de 80% des cibles des ODD affichent des progrès limités, avec de faibles chances d'être atteintes d'ici 2030. Les conséquences sur la population mondiale sont alarmantes, avec des millions de personnes qui vivent toujours dans une situation de précarité extrême. Le constat est encore plus sévère en Afrique subsaharienne, où la pauvreté, le chômage des jeunes et le manque d'infrastructures continuent de freiner les perspectives de développement. Sur le plan économique, la reprise post-pandémie reste fragile et les perspectives dans plusieurs régions demeurent insuffisantes pour répondre aux attentes et aux besoins croissants des populations. Mesdames et messieurs, malgré ce contexte international marqué par des défis majeurs et de nombreuses incertitudes, la Côte d'Ivoire a su préserver sa trajectoire de croissance économique grâce au leadership du président de la République, son Excellence M. Ouattara al-Assad. Sous son égide, des efforts soutenus ont été déployés pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie nationale dans le but de hisser le pays au rang des économies à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure à l'horizon 2030. Depuis 2011, 3 plans nationaux de développement successifs ont servi de cadre stratégique pour orienter les réformes et les investissements nécessaires à cette transformation. Ces plans ont permis d'opérer des réformes structurelles ambitieuses et de réaliser des investissements massifs pour doter la Côte d'Ivoire d'infrastructures modernes et compétitives dans les secteurs clés de son économie. Autant d'efforts qui ont contribué à redynamiser l'économie avec un taux de croissance moyen d'environ 8% par an au cours de la dernière décennie. Ces performances reposent également sur la confiance des partenaires au développement et sur la dynamique du secteur privé qui joue un rôle clé dans la diversification et la modernisation de l'économie. Le taux d'investissement qui était inférieur à 9% en 2011 a progressé de manière significative pour dépasser 25% en 2023. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, si des progrès peuvent être réalisés à l'échelle nationale, il reste néanmoins évident que les défis actuels auxquels le monde est confronté exigent des réponses globales, inclusives et ambitieuses. C'était d'ailleurs l'objectif du sommet de l'avenir, organisé en marge de la dernière Assemblée générale des Nations unies, qui a abordé les principaux enjeux et défis pour le futur du monde. Consciente de l'ampleur des actions à mener, l'Afrique a adopté l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Ce cadre met l'accent sur des priorités stratégiques telles que la résilience économique, la transformation structurelle, l'amélioration de la gouvernance, le développement du capital humain, l'adéquation des compétences avec les besoins du marché du travail et le financement des projets phares de développement. Le président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, a été désigné champion pour assurer le suivi et la mise en œuvre de cet agenda. La zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZLECAf, constitue également un pilier essentiel dans la mise en œuvre de la vision du développement stratégique du continent. Ce projet, qui représente un levier fondamental pour renforcer l'intégration économique régionale, permettra de redynamiser les échanges interrégionaux, stimuler les industries locales et favoriser une croissance inclusive à l'échelle du continent. Pour que les initiatives africaines puissent atteindre leur plein potentiel et favoriser l'émergence du continent, certaines problématiques globales devraient être prises en charge de façon plus efficace au niveau mondial. En premier lieu, il est impératif de résoudre la question cruciale du financement du développement en mobilisant des ressources adaptées aux besoins croissants des économies en développement. Pour atteindre cet objectif, une réforme profonde de l'architecture financière internationale, telle qu'évoquée lors du sommet de l'avenir, pourrait jouer un rôle déterminant. Dans le même temps, les engagements pris lors des COP en matière de financement de l'action climatique devront se matérialiser le plus rapidement possible afin de soutenir l'adaptation des économies africaines aux impacts croissants du changement climatique et d'accélérer leur transition écologique. Enfin, aucun des efforts ne pourra porter ses fruits sans une attention particulière à la jeunesse, notamment en Afrique, où la croissance démographique figure parmi les plus rapides du monde. Cette jeunesse, qui représente un réservoir inestimable de talent et d'innovation, doit être placée au cœur des priorités, en mettant l'accent sur l'éducation, la formation et l'emploi pour en faire une véritable force motrice de transformation. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous avons le devoir collectif de transformer les défis mondiaux en opportunités pour bâtir un avenir plus inclusif, durable et prospère. En unissant nos efforts, nous pouvons poser les bases d'un monde plus consensuel pour des générations présentes et futures. Pour cela, les instruments de dialogue et de coopération internationale, tels que la présente conférence, doivent jouer pleinement leur rôle en favorisant des partenariats solides et des engagements concrets mis en œuvre de façon résolue afin de dessiner ensemble un avenir plus équitable pour tous. Je salue donc l'initiative de la World Policy Conference qui constitue un cadre idéal pour engager des échanges constructifs autour des défis majeurs et identifier des solutions concrètes pour y répondre. C'est sur cette note que je voudrais finir en renouvelant mes sincères remerciements à M. Thierry de Montbrial pour cette opportunité offerte aux dirigeants du monde d'échanger à nouveau sur les défis liés à la prospérité de l'humanité. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, donc merci infiniment, Monsieur le Vice-président. Et maintenant, j'ai le plaisir et l'honneur de passer la parole à Sa Sainteté Bartholomé Ier, qui nous honore presque chaque année de sa présence, archevêque de Constantinople et patriarche œcuménique, qui va nous parler d'un événement à la fois religieux mais politique de la plus grande importance qui s'est produit il y aura l'année prochaine 1700 ans, qui était le concile de Nicée, et qui va être célébré l'année prochaine, mais je le répète, qui a une importance évidemment historiquement religieuse, mais ce n'est pas du point de vue théologique que va se placer Sa Sainteté, mais d'un point de vue plus général, et en particulier politique. Votre Sainteté, j'ai l'honneur de vous passer la parole.
Monsieur le Président de l'Institut français des relations internationales, chers amis, nous vous félicitons d'avoir organisé cette 17e édition de la Global Governance. Je vous remercie de tout cœur de m'avoir invité encore une fois. C'est un honneur pour moi de pouvoir m'adresser à cette assemblée distinguée. Je vais continuer en anglais. Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders and participants, dear friends, it is with profound gratitude that we address this esteemed gathering of the World Policy Conference 2024 here in Abu Dhabi, a city that exemplifies how vision and wisdom can transform challenges into opportunities. Our presence in this remarkable setting, where tradition harmoniously coexists with innovation, offers an apt backdrop for our deliberations on global governance and international cooperation. We bring greetings from the Church of Constantinople, the Ecumenical Patriarchate, an institution that has witnessed and participated in 17 consecutive centuries of human history, adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining unaltered its fundamental principles and values. One of these core principles of the Orthodox Church is its conciliar nature. For this reason, it is also known as the Church of the Councils par excellence. This conciliar tradition offers valuable insights for our contemporary global challenges. The upcoming year 2025 holds particular significance as we commemorate the 1700th anniversary of the First Ecumenical Council of Nicaea. In 325, Emperor Constantine the Great demonstrated remarkable foresight by gathering Christian bishops from all over the known at that time Ecumene to primarily address pressing theological matters, but also closely linked to them questions of social cohesion and imperial unity. The issuance of the Edict of Religious Tolerance, also known as the Edict of Milan in 313, a turning point not only in the history of Christianity, but also of religion in general, as well as Constantine's victory over Licinius in 324, marked a profound religious milestone, a new triumph of the standard of the cross over the sacrifices of the gods. Later acts of Constantine, along with the convocation of the Council of Nicaea, such as his general exhortation to embrace Christianity while preserving free conviction and building a framework for theological debate, set the stage for a new relationship between the spiritual and the temporal power. His vision went beyond mere political calculation. He saw that true social cohesiveness needed institutional framework as well as spiritual basis. Like modern global difficulties, Constantine's problems needed careful balance between unity and variety, authority and freedom, history and progress. The way the emperor approached social peace and religious pluralism provides an insightful perspective for our present quest for world understanding and collaboration. The difficulties Constantine and the fathers of Nicaea encountered, the preservation of unity among variety, tackling socio-economic injustices and advancing peace, surprisingly resemble the challenges of our time as we assemble in this historic venue. The Church at Nicaea manifested sensitivity towards those who have severed themselves from communion with her, and showed concern for those who do not understand her voice. This awareness helps us today to tackle modern problems. When, for example, Orthodox, Catholic, Anglican, and other Protestant Christian communities will celebrate Easter on the same date in 2025, next year, we will see an amazing convergence. As we have repeatedly highlighted lately, more than a calendrical coincidence, this alignment offers a great opportunity for togetherness, especially since the way of celebrating the date of Easter was one of the issues that the Council of Nicaea resolved. A real step towards repairing old conflicts is the call from the Ecumenical Patriarchate and our modesty to the Roman Catholic Church and our elder brother, His Holiness Pope Francis of Rome, to go back to the Julian calendar for common Easter computation, based on our knowledge of the Church as Christ's body. This realistic proposal presents a clear road towards unity. Joint celebration can foster better mutual understanding and more significant dialogues amongst the Christian traditions. This timing reveals that in our basic celebrations we keep common ground despite long-standing divisions. Celebrating Christ's resurrection together helps us to acknowledge our common past and forward towards future unity. This joint celebration will assist us to overcome other differences by demonstrating that our shared faith allows us to go beyond past divisions and cooperate for God's glory. Inspired by Nicaea's wisdom and contemporary experience, we propose a few doable actions we may take to honor our spiritual legacy while addressing issues of the current society. The wisdom of Nicaea teaches us that global challenges require global responses, grounded in shared values and mutual respect. These recommendations come from thorough study of historical precedent and contemporary need, therefore integrating ancient knowledge with present necessity. With links to climate change and global warming, the ecological crisis forces the Church to fully use its spiritual authority to guard God's creation from the results of human greed, since the roots of this crisis are spiritual and ethical, lying inside each man. Our answer then must be similarly thorough, combining more spiritual rejuvenation with pragmatic steps, like the initiative of the Ecumenical Patriarchate for setting September 1st as a day of environmental preservation. In this spirit, first, we support the establishment of a permanent ecumenical environmental council directly under United Nations Advisory Authority to organize reactions of religious communities against climate change, against climate crisis. Acting as a link between spiritual traditions and world government, this group would provide moral direction on environmental policies and support interfaith cooperation on climate action. The Council would try to ensure that environmental policies reflect not only scientific understanding, but also spiritual insight on mankind's obligation as carer of creation. The long-standing experience of the Ecumenical Patriarchate in promoting communication between religions and civilizations shows how spiritual insight could guide pragmatic government. At the same time, the fast development of biotechnology and artificial intelligence calls for ethical systems anchored in ageless wisdom. For this reason, second, we support the development of artificial intelligence by means of a global ethical framework comprising religious and cultural points of view from different traditions. The Orthodox Church welcomes its responsibility to spread all truth contained in Holy Scripture and Holy Tradition, which naturally includes offering ethical direction for technological advancement. based on millennia of spiritual knowledge about human nature and purpose, this paradigm would help to ensure that technological advancement serves rather than compromises human dignity. It would provide guidelines for the evolution of artificial intelligence that respect human uniqueness and optimize technological opportunities for the general good. Third, we stress the importance of inclusive economic policies that, as the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church, June 2016, reaffirmed, admit that a sustainable economy is that which combines efficiency with justice and social solidarity. This concept asks us to welcome economic systems that balance social cohesiveness with production and human dignity, therefore transcending the exclusive market-driven solutions. By means of sustainable development, such actions will ensure that economic growth benefits the complete human family rather than merely a privileged few, and helps to solve wealth imbalance. The road ahead calls for answers that balance social justice with economic efficiency, scientific development with human dignity, and world collaboration with cultural variety. These ideas taken together offer a whole plan covering global issues that respect our spiritual legacy and our responsibilities to next generations. The Orthodox Church holds a special place in addressing global problems since, although it does not participate in political campaigning, its testimony with regard to human dignity and spiritual freedom naturally bears political relevance. This subtle method allows the Church to remain committed to its spiritual goal while significantly add to public debate. Our interaction with contemporary concerns stems from our basic dedication to human flourishing and spiritual well-being rather than from political ambition. Maintaining this cautious balance helps us approaching urgent worldwide problems without becoming caught in limited political objectives. Focusing instead on universal values that advance human dignity and societal harmony, our responsibility mainly consists in providing moral direction and spiritual insight, transcending political divisions. This strategy permits us to keep our spiritual integrity while nevertheless does not hinder us from participating in important conversations like economic fairness, technological developments, and climate crisis. By use of this lens, we can promote a more holistic approach to universal problems that respects divine wisdom as well as human dignity. Dear friends, in confronting today's challenges, we must remember the enduring lesson from the Council of Nicaea. True success arises from the harmonious integration of spiritual wisdom and practical governance. The impending common observance of Easter in 2025 serves not only as a calendar alignment, but also as a significant symbol of the potential unification among Christian traditions. This unique convergence presents an opportunity to transform symbolic unity into tangible partnership. Drawing inspiration from the example set by Nicaea, we can collaborate to ensure that this event catalyzes substantial action for the benefit of society. Like our ancestors 17 centuries ago, the path ahead necessitates the integration of our spiritual heritage with practical solutions. Let us seize this opportune moment to establish collaborative connections between religious wisdom and contemporary knowledge that will benefit future generations. Thank you for your kind attention.
Ça marche là? Enfin, ça marche, oui, ça marche sans ça. Well, thank you very much, Your Holiness. And now I am going to give me the floor. Thank you. Your Holiness, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, on the threshold of the 17th World Policy Conference, I would like to remind you of the four main pillars that I reiterate year after year, varying the wording but always reflecting the same ideas. First, the WPC is intended as an objective and realistic reflection on the state of the world, with a view to strengthening its governance, its capacity to ensure structural stability. The idea of realism refers to understanding reality as it is, and not as we would like it to be from an ideological point of view. The notion of governance refers to creating rules of the game that are accepted by the states, which intentionally use these rules to ensure structural stability, aiming at developing international relations in the smoothest way possible in an ever-changing context. Secondly, since our first conference in 2008, we have consistently distanced ourselves from neoliberal globalization and the flat world concept from American author Tom Friedman. The world may be falling apart, but we believe that the globalization phenomenon is irreversible because of its technological foundations. Increasing openness always makes interdependency more complicated, but it also makes decisions more complicated, and therefore solutions become more and more difficult to find and to implement. Miscalculations are on the rise, particularly within political regimes which are more liable to emotions. According to the law of action and reaction, excessive openness frequently leads to the opposite direction, closure. In democratic states, governments are often unstable and unpredictable. Hence the need to search for forms of global governance that will enable to maintain manageable levels of openness. Thirdly, from the outset, the WPC has been committed to promoting middle powers in the architecture of global governance. We are pleased to see that this simple idea has made great progress over the last 20 years. Fourthly, it has become more apparent every year that technology can take both a constructive and destructive role in the world order. It seems clear to us that a conference such as ours must aim at identifying technology's potential contributions to global and regional governance, for instance, to strengthen the European Union, thus helping to reinforce the structural stability of the world that the world needs to avoid moving towards chaos. Now, I would like to remind you of the origins of some of the major problems facing the international system today. Globally, we can see with hindsight that peace in the Islamic world ended in 1979 with the Iranian Revolution, followed by the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The end of 1979 was also marked by the siege of Mecca, and the whole of the 90s by the Iran-Iraq war. The collapse of the Soviet Union then led to the invasion of Kuwait by Saddam Hussein's regime. All these movements were behind the American support for the Western Pakistan Mujahideen, which led to the defeat of the USSR, to September 11, and to the overthrow of Saddam Hussein by the neoconservative President George W. Bush in 2003. Long story short, Al-Qaeda and ISIS, Daesh in French. Then came the misnamed Arab Spring of 2011, which only served to increase further the spread of fundamental Islamism and terrorism. On a different level, it can be said that from 1979 onwards, political Islamism replaced the ideology of nationalism that had spread with decolonization. The second major phenomenon that forged today's world clearly was the collapse of the Soviet Union between 1989 and 1991. The main protagonists of the Cold War have shown themselves incapable of co-managing the end of a period that dominated world history for almost 50 years after World War II. They are jointly responsible for this failure, and we are all greatly suffering from the consequences today. Instead of the advent of a new security framework in Europe, we have suffered from the head-on collision of two antagonistic thrusts. The first, towards what some consider as a desire to rebuild the Russian Empire, and the second with the goal of extending what others call the American Empire, that is, in more neutral terms, the Euro-Atlantic institutions. Behind the emergence of BRICS and the Global South lies the desire for a majority of countries to avoid being caught between a rock and a hard place. Another phenomenon that also occurred at the end of the 1970s, which will perhaps appear to future historians as the most important, is the rise of China following the victory of its reformers. The West and China have gradually moved from friendly cooperation to confrontation. The major risk has been clearly identified as the Thucydides trap that could close around Taiwan. I would like to end this short list by mentioning three other challenges. First, the future of the European Union, which has grown too quickly since the fall of the Soviet Union and is lagging far behind the United States and China in terms of technology. Second, the economic and social consequences of COVID-19, which are still heavily felt. Third, climate change, which is becoming a global reality much faster than we anticipated, while the so-called international community is struggling to respond appropriately. Where do we stand now? There is currently no sign that jihadism is coming to an end. The latest events in Syria are a reminder of this fact. What has attracted the most attention since we met last year in Abu Dhabi, however, is the war that began on October 7, 2023. The war is now well in its second year. We would probably be facing a bifurcation if, for example, Israel decided to annex the West Bank and intervene in Iran without, or perhaps with, the United States. In this case, it would be difficult to predict what the consequences might be in the region and beyond. Can we seriously imagine another way, a reset, where Israel would go back to the two-state solution that emerged from the 1993 Oslo Accords and then collapsed following the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin? A two-state solution would obviously be favorable to Arab countries that aspire to peace and prosperity. In any event, if there is one country that will play a fundamental role in shaping the course of history in the region, it is Iran. These topics will be discussed at length during this conference. There are also at least two main scenarios for the way the Russian-Ukrainian war will develop. In the first scenario, a negotiation process would more or less quickly begin after President Donald Trump's inauguration in the White House. Trump's first step would be to call for a ceasefire prior to peace consolidation being established in the region. This would potentially pave the way for reconstructing a European security system. Whatever happens, this would only be the beginning of a long and difficult process. The second scenario, which cannot be ruled out any more than a move derailing around Taiwan, would see the conflict escalate and spread to NATO. Can we trust the wisdom of the main players in this drama to judge that it won't come to that? As far as the rivalry between the United States and China is concerned, everything currently suggests that neither the Chinese themselves nor the Americans are willing to risk a real war, even if they are preparing for one. Barring a major domestic crisis in China that is difficult to imagine happening soon, it is certain that the regime will continue to claim that Taiwan belongs to the RPC, to the PRC, as it has always done since its establishment in 1949. The Communist Party is playing and will continue to play as in a game of Go, particularly by investing in the East and South China Seas. American and Chinese analysts are aware of the devastating global impacts of a real war between these two superpowers. In concrete terms, confrontation between the two countries is most visibly centered on technological and commercial matters. We will have to analyze this, the outlook in this conference. I would like to add a word about the European Union, which has been notoriously weakening, as I said, since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Since its inception, the European Union has remained closely linked to the United States, which has always referred to the Euro-Atlantic institutions as a whole. A new era is likely on the horizon with Donald Trump's return, and he is likely to focus China and the economy. American protection in Europe will no longer be guaranteed under the same conditions. The new period that is unfolding will be a decisive factor for the future of the transatlantic union and thus for the future of the European Union itself. It is said, and sometimes rightly so, that great shocks are an opportunity for great renewal. There are many of us in this room who hope so, because a strong European Union is in the interest of each of its members, but also, I am convinced, in the interests of the whole world. Because of its history and civilization, this union is destined to become a major balancing factor for the advent of a new international system more conducive to peace and prosperity. I conclude. When we look back on the history of the world, we realize how fragile peace is, locally and a fortiori globally. Generations of the happy globalization era, at least in certain countries, wanted to believe in the advent of perpetual peace and the universal extension of prosperity. Today, we can only conclude that we are already entering a second Cold War. The first, says historian Niall Ferguson, was a peace that was not a peace. The Cold War that is beginning might not be a war. It is now up to all forces of goodwill, and in particular, all of us gathered here, to think and act intelligently to contain and reduce the toxic impacts of this new Cold War. The main issue, ladies and gentlemen, is definitely to ensure that the Cold War does not degenerate into a full-scale world war. I thank you for your attention. I thank you all, friends of the WPC. I thank you for the United Arab Emirates who are hosting us here, and I wish all of us, including me, a good and fruitful conference. Thank you very much. And now we are moving to the first session, if we consider that this one was not the first one by only the opening session. Merci. C'est dangereux là. Il faut faire attention parce que c'est la figure.
Bien, si vous le voulez bien, nous allons commencer notre session. Si vous voulez prendre vos places. Donc il s'agit de la première session. On va parler de gouvernance mondiale et de gouvernance économique et implicitement évidemment aussi financière mondiale. Vous ne vous étonnerez pas si je passe tout de suite du français à l'anglais pour vous dire que we have the chance of having an exceptional panel. I will just say a few words on global governance because it seems to me that during the recent period, say to oversimplify the 45 last years, there has been some crystallization of the concept of governance, I would say a concept of good governance in the economic field, which was something starting in the private sector, expanding to the public sector, and also at a global level. This idea that there was some kind of correct governance, good governance, which had more or less some kind of universal reach, is something which came progressively and, if I may, culminated as something which was really quasi-universal, not only at the level of each economy or each country, but also at the global level with the collapse of Soviet Union. Then it seems to me started a period of 15 years, something like that, where we were really observing some kind of large consensus on what was the appropriate governance, the correct governance. And it was a short period of time. It was a period of time where the rhetoric of the financial institutions, also of the United Nations, was expressing some views which were very much affirmed as being really appropriate, the idea of participation, orientation towards consensus, transparency, reactivity, inclusiveness, and also respectful of the law, respectful of état de droit. All that crystallized and was very visible in the rhetoric, as I said, of the international institutions, including the United Nations. And that was also a period where the United Nations itself was functioning in quite an extraordinary way because we had several successive consensus of the Security Council, of the 5 permanent members, which was really demonstrating that in this corridor of time, there was really something like a large consensus on what was appropriate in terms of governance. And then, of course, there was a change, and we are experiencing that change, and it is precisely why the panel is here to make a picture of what is the present state. And as we all know, we have now the emergence of new institutions, in some cases, that are more or less juxtaposed with the Bretton Woods institution. I'm speaking of the 2 institutions that are one in Shanghai and the other one in Beijing. And of course, we have the BRICS, enlarged BRICS, and we are in a country which is a member of the enlarged BRICS here, which is not opposing the G20, but complementing, if I may, the G20, with a grouping of countries that are the main shareholders of the financial institutions, the main shareholders of the economic and financial world on the one hand, and another group, a club, if I may, which is gathering those who are the minority shareholders of the very same institution and want to discuss. I don't consider they are opposing violently, but it seems to me that they are expressing views that are different and the will to have their say also. The responsibility of the West, more or less as Thierry de Montbrial said a moment ago, is certainly that the main shareholders, if I may, Europe, the US, did not accompany sufficiently rapidly the importance, every year more important, of the other countries and economies, and I'm speaking, of course, of the countries in development and of the emerging world. So this is what I wanted to say, because it seems to me that we are in a very complex world. Again, Thierry was very eloquent on that, and it is extremely important to understand better how the world is presently working in this very, very difficult period of time. I said we had the benefit of extraordinary panelists. If I may, I will immediately mention their names. First of all, I would like to mention Gabriel Feldmeyer, director of the Austrian Institute of Economic Research. He was the leader of the famous EFO Institute in München during 9 years, or 10 years even, and president of the equally famous Kiel Institute for the World Economy during several years also. Vincent Kuhn, a chief of country studies division in the OECD. He worked, and I was very happy with that, in Banque de France and in the IMF. And he is bringing about the OECD vision, which is very important. John Lipsky is presently senior fellow in the Foreign Policy Institute at Johns Hopkins University. He is chair of the National Bureau of Economic Research, and he was acting managing director of the IMF, as well as JP Morgan's chief economist. Jean-Marie Pogam, deputy director general of the WTO since 2021. Your job becomes even fantastically more interesting and stimulating with the new executive branch in the United States of America. You had many responsibilities before taking this position of Deputy Director General in trade, development, and international finance. And Kiao Yid, yes, if you permit, I hope I did not make mistakes in pronouncing your name. You're Vice Chairman and Secretary General of Shanghai Development Research Foundation, and you are a renowned expert for international finance and economy, and you worked with the Ministry of Finance of your country. So, without further ado, I will give the floor immediately to yourself, my dear friend. Please.
Thank you.
I understand you might have slides.
I have some slides. Thank you very much, Jean-Claude. Thank you, Thierry, for having us here again. It's always a big pleasure and a privilege. My job is to talk a little bit about Europe in a fragmented world, and as an economist, I would like to provide you with some data. Now, I'm saying in a fragmenting world and not in a fragmented world, which I think is a first sign of hope. And mentioning Europe and fragmentation and world, we should not forget that Europe has a whole own governance problem as well, and a whole own question of fragmentation in both ideological space and also in terms of economics. But I'll take a European perspective on the world, and I think this is important. Why? Because if you look at what holds us together, besides conferences like these, this is international trade, international finance. If you look at trade and goods and services, we still see that the European Union is an important player, and at the same level, more or less, than the United States and China. And sometimes if we follow the European debate, one has the impression that Europe forgets about that, that we have a huge role. And actually, this is 2023. 2023 was not a good year for trade. And nonetheless, the EU, if you do the accounting, has a larger share of exports and of imports of goods and services than have the United States and China, just by slivers, but still. So we have a huge responsibility, and if the Brits had not left the European Union, that would even be larger. So this is the first fact that I would like us to remember. The second, if we look at the world today, we see that it has changed. This is again the year 2023, and the color scheme tells you what is the most important trade partner for all the countries pictured here. Blue means that the European Union is the most important partner. Green would be the United States, and the yellowish orange shade means China is the largest trade partner. And what you see is that the South American space, for example, large parts of Africa, this region, Southeast Asia, now have China as their largest trade partner. And actually, there are more countries in the world for which China is the most important trade partner than Europe. This has changed in 2023. And if we look back in time, the picture would be different. So this is 1995, and you see the world was blue then. That is not only a fact of numbers, of data, it's also something that affects psychology. The idea of European decline. I'm a European and a proud European, and I think as Europeans, we do the world no favor in being so much convinced of our own diminishing role. That does not help solve the global problems. We are a mini world on our own in Europe with many of the problems in governments that we see at the global level as well. And we have offered solutions in our past, and we might do so in the future again. But as you see, the dynamics are as they were, from moving from being the global trade hegemon to someone, so Europe being now second, if you count the number of countries to China, that has left an impact on the state of thinking in the European Union. The EU has engaged with many countries around the world, and there too Europe is a leader, is because there's no other bloc or no other political entity that has so many trade agreements. We have something like 42 or so trade agreements notified to the World Trade Organization with something like 74 countries. And this is, of course, when we talk about governance, important, because all those trade agreements have legal texts, have political compromises between all these partners. They also see is these dark blue arrows that show to the point to geographies with which the European Union is right now trying to write new trade agreements or to get them passed. Mercosur has been on the agenda in the last years, and my own country, Austria, as well as yours, Jean-Claude, are quite skeptical. Unfortunately, I must say, because we have no other means than law, international law, to improve governments, to reduce uncertainties and to make progress. But Europe is also speaking to many other countries in the world, from Australia to Indonesia to India, and has been doing so for a while. But the process is stuck. It's not easy to find new agreements. And that is not so much a problem of the world itself, it's something that starts within Europe as well. So when you say the world is fragmenting, it is fragmenting, Europe is fragmented as well. There's a big discussion of trade or international economic relations being weaponized, to become instruments of big power rivalries. And in that sense, the question of trust is crucial. And when we ask this question in Europe, we might turn to the balance of payments data and ask, where are our economic partners, and what are the sizes and quantities involved with that. And what we see when we do that is that the European economy is still a transatlantic one, and by wide margins. This is a matter of fact. Sometimes the discussions in our European unions are misleading. If you take the United States and the United Kingdom together, those two trade partners, international economics partners, dominate the picture quite dramatically. Let me come back to that. But it is not just a good trade, it is also trade in services. Then there's a lot of financial interactions as well between the transatlantic partners. When we talk about services, that is where we still see the world converging, where we still see the world globalizing. Might not be true anymore in goods trade, but it is still true in the space of services. I'm coming to my last slide, which says that when global value chains are interrupted, economic damage is made, and that damage can be quite substantial. This is taken from a recent study in which I was involved, and I'm only showing here the European countries, but we did the whole exercise for the whole world. And the dark blue bars show what countries would lose in terms of their economic welfare if they were disconnected from global value chains. And global value chains is not the entire trade, it's trade in inputs and raw materials, it's not trade in final goods. What you see is that all these European countries would suffer dramatically. You also see a lot of heterogeneity. And again, Europe serves as an example here for the whole world. We're not affected the same when the global regime crashes. The dark blue bars for places like Luxembourg or Ireland can go up to -70. So disconnecting those countries from global value chains would be devastating. Now, when I say disconnecting, I mean that also European global value chains would be destroyed, which is, I hope, very unrealistic. I believe in the single market. And the pink bars show you what happens if global value chains are interrupted, but the European single market stays intact. And the big lesson for the world, I would say, that Europe offers here is that those pink bars are by such large margins smaller than the dark blues. So the single market, our free trade at the continental level, protects us from what's happening around the world. I think this is important for Africa, it's important for the Gulf regions, it's important for Southeast Asia, that regional integration is probably the most important protection against what's going on at the larger world scale. I'll stop here, but of course there is so much more to be said, and I'm looking forward to the whole conference and to our conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. You have to know that there is a limited time of 6 minutes for the introductory remarks, but then we will engage in discussion and we will respond to questions from the audience. Vincent, you have the floor. Six minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much to Mr. de Montbrial and Ifri for inviting me back again at this wonderful event. I'm very honored to be part of this panel chaired by central bank and civil service legend President Trichet. This is really a treat for me. I'll try to give you a tour of the world economic outlook as we see it at the OECD in 5.5 minutes that are left for me. Let me start on a positive note. Global growth has held up fairly well over the past 3 years following the bounce back from COVID. And despite the enormous adverse supply shock imparted by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Of course, this global average masks sharp contrasts across countries. Compare, for example, the buoyant US performance to the stagnation endured by Germany, or compare India's dynamism to China's struggle to approach the 5% mark. Turning to inflation, central banks have tightened policy substantially in 2022, and the supply shock of that time has largely faded, so inflation is back to more comfortable levels, although service price inflation remains sticky in many countries. Remarkably, unlike in earlier tightening episodes, labor markets have remained quite buoyant, performing quite well overall. The euro area unemployment rate at 6.3% is at a historical low as we speak. And the US unemployment rate at 4.2 is still relatively low as well. So in that sense, central banks have achieved something like immaculate disinflation. However, even if inflation has come down, even if unemployment is not high in most countries, there is a feel-bad sense among consumers. Consumer confidence has languished both in emerging markets and in developing economies. To a large extent, this is the result of the price jump that occurred post-COVID and post-Ukraine invasion, with consumers feeling that the most visible prices, the everyday prices that you see at the pump and in the supermarket, have risen so much more than income in most countries. And besides, the lingering sticker shock experienced at the supermarket leads to the perception that prices are still rising fast because the price level is so much higher than before, even if inflation has actually come down significantly. While consumer confidence has languished, business sentiment has held up somewhat better, especially in services, and this tends to convey a more accurate sense of what economic momentum is at the moment. And against this backdrop, for the G20 countries, the OECD has the following fairly reassuring forecast that growth would continue at the global level to cruise around the 3% mark. This is true also for the OECD average, like for the G20. But again, performance is highly variable across countries, as you can see on this chart. Our inflation forecasts are also reasonably reassuring, even though inflation remains very high in some emerging market countries and uncomfortably low in China, where it rather flirts with deflation. Now, let me turn to the risks following this seemingly benign baseline forecast. One risk relates to energy prices. They could very well spike again, notably if geopolitics take a turn for the worse. Second, uncertainty surrounding trade policy has soared over the past few weeks. Many outfits have cranked out trade war scenarios with various assumptions about how sweeping and how high tariffs may be, how fast they might come into place, for how long, for whom, and with various assumptions about how exchange rates would react in this context, and about trade diversion, notably from China to Europe. But at the OECD, we have refrained from speculating about what we cannot yet calibrate in our models. Of course, we do worry that a more fragmented, protectionist trading environment and inward-looking policies would hurt supply chains, raise prices, and reduce competitive pressures that deliver productivity gains. This is, of course, very much in line with the theme of this year's WPC, and I trust Jean-Marie will have a lot more to say about this. Another risk pertains to public finances, which in most countries are in poor shape. One factor that supported growth in many economies during and after COVID is fiscal support in various guises, but some of that support turns out to be hard to unwind. If you think, for example, about Japan and Korea, where they repeatedly extend energy subsidies, contradicting their commitments on climate change, and even though energy prices have come down. Public debt ratios have reached new highs in advanced countries and in EMEs and in low-income countries. And at the same time, spending pressures associated with aging populations, climate action, and defense priorities. We see this week the Europe-NATO countries discussing how to bring defense spending up from 2 to 3% this year. All these pressures are building up on the fiscal side, and at the same time, interest rates are unlikely to go back to a near zero era as we have experienced before COVID. The BIS actually also echoed this concern just 2 days ago in their quarterly report. Turning to policies, we see central banks continuing to ratchet interest rates down somewhat. The ECB cut by 25 basis points again yesterday, the Swiss National Bank by 50, the Bank of Canada by 50, The Fed may also cut next week. The only outlier here is Japan, which continues to normalize monetary policy. And lastly, as to governments, not only are the debt ratios far above any comfort zone, but in flow terms, looking at the deficit numbers, far greater efforts are called for to restore fiscal space and fiscal sustainability. Our main messages are quite nicely captured by the Bloomberg, Financial Times, and Wall Street Journal headlines that you can see on the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vincent. I noted in the Gabriel exposition how we are vulnerable to deglobalization or friendshoring, as we say, or reshoring, particularly the European, and your figures were very striking. The idea that, Vincent, that the danger of trade disruption could be considered considerable is also something that is at the horizon of all what we say. I was also very interested in the figure on the debt, because when I look at debt, outstanding public and private debt today in the global economy, and I compare that with the same outstanding global debt as a proportion of GDP immediately before Lehman Brothers, I see that if this indicator is one of the important indicators, we are more vulnerable at the moment I'm speaking than we were immediately before the explosion of the great financial crisis. So we have to be very cautious in this respect, it seems to me. John, I think it's your turn. You have your 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. And first, I'd like to thank Thierry de Montbrial for the invitation to join this wonderful conference again. And I'm very honored to be on this great panel chaired by Jean-Claude, one of my, dare I say it, heroes. And my remarks are going to echo in a certain way Jean-Claude's introductory remarks. I want to go back to the foundations of global governance in the post-World War II era. For economic and financial issues, of course, the critical institutions were the IMF and its associate, the World Bank, and the GATT, now the World Trade Organization. The character of these organizations that they were multilateral and treaty-based, and therefore their decisions carried the force of international law. They had radical goals and were designed to create a rules-based, open, and non-discriminatory system, headed, in the case of the Bretton Woods system, the Bretton Woods institutions, by institutions that were designed to be able to act, including in circumstances in which there was not consensus on issues. There were voting rules in which, for most operational issues, majority rules. The insight of the post-World War II institutions was that global trade was going to be the dynamic element leading global growth in the post-war era, and that this growth in trade would produce both economic and financial integration. And in fact, it was hugely successful. From 1950 to 2007, growth in global trade virtually every year led growth in global output. And that period also probably represented the most rapid period of economic growth globally ever. We are currently at the fourth systemic inflection point of the 21st century in terms of our global system of global governance. And the previous three inflection points have tended to undermine the pre-existing system. The key question, therefore, is will this fourth inflection point that we are facing, and I will describe in a minute, do the same, or will it rather strengthen the system? First inflection point was the global financial crisis. It brought into creation the G20 leaders process that claimed for itself the role of the leading forum for discussion of economic and financial issues. This G20 is not multilateral. is not treaty-based, is voluntary, and has no voting rule. And as a result, operates, as we'll see, has operational problems. It's not designed to act. In that sense, it was a weakening of the pre-existing system. And one of its initial goals at the first G20 Leaders Summit in November 2008 was a pledge to avoid new protectionist measures and to ensure the adoption of the Doha development round of the WTO. The truth is, since the global financial crisis, virtually every year, global trade has grown more slowly than global GDP, the opposite of the entire period previously, and global growth has been substantially slower in this period than previously. In addition, it's clear that in the wake of the crisis, the Chinese authorities adopted new views about financial integration and instead, among other things, became an enormous leading lender to emerging market and developing countries outside of the pre-existing Paris Club system. Again, a development that undermined the pre-existing system. Second inflection point was the pandemic that has created powerfully contradictory forces. On the one hand, it created a tremendous focus on security, on resilience, and as a result, on national focus on national issues, national security, supply chain, etc. At the same time, it was clear that the crisis itself only emphasized the role of global forces and the challenge of providing global public goods in the area of health, climate, environment, demographics and migration, etc. In other words, we have these very contradictory systemic forces. But in the context, as we heard from the Vice President of the Côte d'Ivoire, the one effect has been to seriously challenge the economic and social situation in many developing countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Third inflection point, Ukraine, which of course has demonstrated that in the context of great power conflict or great power disagreement, the G20 has become virtually inoperable in terms of being able to produce action. Lack of a voting rule means that every one of the members has effectively a veto over any action. Ukraine, of course, the Ukraine challenge, Ukraine invasion by Russia has created a very difficult challenge for the European Union's economy, and in general has created a much more complicated set of global supply chains that is less efficient, more fragile, and more costly. So that's what has brought us to today. And I guess one easy way to define the current inflection point is that it'd be too simple, but I'll just say the challenge of the second Trump administration. The challenge is, does America first mean America alone? Does it mean that we are going to further complicate and obstruct free trade or global trading relations? Obviously, we are seeing similarly contradictory forces. As Gabriel showed us, the EU is in the process of trying to negotiate new international trade agreements. But is this going to succeed, or are we going to move to a world of greater trade conflict? At the same time, as we all know and as speakers have already mentioned, we are also at an inflection point or seeming inflection point in terms of the potential contribution of new technologies to productivity growth and hence economic growth. In other words, there's also reason for optimism on global growth, but as we know and have heard, that it's not challenge-free in terms of global governance. And of course, I speak of the easy term is artificial intelligence. But in general, it seems, at least, for example, in the United States, there has been an acceleration of total factor productivity associated with adoption of new technology and new working arrangements. The IMF is, as we know, is pessimistic about global growth prospects for the next 5 years, assuming that the debilitating systemic forces that I've already talked about will continue. But there's opportunities at the same time that could contradict that pessimism. We'll have to see, but hopefully a year from now, when the World Policy Conference convenes, we'll have more clarity, hopefully on the positive side, but certainly not for certain. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
No.
I note that the IMF is more pessimistic in the medium, long run from now on than it was in the past 10, 15 years. I have in mind that they imagine that growth in the US could be only 2.1% in the medium term, and in Europe only 1.3% in the medium term, which more or less corresponds to the idea they have today on what would be the growth potential on the two continents. But the silver lining is that it's very likely that total factor productivity will prove to augment and be somewhat sustainable in the medium run. At least it is the sentiment in the US when we discuss. Less in the rest of the world, I have to say. The rest of the world is more or less on the solo observation. I see a lot of investment, but I don't see the productivity progress until now. But in the US, you see some productivity progress. So I hope very much that it is the US which is right, and that we will see the expansion of this productivity thanks to the fantastic surge in technology that we have. I turn to Jean-Marie. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. À mon tour, bonjour à tous. Je veux remercier nos hôtes et bien sûr Thierry de Montbrial, Madame Kong pour leur invitation. Moi, je voudrais vous proposer une sorte de bilan d'ouverture de la globalisation à la veille de cette nouvelle année avec les échéances, avec 3 remarques. La première, c'est que la globalisation continue. Ça a été dit par les précédents intervenants. On a tous débat sur la déglobalisation depuis plusieurs années. Aujourd'hui, ce qu'on voit, c'est que le commerce continue à progresser. Commerce des biens, avec des discussions, des reconfigurations. Je les passe. Il y a une table ronde qui va venir, qui va en discuter largement. Ce qu'a dit John est important, la reconfiguration des chaînes de valeur, le raccourcissement. Mais enfin, ça continue à progresser et le commerce a une incroyable résilience. C'est un peu comme l'eau. Le commerce passe par là où il faut passer. Quand on le bloque ici, Le commerce des services démontre ça de manière encore plus éclatante parce qu'il progresse très rapidement. Donc, on n'est pas dans une déglobalisation. Deuxièmement, il y a des lézardes, de la fragmentation, et dans trois domaines qui sont encore sous contrôle, mais qui sont chauds, qui sont significatifs. Le premier, c'est les politiques environnementales et climatiques, parce qu'elles ne sont pas coordonnées, et il y a une espèce de gap de gouvernance entre, par exemple, l'accord de Paris et l'OMC, pour que les conséquences commerciales des politiques climatiques soient optimisées, coordonnées de la meilleure manière. Alors, c'est évident pour quelque chose comme la tarification du carbone, par exemple, où on voit des Européens qui mettent un prix sur le carbone et des Américains qui mettent des subventions sur les alternatives au carbone. Donc évidemment, quand on est une entreprise, qu'on a le choix d'être taxé d'un côté, taxé étant une facilité de langage, ou subventionné de l'autre, on regarde ses choix d'investissement. Mais c'est vrai des restrictions aux exportations, c'est vrai des standards, la question des standards verts est très importante. Donc il y a tout un domaine où on peut avoir fragmentation autour de ces politiques qui par ailleurs sont évidemment totalement légitimes et je crois que les discours d'ouverture nous en ont rappelé les enjeux. Deuxième zone de fragmentation, tout ce qui est politique de sécurité économique, qui là aussi embrasse un champ très large, puisque ça va de la sécurité des approvisionnements, et la crise du Covid, effectivement, a été un grand déclencheur, approvisionnement énergétique, approvisionnement en matières essentielles, et notamment alimentaires, jusqu'aux politiques d'autonomie industrielle, qui, elles, peuvent induire là aussi des interventions publiques qui peuvent conduire à fragmenter un peu le commerce. Et là, on voit un deuxième point chaud. Troisième zone de tension, évidemment, les politiques de sécurité tout court. Elles ont été évoquées. Je ne veux pas commercer avec toi parce que tu n'es pas mon ami ou parce que nous nous faisons la guerre. Il y a des sanctions, il y a des embargos, il y a des qui commencent à prendre une place de plus en plus importante dans le commerce international, même si là encore, nous ne sommes pas dans une hémorragie. Et évidemment, ces trois zones de tension sont liées entre elles. Parfois, elles se superposent. Le sujet des véhicules électriques, par exemple, est un des plus intéressants parce que vous avez l'enjeu climatique, vous avez l'enjeu industriel et commercial, et parfois l'enjeu de sécurité. Quand un pays comme les États-Unis dit je me méfie, je ne veux pas importer des véhicules électriques qui ont des logiciels embarqués qui pourraient menacer ma sécurité nationale, on voit bien comment les trois choses s'imbriquent. C'est pour ça, personnellement, j'utilise assez peu le terme de protectionnisme parce que je crois qu'on est assez loin des protectionnismes classiques qui visent à gagner un avantage comparatif, même si cette préoccupation classique existe toujours souvent, mais ce n'est pas la seule. Donc on a ces trois zones de tension, un système de gouvernance autour de l'OMC qui, évidemment, est bousculé par tout ça. Et l'OMC, il faut la penser pour avoir une vision à peu près claire de l'état des lieux, comme un stock, un flux et un mécanisme de règlement des différends. Le stock, c'est l'acquis. C'est les principes de transparence, non-discrimination, bonne foi qui ont fondé la croissance mondiale depuis le GATT. Globalement, ces principes ne sont pas, d'abord, ils ne sont pas contestés par personne, mais ils sont à peu près respectés. Il y a des brèches, il y a des coups de canif, et parfois plus que des coups de canif quand il y a une guerre commerciale, mais nous n'avons pas de fuite massive ou de refus massif de ces principes qui continuent de régir juridiquement 75% des échanges mondiaux, et tous les accords de libre-échange sont également construits sur le même socle, et puis en pratique, l'essentiel des échanges courants. Le flux, qui est la négociation de nouvelles règles, est beaucoup plus compliqué, parce que là-dessus, il y a des questions de désaccord qu'on trouve dans toutes les organisations internationales, sur le bilan hérité, sur savoir si les règles antérieures sont équilibrées ou n'ont pas été équilibrées. Donc il y a cette demande de rééquilibrage de règles avant d'en négocier de nouvelles, qui a tendance à compliquer la capacité de l'OMC à bouger. Et d'ailleurs, c'est une petite nuance avec ce que disait John, nous, à l'OMC, nous sommes, bien sûr, juridiquement, nous avons la règle de la majorité possible dans nos textes, mais elle n'a jamais été utilisée en pratique, donc nous sommes toujours régis par le consensus, ce qui rend un peu plus lent le mouvement, par exemple, sur les sujets que j'évoquais, comme les politiques climatiques. Troisièmement, le règlement des différends, comme vous le savez, il avait une tête qui était l'organe d'appel de l'OMC, qui avait pas mal juridictionnalisé les relations commerciales. Cette-ci a été débranchée, d'une certaine manière, pour le moment, par l'opposition des États-Unis, qui considèrent que ça attente à leur souveraineté. Donc il y a une négociation pour redémarrer quelque chose là-dessus. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'entre-temps, toutes les disputes commerciales échappent au droit. Le système antérieur, qui est sans organe d'appel, en fait, qui est celui qu'on appelle des panels, continue à fonctionner. Nous avons aujourd'hui encore, quotidiennement, des demandes de règlement juridique des disputes. Donc on est sur un verre à moitié plein dans ce domaine-là. Voilà. Et donc c'est avec ça qu'on aborde évidemment les échéances qui ont été évoquées, et notamment l'entrée en fonction de la future administration américaine.
Merci beaucoup, c'était très, très intéressant. Vous êtes prudent sur la nouvelle administration américaine, me semble-t-il. Peut-être aurez-vous des questions là-dessus. Bien, on va passer à vous, Kiao. Évidemment, vos propos vont être écoutés avec une extrême attention, puisque vous êtes le citoyen d'un pays qui est l'un des deux plus importants du monde sur le plan non seulement de l'économie actuelle, mais de la perspective. You have the floor, sir.
First of all, thank the organizer having me today. I'm very happy to come back to attend the panel. Today, I'm mainly talking about the challenge facing by current global economic governance and its future. The current global economic governance represented by the Bretton Woods institutions, which is IMF, World Bank, and the WTO. I guess they play very positive role in keeping the world peacefully and steady economic growth in the past 80 years since the end of the Second War, as John described very detailed about economic growth. But now I guess it's critical time for global economic governance, because it seems the idea of might is right has started to prevail in many places, which lead the global economic governance in the danger of falling into jungle law situation. Specifically, I guess the three challenges the governance have severe damage on the global economic governance. First of all, as many speakers mentioned, current two war between Russia and Ukraine, war in Gaza. Second challenge is isolationism and protectionism in some countries, particularly in the United States. The third challenge, I guess, Bretton Woods institution, as I say, on the one hand, play very positive role. On the other hand, may not good enough to meet the needs of global South. So therefore, its future pretty much depends on these three challenges, whether can be resolved smoothly. First of all, the question is whether the two war I mentioned can be peacefully resolved, or at least not lead spill over to the rest of the world. That's the first question. Second question is the isolation and the protection, whether can be reversed in not too long time of period. If not, I guess something similar with those in 30s of the last century would happen again. As well known, after the end of the Second War, the President Wilson in the United States proposed the US should join the League of Union, but unfortunately, his proposal has been denied by Congress. I guess maybe that at least is one of the reasons finally towards the Second World War. The last question is whether the advanced country can adapt themselves to let the existing Bretton Woods institutions to fully meet the needs of global South and let them have more rights in decision making. If they do, the global governance would really become a good public good to keep the world peacefully and healthy growth. If they don't, the global governance would totally dismantle or even to be disaster. In summary, if these questions I mentioned or the challenging can be resolved smoothly, the positive global economic governance still would be back on normal track. That's my hope. If not, the global governance would fall into maybe several small groups by themselves governance, which may not necessarily the worst scenario. Another worst scenario, the global governance will totally collapse, which not impossible. I just stop here.
Thank you very much indeed. Bien, we have some time for dialogue, question, response. Kiao, you concluded in not excluding the fact that we could have a total collapse of global governance, if I understand well. I guess that it was more or less in the working assumption that we could not engineer appropriate peace, and that all the tensions that we are observing at the level of geostrategy would not be solved. Am I right to make that working assumption?
Sure.
That it is geostrategy that would engineer this collapse of global governance that you are mentioning?
Yeah, I hope the international community can recognize these dangers. Then they can make a great effort to solve the challenge. Otherwise, I do worry about the future.
Let me check on the colleagues another assumption, say. We say that the geostrategic enormous difficulty that we have presently would be appeased progressively, and that it would not be the dominant influence on the global economy and global finance, and that we could engineer a better representation in the Bretton Woods institution of those emerging economies and developing economies that are more or less pushed down by the traditional European, Japan, and the US. Say that we have a better functioning, a better representation in the Bretton Woods institution. Do you trust that that is pretty possible, taking into account all the resistance that we see, and that then we would be, of course, in a better world where the idea of having a counter system, constellation of institutions would appear not to be reasonable? John, I see that you have a body language. What would you respond to this question?
Yes. First of all, as I suspect that in this audience everyone is aware, constitutionally, in other words, within the Articles of Agreement of the International Monetary Fund, there is a requirement that at least every 5 years there is a reassessment of the voting shares in the institution. And as I suspect everyone here knows, the articles say that the voting shares should be based on economic weight. Unfortunately, the concept is not defined, so it's left in negotiation. But it's obviously very clear that a big change was negotiated at the Seoul G20 summit in November 2010 that would make a substantial change in increasing the share of dynamic, emerging, developing economies in their voting share. That was a partial change. It was very hard to engineer because, of course, it's a zero-sum issue. If some gain, some lose. And the big loser is obvious, among other things, the European countries that have been overrepresented. There has been, at that time, in Seoul, 2010, there was a commitment to not only adopt the changes then, but to undertake a relatively rapid reassessment of voting shares, in which it was understood there would be further increase, among other things, in the share of China and others. That second round, which was supposed to have happened within a couple years, 2010, still has not happened. And so it's important that the atmosphere of cooperation on all sides needs to be improved so that can move forward. And if I could just say, an area where there is a problem and an emerging problem. An existing problem has been the breakdown in the pre-existing Paris Club mechanism for renegotiating debt of basically developing economies. And since the huge increase in the lending by new lenders in new forms since the global financial crisis, that system of renegotiation has not been working at all well. And it's important that there be improve cooperation to make you could use the phrase the G20's common framework for debt treatments to become effectively operational. This is important because, as we've heard already this morning, that the latest developments, latest round of post-Ukraine strains has increased the debt pressure on many developing economies, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So progress is needed. The third, of course, has been the reemergence of global imbalances in trade. Not only has trade grown more slowly, but imbalances are reappearing. It's quite possible that China is going to have a current surplus of in excess of $1 trillion this year. The export performance of China has been very dynamic in the last year. That in the past has given rise to frictions. So it's clear that there's need to be a greater sense of cooperation to address these issues on all sides.
Thank you very much, John. Thinking of global imbalances, Gabriel has something to say, but I have a question for him. When you presented exports and imports, we could have had the current account, and then we could have compared the current account of the US and the current account of Europe, and then you would have something like -3% or more of the GDP on one side of the Atlantic and plus on the other side of the Atlantic. How would you qualify this permanent situation of surplus on the one hand and deficit in the US?
So, thank you. But this is something we have observed for a long time now, and it's somehow it's not standing in the way of growth and of collaboration, because we have seen the same signs, more or less the same quantities for a long time.
Is it sustainable in the long run?
Yes. So that's the big question. It was sustainable for a very long time.
Yeah.
And I think it is not sustainable in the sense that what it means for Europe is that we have a large excess of savings over investments, and that is certainly not sustainable, no, from a European point of view. And while for the United States, this has been since the 70s, more or less, no, and it looks like it's connected to the role of the dollar, which might see challenges in the very long run. No? So the fact that I don't know whether it is completely true, but the fact that Russian oil exports to India, at least partially, are now invoiced in renminbi. No? So these changes might make it difficult to maintain the large deficit position of the United States in the very long run. But I wanted to say something about John's observation on zero sum. Right? It's of course, if you change the voting shares at the IMF, or if you change the rules, there is this notion that there's always a loser and a winner, and that is of course very true. But it does depend on what is our baseline. Now, if the baseline is the status quo, making changes leads to losers and winners. But if the baseline is the multilateral system or the global governance system being destroyed or becoming dysfunctional, then it is again a positive sum exercise to work together to make the system work and continue to work. No? So I think this is an important question of perspective. Now, what are we comparing with? And another remark that I wanted to make is we often talk about big power competition now. No? And I'm an economist, and I was brought up with the idea that competition, sometimes at least, no, it can be positive. It can be something that gives rise to new ideas, and maybe that is a little bit of a positive side of it. No, that for example, in climate change, Europeans have opted for taxes or carbon prices. The United States is going a different way. Now that is making our lives difficult. No? It creates questions of competitiveness and so on. But it is also a way of understanding how different approaches work. And if we see the American approach is better, then we might come back and say, let's correct our European stance, and vice versa. No? If it becomes incredibly expensive for the United States, they might want to learn from us. So this idea of competition that makes life difficult, but it is possibly also a source of inspiration, of innovation, of new ideas.
Thank you very much indeed. I share your view. Please, Kiao.
Yeah, I'm going to just add something regarding the voting power at the IMF. I agree with both John and you mentioned that. Actually, since 1910, nothing changing on the evaluation of quarter. I guess last time is 16 general evaluation. But what I try to say, not China, even India, less representative. Both of them make a compromise because last time just every member of IMF increased their funding by 50%, but the structure, no change. That's something actually China and India and the global South made a compromise, just want to keep the IMF have enough funding. That's something I guess in the future, both sides, advanced country and the developing country should do more in cooperation. These kind of things cannot always forever existing. Otherwise, the legitimacy of IMF will be reduced. That's my point.
Thank you for this remark, which is very important. I see that you have the...
Yes, I'd like to say something as a former IMF staffer to complement the discussion on quotas and voting powers in the executive board. What is very striking, if I compare the IMF today to what it was 30 years ago when I worked there, is the number of Chinese experts working in the IMF staff and Indian experts. We now have the second Indian chief economist at the IMF, Mrs. Gopinath. We had Raghu Rajan already 20 years ago. So I think from the inside of the institution, both China and India are having much more influence than in the past, even if in terms of voting powers in the board, things are moving more and more slowly. And then I would add that for the OECD, which used to be known as the Club of Rich Countries, as you will recall, the OECD was created under the name OEEC after the Second World War to administer the Marshall Plan, and then reinvented itself with a new name. And it had only 18, indeed mostly rich member countries at the time, but since then we've expanded and we are now 38 member countries, many of which are emerging markets. And we engage very actively with the BRICS, except for Russia these days. And we have 8 important EMEs as accession countries, including Brazil and Argentina and Thailand and Indonesia. So we are seeking to give more of a voice to the other countries that matter increasingly on the world scene. And here's the win-win. There's nobody's losing, on the contrary.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Jean-Marie, do you have anything to say on this particular point?
We work on consensus as a WTO, so it's already balanced.
If I may, picking up what has been said on the currencies, clearly the dollar has no particular statutes. We exploded the Bretton Woods system, and so it is the free choice of the I would say economic agents, investors and savers and traders to pick up the dollar as a currency which is utilized 3 times more than the euro, if I may, which is second, and much more than the renminbi, even if there are some kind of, I would say, growing trade denominated in renminbi. But it is clear that this is due mainly, it seems to me, to the fact that the United States is a full-fledged political federation. There is one treasury, not a dozen like in Europe. And if I take the euro as a currency and the dollar as a currency, I don't see enormous difference between their capacity to keep their value, to be stable, to inspire confidence. At certain moment, the euro inspired more confidence than the US dollar. So the problem is that the signature, which is on the bills or the bonds, is single in one case, and you have the German Bund, you have the OAT, you have the Italian Treasury, and the, I would say, depth and liquidity of this benchmark market is in the proportion of 1 to 10 or 1 to 15. And that makes, of course, a great part of the difference. And the renminbi is not yet convertible. The day the renminbi becomes convertible, yes, you change the structure exactly like if the European were a political federation. But we will see what happens. In the century, a lot of things can happen, probably. I see that we still have something like 10 minutes. I was wondering whether any one of us has something important to say now, or we could ask a question coming from the audience, if there are. Yes, there are questions. Very good. Please.
Thank you. I'm Thierry from Israel. I would like to ask you, what do you think will be the influence of the fact that Trump wants to put taxes over imports from different countries in the world?
Who wants to respond to that? Yeah. No?
I didn't hear.
Jean-Marie, do you have?
I didn't hear the question.
I didn't hear the question.
You didn't get the question?
Yes.
Oh. So, could you repeat slowly?
The impact of...
I'm Meir Shitri from Israel, and I'm asking what will be the implications of the fact that President Trump going to put taxes over import from all the different countries.
Tariffs, the question.
Yeah, it's clear. What about the tariffs? Do you have... Are you bold enough to say what you really think?
Well, what I really think is that we don't know. It's a would-be policy for the moment, and there are three questions which are going to be debated within the US administration. The first one is obviously the policy mix, because tariffs are by nature inflationary and recessive, but at the same time there is going to be a very expansionist fiscal policy and maybe deregulation. So how is that going to combine, and what are going to be the choices of this administration in terms of the inflationary price that they are ready to have paid? And as you know, inflation tends to, I think a central banker knows more than me about that, generate interest increase and appreciation of the exchange rate. So it cancels your trade policy if you have your exchange. So this question of the policy mix is not clear. Not to say that it's not really reasonable, I'm not being judgmental, but to tax something that you don't produce. I was discussing recently with a major coffee trader in Geneva, and he's not concerned because the United States is not growing coffee. So why would they tax it? That would be purely inflationistic. So the first uncertainty is going to be about this choice of policy mix. The second one is about this discussion on, are tariffs going to be tactical, like to be transactional, or are they going to be strategic with a view to decoupling? This nobody knows at this stage. And the third question is obviously what is going to be the reaction of the others. And there are four possible reactions. One is to do nothing, one is to negotiate, one is to retaliate, and one is to circumvent. And it is likely that major powers will have the four options. Smaller powers may have maybe less. But the combination of mobilization of this option is going to define the size of the shock. So this is a long way to say that I concur with Vincent about the uncertainty, which is the characteristic of what we're going to face.
Thank you very much. At least one thing is pretty likely, namely that all this will be transactional. That it seems to me that it is the way. the new executive branch of the US sees things. But Gabriel,
Yes,
you have a...
Actually, as you say, it is transactional. We have tried in several studies now to quantify the welfare effects of 60% extra tariffs on China, on 10% extra tariff on everyone, and there is no proper economic model that would show that this is a very good idea for the United States. No? So I think there's consensus on this, but that implies, as you say, that this is a threat. Unfortunately, it's a credible threat, and so it will probably bring countries to the negotiation table, because that is what you need if you want to achieve changes in the system where efficiency gains are already very much exhausted. So it is about zero-sum bargaining, where those threats are of very big importance. And what we also know is what, at the end of it, what could remain is a strongly appreciated dollar. That is also what the models tend to say. And with a more appreciated dollar, we have less world trade. So I think this is probably the safest prediction that one can make on the dollar and on the size of global transactions.
I think you expressed the view of most economists. But we are all economists, so maybe we have different views. What would you say yourself?
Well, I think that the direction of the change implied by tariffs is clear, but we really have no clue about the magnitude. Your successor, Christine Lagarde, said, let's negotiate. Let's buy more LNG from the US. Let's offer something and try to avoid 10 or 20% extra tariffs on the EU countries, or 60% on China. And we know from the first Trump administration that there is a part of bluster up front and a lot of noise. And I think we should not be paralyzed by this and try to keep our heads cool and see what's coming. The new Secretary of the Treasury, well, Scott Bessent, who has been named, has a very good understanding of financial markets. Hopefully, he and others in the new administration will serve to contain any ideas that are a bit extremist on the trade side.
American citizen John Lipsky, what would you say?
Here's a level of uncertainty. It's widely considered that the former the special trade representative in Trump's first administration, Mr. Lighthizer, was going to be the great guru of trade policy in the second administration. In between, he's issued a book called No Trade is Free. What's remarkable about it is all the benefits claimed by Mr. Lighthizer in his book for protectionist policies actually are contradicted by experience. So his recommendations seem to contradict the actual use of tariffs and what their effects would be. And it's notable that Mr. Lighthizer is not a member of this administration, and not only in addition to what we just heard, the Secretary of the Treasury is a financial markets fellow who must understand some amount of these things. The National Economic Counselor, Kevin Hassett, is a serious economist. He's certainly conservative, but certainly well-trained and very experienced. So it adds a huge depth of uncertainty about exactly what's going to happen, and probably argues in favor of what you say, Jean-Claude. This, at best, let's hope this is transactional and actually could produce some positive results rather than the other way around.
Thank you very much, John. Can I ask Kiao, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I agree what the previous speaker said. The general direction had been clear, because Trump definitely will do something for raise the tariff for import. But unclear is how much he used that as a tool to achieve other goal. How much really he want to impose. Also, as you mentioned, we don't know how much other country to react, or totally take a retaliation, or just negotiation. We don't know that. So only thing we can do, we go ahead one step by step to take some response to whatever he want to do.
Thank you very much indeed. I see that time has elapsed, and if we have a last question, which should be extremely concise, and we would respond in equally concise manner, that would be good, but there is no question. So I will conclude in saying that we had a very good interaction in this panel. Bravo.
faut faire rentrer. Faites rentrer les personnes maintenant. Well, we're going to start this actually very important session. Bon, vous voyez, essayez de faire voilà. Well, this is a very important session for a reason that I will try to explain in a few words. you may know, some of you, about the concept of multi-vector foreign policies. You may also know of the Indian concept of multi-non-alignment. Multi-non-alignment, it seems a queer concept, but it is an important one. Fundamentally, these two expressions point to the same idea. The same idea, what is it? It is that many countries do not want to be forced to take sides. For instance, in the East-West confrontation between the West and Russia, or between the West and China, or other possible situations more or less comparable to that. Multi-alignment or multi-vector foreign policies are the children of the new approach to the old Bandung concept of non-alignment during the First Cold War. So I mentioned India with multi-non-alignment. I think that the concept of multi-vector, the expression multi-vector foreign policy, comes from Kazakhstan. And more particularly, well, I know I met an Uzbek authority recently, and they consider that Uzbekistan is also one of the fathers of the idea. But Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are sometimes, you know, rivals in certain for certain ideas in particular. Be that as it may, Kazakhstan, particularly now President Tokayev, is well known for his involvement in this concept when he was foreign minister prior to becoming president of the country. So, to discuss this matter, which I think is very important potentially, we have three panelists today. First of all, I would like to thank very much Madame Anna Brnabic. I hope I pronounced it
very well.
Relatively correctly, who is now the Speaker of the Parliament of Serbia. She is the #2 protocolary person of the country. Some of you remember certainly that a few years ago in probably 12 or 19, I didn't check, 18 or 19, we had a session between her, she was at the time Prime Minister of Serbia, and the Prime Minister of Albania, which was an interesting discussion for obvious reasons. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much to be with us again to discuss this important issue. So you jump from #3 to #2, so you see what remains to be done. I stop here. And so thank you very much to be with us. Mr. Lasha Darsalia, who also was with us last year, but that was online because you had a physical, you had a small, minor accident, but nevertheless you could not make it physically. So thank you to be with us, especially as the situation in your country, Georgia, is quite difficult these days. And Roman Vasilenko, he's Deputy Foreign Minister of Kazakhstan, so you know him well. I think he's with us for the third time. Thank you, Roman. So I launch immediately the discussion, starting with you, Madame Brnabic. I pronounce less well than the first time. Brnabic, well, the first time it went easily. What are your reactions to this bold idea of putting the same in a common basket the approach to foreign policies of quite different countries. So we are moving now from west to east, starting with you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be at the World Policy Conference again. And I remember well, I think it was in Morocco, when I was there as the Prime Minister of Serbia, as you have said, in a panel discussion with Edi Rama, the Prime Minister of Albania. He's still the Prime Minister of Albania. And my initial thought is, when I thought about this conference, is that the world has since then, which was probably 2018 or 2019, actually grown to become a much more complicated place when we compare the 2 years. And in that respect, countries that are, I would say, smaller in terms of numbers, and Serbia is about 6.8 million people, find themselves under great pressures, as you have said, to align. And Serbia is in a quite unique position because EU accession is our strategic priority, it is our strategic goal, and we have a very ambitious target that was set by our president, Mr. Aleksandar Vučić, to actually complete all of the reforms, internal reforms, to be ready for alignment by the end of 2026, which is extremely ambitious. Now, that does not mean to say that we will become members in 2027. It's highly unlikely, but then actually the timing rests upon the individual EU member states. But we actually complete our homework by the end of 2026. At the same time, Serbia is a successor to former Yugoslavia, which was one of the founders of the non-aligned movement. So we have, through generations, I think, kept very, very close connections with all of the countries in the non-aligned movement, and our former Minister of Foreign Affairs and former President of the UN General Assembly, Vuk Jeremić, is here with me, and as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, he actually led that kind of foreign policy for Serbia as well, which I think is very positive. Now, not to be very theoretical, I will just point out some of the things that actually show how successful Serbia has been and is in terms of spreading our connections in order to build a more resilient economy and more resilient country. If you look at our number one trading partner in goods, it's Germany, by far. If you look at our number one trading partner in services, it's the United States of America, by far, because of our strong ICT sector. If you look at foreign investments, about 65%, a bit more than 65% of foreign investments comes from the European Union. However, in the past 3 years, the number one foreign investor individually has been the People's Republic of China. So you have Germany, United States, and China. If you look at the biggest exporters from Serbia, those are two Chinese companies, Zijin and Hebis, which owns our steel mill. So you can see that we have actually very successfully managed to build the different connections economically, but also politically, in order to build a more resilient country, which actually is providing the best possible results for our people, for our nation. Because if you look at only the time of great challenges during COVID pandemic, Serbia was one of only 10 countries in the world, according to the World Bank, that has increased employment during COVID pandemic, and number one in the world in terms of the number of jobs created during COVID pandemic. So all of this means that we will continue to work towards the EU accession, but at the same time, we will try to serve as a bridge rather than as a battleground for different competing interests in the world.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you also to have reminded us that Serbia is legally, in legal terms, the follower of Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, and to have reminded us also that Yugoslavia was one of the founding members of non-alignment.
Yes.
History is, we never repeat enough that history matters, and matters a lot. So thank you. Now I'm going to give the floor to Lasha Darsalia. Your country, Georgia, is geopolitically in a very difficult situation. You are small, beautiful, of course, also, but small and beautiful. You have very important, significant minority issues. You have a very complex history with Russia. You have also some inclinations towards the Western world, particularly also Europe, the European Union. You are currently going through very significant deep turmoil in the country. So how can you find or hope to find a new equilibrium that could fit with this idea of a multi-vector approach to international relations?
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to use this opportunity and express my appreciation to you, Mr. Montbrial, and to the World Policy Conference for inviting me to attend this important session. And I want to welcome the distinguished audience. Thank you for this question. And while today we heard a lot, and we hear in next sessions as well a lot about the current challenges of international system, and talking about multi-vector foreign policy is really appropriate at the moment. For Georgia, as you rightfully mentioned, Georgia has several features. I would say, first of all, its geographical location, being between east and west, being in a middle of so-called middle corridor, which I would rather call it central corridor. Of course, it's very rational that Georgia to exploit this opportunity and to have good relations with different countries with different dimensions. But the major challenge Georgia faces and Georgia has is, unfortunately, Russian imperialism. And for Georgia, Georgia has two key issues. It is, as it exists last 30 years as an independent country. This is the issue of the territorial integrity and European and Euro-Atlantic integration. And unfortunately, the first, through the occupation of Georgia's territories, the first problem was created by Russian Federation to stop or hinder Georgia's European and Euro-Atlantic integration. When you are in Russian neighborhood, not neighborhood, when you are even immediate neighbor of Russia, unfortunately, especially now when it became the revisionist country into international system and the responsible player, your choice is either you become part of the some collective security solution like NATO or even European Union, though it is not security. If you fail, then you are imposed the war, like Ukraine now, or it was Georgia before. Before Ukraine, it was Georgia, and before Russia made the very dangerous precedents when occupying and territory of the neighboring country and trying forcefully to change the borders of internationally recognized borders. And unfortunately, it was Georgia who experienced this. So in this situation, for Georgia, multi-vector foreign policy means only one thing, So in our case, unfortunately, our neighbor interprets this divides the world, either world which is based on the international norms and rules, or world which is based on some practical or rational embrace choices. And for Georgia, there is only one choice. We hope that the world will be based on international law, and the world international politics will be based on the rules and norms of a civilized world. Unfortunately, this is not the case in our neighborhood. So our choice is obvious. We are on the side of where the civilized world stands, and which actually is establishing the rules-based international system, or re-establishing the rules-based international system. So any other choice, would it be, which organization to join or where to go, is based on this critical concept. And and unfortunately, the situation is difficult, as I said, for us because of this, our neighborhood. And well, I would compare the situation of Georgia living inside of cage with the wounded bear. And so the rest is just a strategy of survival.
Well, thank you very much. So clearly, for an outside observer, Georgia represents a situation at a smaller scale, which is similar to that of Ukraine. I am one of those personally who think that the Ukraine war should never have taken place. But the problem now in Georgia is that we could have a tragic evolution, and that illustrates well the feasibility, the sustainability of a concept such as multi-vector policy, because in order for such a policy to be what I call structurally stable, by speech this morning, there must be a will of the different parties to find rules of the game that allow such structural stability. And we see clearly that right now, in the case of Georgia, nobody can be able to say how the situation will evolve in the next weeks or months. So thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Roman Vasilenko. Kazakhstan is a huge country in terms of territory, with very weighty neighbors. Russia, of course, but also China. You have a very bold and so far effective policy with President Tokayev to open yourself as much as possible, economically but also politically, to the West, and particularly to the European Union. President Tokayev was a state visit in Paris recently. So you have some experience, probably the founder of this concept of multi-vector policy. So first, could you tell us a little bit about the Ukraine situation? Ukraine to start with. That is, do you believe that there is a real chance now to move towards some kind of diplomacy that could end to the end of this war? But also, do you think there is still a risk of escalation, even though the election of Trump probably has reduced this probability, but who knows? So what is your analysis as of today?
Thank you so much, dear Mr. Thierry de Montbrial. Merci beaucoup. Before going into Ukraine, can I still explain why this multi-vector foreign policy, why Kazakhstan? But first, I will take a little bit of issue with your words earlier just now about the taking sides and the forcing countries to take sides. You know, we think that the only side is the international community, and I still would like to believe we are an international community. The only side we should be all taking is the side of cooperation, not confrontation. The side of the international law, not lawlessness. The side of mutual benefit and win-win, and not mutual exclusion and zero-sum games. And that's the approach we have been pursuing for the past 30 years. You know, as you were talking about Kazakhstan sort of coming up with this idea 30 years ago, I had a flash in my mind, and I thought about a Kazakh home. It's a yurt. It's a round felt house, which doesn't have any corners, where you naturally taking corners, going into different corners like in a boxing ring, is naturally against the mentality of Kazakhstan. And that's why perhaps living in such a huge landmass as that you mentioned, but neighboring even bigger neighbors, we have pursued this multilateral, multi-vector, pragmatic, constructive foreign policy since independence. And as a result of this, we have avoided so far, touch wood, the situation where we would have tense or even bad relations with any country in the world, including our neighbors. And naturally we are proud of that, and naturally we think that this experience can be shared. Of course, other countries' experiences are different. They are in different geographical situations. They have different neighbors, but the challenges are similar. And I think the response can only be through greater engagement and through greater search for this mutually beneficial cooperation. There's always scope for such cooperation, and I agree with you that this war in Ukraine should never have happened and could have been avoided. I'm not talking about appeasement, but I'm talking about constructive engagement, listening and hearing what the other side has to say. And being realists, pragmatists, we think that still there is a chance that this situation will go according to the first scenario that you outlined in your opening remarks, that there is a growing recognition both in Russia, in Ukraine, and in the West, that it is unsustainable to go on like that, to continue this war. Otherwise, this will be the war until the last Ukrainian. Is this what the West wants? I don't think so. And you mentioned Donald Trump. Yes, everybody is expecting what's going to happen on January the 20th when he assumes office. I still think, despite the unclearness, lack of clarity as to what exactly he, as the leader of the United States, would want to put on the table, but I still think that this rather radical change in approach that he and his administration are going to bring to the table will have an impact, will give a jolt to this situation. For a very long time, there was this motto of the West staying with Ukraine for as long as it takes. That's an excellent motto. But as long as it takes until what? And it looks like Trump, his administration, are really going to look for solutions, and I hope that they look for solutions together with the European Union and together with Ukraine. Because I think in Russia there's also a realization that this war can go on for a long time. From their standpoint, I have recently been to Moscow, and that's, palpable. But I think economically there will be much bigger challenges ahead, and for Russia, they too would be interested in some kind of a settlement. That's exactly what President Tokayev mentioned publicly, including when he met Olaf Scholz, when he met Emmanuel Macron in Paris. And as a country that maintains ties with both Russia, Ukraine, with the West, we still remain open to playing any role if we are asked to play any role if we need in that room or maybe even sovereignty to serve as a platform for these peace talks to take place. So we think that the only solution is through diplomacy.
Well, thank you very much. Now I want to stress the fact that in history, many things which should not have happened, happen. Many things which should not have happened, happen, which is one more reason to reinforce as much as possible governance, global governance. But now this leads me to another question to the three of you. As we saw in the previous session with our Chinese friend Chao Yide, it may be impossible to reconcile the views, the approaches on global governance, even in a relatively narrow field, huge in itself, which is the economic governance. Well, Yide told us explicitly that it might be impossible. So my question relating this to the current session is is there not a risk with the concept of multivector policy to gradually move towards, in fact, conflicting approaches to governance, which would not be possible to reconcile? And related to that, the concept of middle powers. I'm very glad, by the way, that Kazakhstan is so much emphasizing this concept of middle countries, which is actually at the core of the approach of the WPC since the beginning, middle powers. So to rephrase positively my question to the three of you, how can middle powers play a constructive role? I would say to force bigger powers to take a more reasonable approach, a more diplomatic approach to the major issues of the world. So let us start with Madame Branic.
It's a tough question, and I'm not sure that it's even possible. It certainly doesn't depend on us. I can tell you that Serbia has managed to position itself as the country which is, I think, perceived as a country that can actually build bridges. Only if you look only at this year, 2024, for a country which has only 6.8 million people, we hosted the President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping, and for the second time in the past 10 years. We have hosted the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. We have hosted Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz. We have hosted President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Our President had a telephone conversation with the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. We have hosted the President of Kazakhstan, Mr. Tokayev, the President of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, only in 2024, and many more other world leaders, which is quite unconventional, I would say. But that might be, I think, the answer to your question, is that, yes, I think when you have such a wide gap between different world powers, perhaps sometimes they look for countries, and will do that, hopefully even more in the future, that do talk to everyone, to come in and say, okay, can you tell us what this other person thinks, what this other country thinks, how can we actually, again, establish the communication channels, because at the end of the day, any war needs to end by some kind of a dialogue. And I have no idea whether currently there are communication channels open between different conflicting, warring sides. I hope that they do, but it seems that sometimes, actually, for the first time perhaps in history, there are no communication channels open, and that is a frightening thought, I would say. So perhaps, some of us can serve as a bridge between all of these different sides. Now, going forward, whether the situation will become even more complex, as it tended to happen when in the first term of President Trump, when there was actually a trade war between EU and the United States, and everyone else, including Serbia as EU accession country, suffered. It remains to be seen, and to end, I think what, as not as the Speaker of the Parliament, as kind of the citizen of the world, what worries me is that all of us together have much more pressing issues globally, such as climate change, that we need and can resolve only by working together. Now, the fact that we can't even resolve issues that actually depend on us, and that we have a increasingly more complex world with increasingly more wars in it, is a really worrying thing, because to put all of our knowledge, all of our technology to work together, we might not be able to solve the climate change issue. But to think that even on that thing we're not working together is something that truly is frightening.
Well, thank you very much. Before giving Mr. Darsalia the floor, I would like to remind you that this afternoon, the second session of this afternoon, starting at 2:30, there will be a conversation. I will have a conversation with Mr. Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy was the 55th Speaker of the US, of the American Chamber of Representatives, and he knows Donald Trump very well, very well. And he had some quarrel with him, but now they are reconciled, at least for the time being. And I think he will give us some insights of what might be the next few months and years to continue this sort of discussion. So now, Mr. Darsalia.
Thank you, and it's really difficult and important question, but I believe that international community is much stronger than any single country. And this is, I think, and in this regard, it really, well, peace is very important, but I think it's more important justful peace or just peace. Because otherwise, just try to have peace on expense of international law, it will just trigger future wars and future conflicts. And I think this is important concept. And in this regard, whatever even if it looks difficult, even impossible or idealistic, or whatever the sides are, the solutions have to be based on international law and just solution of the issue. And if international community takes into its arsenal international law, not any other concepts like pragmatic approach or something, then I think it will be possible just to not only achieve peace today, but also to prevent conflicts in future, because it will high cost for any country to breach the international law. And I think this is important, and this is what unfortunately is difficult to do today when we are talking about Russia. But history does not like questions if, but just imagine if Russia was stopped, not in 2022, or it's not even stopped now, but If it was stopped in 91, when it triggered the ethnic cleansing of Georgians in Georgia's territory, if it stopped during the genocide in Chechnya, or in Transnistria, or its actions in Transnistria, or in 2008, and because we Georgians remember, we all the time hear this, okay, yes, you had these problems, you have occupation, you have that, but let's pragmatically engage with Russia and hear what they want. They want just one thing. They don't recognize their neighbors as a countries. And and in this regard, we have, so before we will not take as our key orientation international law, we will keep asking who is next. Before we will not deal with the issue who was before, we will keep asking who is next. And so this looks difficult, this very even idealistic, just, but that's the only solution, unfortunately.
Thank you very much.
If I might,
Yes, please.
just interfere quickly. At the same time, let's not make this into a overly too simplistic. Look at this too simplistically, because Russia, you know, I would say as a global superpower, is, as the global superpowers tend to get, is not the only global superpower that sometimes has complete disregard for the UN Charter and the international rule of law. Other superpowers do the same. So it's not the problem of Russia. It's the problem, I think, of the global superpowers. As you have said, you said, you know, there's no single country that is more powerful than the international rule of law, but they do behave as they are. And I know, again, based on my country, Serbia, you know, we were bombed in 1999 by NATO alliance without the decision made by the UN Security Council, because the NATO knew that it wouldn't pass by the UN Security Council. But that's precisely what UN Security Council is for. So, and then they've taken away a part of our territory, our autonomous province Kosovo and Metohija. It wasn't done by Russia, it was done by other global superpowers. So it's not, you know, it's not like, I think, you know, Russia has, you know, they've done something that they've seen others do before them.
Yes, and I totally agree that I did not say that international law have to refer only to Russia, but the international community generally. That's why Georgia does not recognize Kosovo as an independent country, because it recognizes principle of territorial integrity. But that's exactly my point. Basically, is that well, there is no any justification to breach of international law. Yes, so and just if things the things happened in past does not justify what is happening now. So basically, that my answer was referring, because it was a discussion about the Ukraine, it's Russia is not only violates the sovereignty of Ukraine, but it also challenges the international system and challenges and tries to revise the international system and make it based on the primate of power rather than on international law. And so I really don't want to go into discussing previous cases because there could be a lot of things before, but today we have, I think it's what is unique now is that Russia tries to replace international law with primate of power. And this is really unique in this situation.
Thank you very much. Before giving the floor to Roman again, this reminds me of a discussion I had in Moscow in the 90s, when Russia was very weak. Discussion with Mr. Ivanov, who then was foreign minister of Russia. And I asked him, well, what can you do? What should be your basic principles to conduct diplomacy in such a situation? And he told me, oh, it's very simple. When a country is weak, it has to stick to international law. When it is strong, it is significantly different. And I think this theorem is verified almost every day. relationship between the strength or weakness of a country to international law is an interesting research subject in itself. So, Roman?
Thank you so much. Fascinating to listen to the discussion and to your comments. And I think all of the speakers, including myself, will agree that what is needed is the UN reform. And I've been in diplomacy for 30 years plus, and as long as I remember myself, there is this conversation about the need for the UN reform, but we're still there. And more and more we see that the UN Security Council is deadlocked, gridlocked, because of the veto power of one of the 5 countries. We think that we need to get serious about this reform, and it has to have a stronger regional representation. There are countries that have much more economic clout than they used to have in 1945 when this arrangement was established. And I think it is increasingly obvious that the UN and the UN Security Council becomes increasingly, well, irrelevant, shall we say. And that's wrong. The UN is the only international unique organization, and we strongly, as a multilateralists, we're strongly in favor of the United Nations and strengthening its mandate. And that can only be done if we are to build a more fair system within the UN. I know there have been various groups, various discussions, but they have come to naught so far. And that's very, very bad for the mankind, especially since we are facing so many challenges globally, not just wars, but climate change and the advent of new technologies that we all need to be taken care of together. But you mentioned the middle powers. Yes, we were called the middle power earlier this year by a German think tank. We appreciate this title, but we take it very seriously, and we understand that this requires a lot of responsibility. We're ready to share our experience. We're ready to contribute to the resolution of international conflicts, but we think that we can only do it together, again, perhaps as a network of like-minded middle powers who can come together and impress upon the superpowers that there is a great international community which stands for the international law. And if we are to follow the logic of Mr. Ivanov and to follow the rule of the strong one, this is the law of the jungle. What will come up of the world after that? Nothing good.
Thank you very much. So we have a very strict agenda because we will have only 1 hour for lunch before resuming. So I will take one question, but cannot take. But the one question is, I'm going to give the floor to someone, the only person who does not ask for the floor. That's Tatiana Castueva-Jean, who helped to set up this session. Where is she? Tatiana? Oh, Tatiana, yeah.
Right there.
Okay. But stand up to be identified. So the micro is coming.
Merci beaucoup pour cette possibilité. Je n'avais pas demandé la parole, mais en effet, j'ai beaucoup contribué à la préparation de cette session. Et je voudrais poser une question à M. Darsalia, vice-ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Géorgie, par rapport à ce qui est en train de se passer dans le pays et les éventuelles sanctions de l'Union européenne qui risquent de mettre en péril votre objectif d'adhésion à l'Union européenne. Et votre pays a eu une chance extraordinaire d'obtenir le statut de candidat. Et j'entends bien que vous avez un voisin avec lequel vous êtes enfermé, pour réutiliser votre expression, comme un ours dans la cage. Comment réconcilier cette menace côté russe avec la volonté d'adhérer à l'Union européenne sans réprimer les manifestants dans la rue et en respectant toutes les valeurs que le rêve géorgien déclare être les siens. Merci.
Thank you. I hope I correctly understood the question because it was translation going on. There were several questions, as I understand, inside, and several facts, I would say. Well, first of all, the issue is that European and Euro-Atlantic integration in Georgia is not debated. So everyone supports this, and the government is in front of this. And there was this interpretation of recent statements, and it was not that Georgia stops Euro-Atlantic integration. That was not the statement. Statement was about that it just waits from the European Union to make it clear when Georgia can start. Several stages towards, several steps in this issue. Regarding the European and Euro-Atlantic integration generally, this is, support of European integration in Georgia is plus minus 90%. It's always very high. And unfortunately, as I already said, Georgia has two key issues, territorial integrity and European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Unfortunately, that's what for the last 3 decades was the reality, that occupation of the Georgia's territories was used by Russian Federation to hinder or to stop Georgia's European or to derail Georgia from this path. And it's not only what is happening on occupied territories, but it's also this ongoing hybrid war against Georgia, which has the several dimensions. First of all, this is demonizing the West or Western values in Georgia, demonizing the West generally, as well as demonizing Georgia in the West too. So this is, unfortunately, this is the reality where we live. When European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Georgia, Georgia considers this as expanding the space for peace and cooperation, and it is not against any country. And it definitely is not against Russia. But unfortunately, that's how Russia interprets this, and that's from where all this, why we have this hybrid war from Russia against Georgia.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to, we have to end up here. But I hope you understood why I said at the beginning that this session is important. I think this session is important because if we want to avoid to slip from the second Cold War I mentioned this morning to a real Third World War, it is crucial to use these concepts we have been briefly discussing this morning. So I'm sure that in future editions of the World Policy Conference, we will try to go deeper in these ideas, and obviously talking about the future of the Middle East in a more and more complex situation. At some point, we will have also to use these kinds of concepts. So thank you very much indeed. By the way, one more word about the future of the European Union itself, because the European Union is in miniature, so to speak, a model of global governance. If one wants to deepen the concept of a European foreign policy, European defense or security policy, we will be obliged to go into these kinds of considerations within Europe. So it's really very important. So thank you very much, and I wish you, all of you, bon appétit. Ok, donc bon appétit, bon appétit. Hein, à tout à l'heure. Là, ouais.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you enjoyed your lunch. We are now set to begin in approximately 3 to 4 minutes the afternoon sessions of the 17th World Policy Conference. We ask you to please find your seats in the plenary ballroom. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you please find your seats. We are now set to begin the afternoon sessions. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, les sessions plénières de l'après-midi vont débuter. Nous vous invitons à rejoindre vos sièges.
Bon après-midi à tous. Alors je commence en français, ça sera mon seul petit plaisir de l'après-midi pour remercier l'équipe du World Policy Conference de nous avoir proposé ce panel. Alors il est un peu effrayant à plusieurs titres. Effrayant parce que nous étions prévus ce matin, on nous a déplacés à cet après-midi. Et c'est sûr que mobiliser les gens en décalage horaire après le déjeuner, c'est un objectif extrêmement ambitieux. Donc on va essayer d'être à la hauteur de cet objectif. Il est effrayant aussi parce que nous sommes un panel où il n'y a que des hommes. Alors ça arrive, mais j'espère que là aussi on ne nous en tiendra pas trop rigueur. Et surtout, il est difficile parce que parler de déglobalisation, démondialisation ou remondialisation, D'une certaine manière, ça pourrait être le thème d'à peu près toutes les plénières du WPC cette année. Il y a beaucoup de sujets qui sont derrière tout ça. So let me switch to English. So deglobalization, reglobalization, we are all in this room either actors or spectators or analysts of movements of all kinds, and we are struggling to make sense of all these movements, like the rest of the population. Globalization as we know it, in a way, was a comfort. It was easy to read the world. But one thing is for sure now, is that globalization as we know it, as we knew it after the fall of the Berlin Wall, till the global financial crisis is dead. What is emerging now is not clear yet, to say the least. We are struggling with a number of concepts and definitions which abound, and we'll discuss some of them. Deglobalization, multipolarity, regionalization, fragmentation, alternative globalization, reglobalization, etc., alongside concepts like de-risking, decoupling, nearshoring, friendshoring, the comeback of sovereignty, national security, safety. And to a certain extent, some people might wonder whether we are moving from a rules-based order to a contract-based order or a transaction-based order. But behind all these words, there are a number of realities we need to consider. And that's what we want to develop with this panel. There are a number of shocks to the so-called globalization, but the reality is that there are a number of things which are behind the word globalization. Obviously, trade, and we discussed trade at length this morning, comes first. Trade has slowed down, but to what extent? We'll discuss that. Is it really concentrating geographically? Is it block-based or not? We'll discuss that. Capital flows and investment, obviously. Both public flows and private flows are under pressure, to say the least. And at the very minimum, they become, that's my daily job as an investor, more and more complex, between the sanctions, the rising necessity of compliance, etc. Of course, we cannot forget the migrations. When I was managing director of the World Bank, there were 50 million refugees in the world 10 years ago. This year, there are 108 million. It has doubled in 10 years. But of course, we shall not either forget data, technology, and communication, which continue to grow exponentially, but are also facing new types of barriers these days. And of course, we cannot forget the AI shock. Eric Schmidt, the former chairman and CEO of Google, last week said, I think the most important thing people can't know today is that what is happening now in tech is working at mega scale. Everything, everywhere, all at once. That might be the new definition of globalization, of another form of globalization. And he added, this is largely due to scale computing, huge computational power, network of resources, and of course the application of AI to everything. So there are the flows of people, of money, of goods and services, and there is also the reorganization of the power around this. What does it mean? The debate is no longer the debate that we heard many times between the so-called West and the so-called West. It's also the power shared between individuals and the tech power. It's a power struggle between government, as reminded us Minister Ivanov this morning. When you are rules, people that can escape the rule make the choice. So there are governments that can impose their rules and the governments that have no choice but to follow and accept the rules of others. So this is where we are. And in a way, I'd like to quote Reid Hoffman. Reid Hoffman is the founder of LinkedIn. Last week he said, today there is a China-US war on tech. And in tech, there is no place for the referee. So that's again, a new form of globalization that we are not prepared to handle in 1989. So let me conclude with two personal experiences. I'm an investor in the South. Blue Like an Orange, that's my commercial page with my orange scarf. Blue Like an Orange is investing in Latin America and Africa. We are, and we've started to discuss that this morning, we are facing a growing gap with the South. The message, and I'm going to be extremely simplistic, the message is, okay guys, you lecture us with all your norms, the Green Deal, etc. The flow of public money is diminishing. Look at the COP conversation. The flow of private money has never been big, and it's also diminishing. for a number of reasons, including industrial policies, the rise in interest rates in the north, the America first or France first or Germany first policy, because they all come with strings attached. So basically the message, you lecture us, there is no money, and on top of that, you would like us to be nice with you. That's a real issue. It has immense repercussions. My second experience, I'm also working on sustainable development. And we are facing, it has been reminded to us this morning, we are facing global challenges. Whether we like it or not, climate is global, nature is global, plastics are global, etc., etc. So we discuss globalization, and we say, as I said, globalization as we knew it is over. For me, the big challenge is probably not so much to find a new word to describe or define globalization, but to find a way to describe something I would call planetarization, because we need our planet. And we are not there, far from it. Maybe we are de-risking our individual states, our individual companies, our individual behavior. But by doing so, are we not increasing the risk that our planet is taking? So to discuss all these issues, we have an amazing panel. I will not introduce everybody because you have the bios in your little books. I will start with Sébastien. Sébastien Jean, please, you have the floor. I remind the rules for everybody. It's 6 to 7 minutes. Based on our conversation, I'm sure you will stick to it.
Thanks a lot, Bertrand. I have a presentation. I think it will appear. OK, thank you. So you've described a lot of complex issues. I thought it would be useful to start somehow with the big picture, with the narrative. We are facing a background of increasing geopolitical tensions. How are they reshaping trade patterns? I think the narrative presently is dominated by, so to say, two stories. The first one is about geo-economic fragmentation. It's a term coined by the IMF. In a context marked by trade war, by war as well. And the second one is a build-up of competing industrial policies. So I'm going to be very old-fashioned and try to somehow fact-check these two stories using trade data, so I'll be focusing on trade. Let me begin with geo-economic fragmentation. If you define blocks, the IMF has done it, so I'm here following an IMF fragmentation, a Western bloc organized around the US and Eastern bloc around China based upon correlation of votes at the United Nations. What we are witnessing is that since the beginning of the trade war in early 2018, trade between blocs has been lagging behind the rest of world trade, okay, by 10 to 20% in terms of order of magnitude. But this is an average. So what do we see if we look beyond average? I won't go into details. I have a paper forthcoming next week as an Ifri paper, and I'm relying on it. What we see is that war is highly disruptive, but not by 10 or 20%, by one order of magnitude. That's about a kind of hard decoupling. Trade war is significantly disruptive as well. Not by 10, 20%, more in the order of 30, 45% compared to similar flows, okay? It's a kind of soft decoupling. Now comes the question, if the average is so much different from this kind of geopolitical hotspots, what is left if you exclude the hotspots in terms of this, what we're told to be a reorganization of world trade along blocks? The reply is here to that answer. And the reply is nothing. Nothing is left. Trade between blocks is not lagging behind the rest of world trade. Actually, it's going a bit much faster, okay? Which doesn't mean, of course, that geopolitics are not important to world trade. It just means, to me, that this story of world blocks for trade is oversimplistic. It does not reflect the reality, which is much, much more complex, which is a story of geopolitical tensions, that's true, but also of kind of economic coalescence or economic attraction forces, if you like. Now, second part of the story is a build-up of industrial policies. I won't go through the details, the nuts and bolts of this
well-documented build-up, IRA, China's trade, industrial policies, etc. We all know that. We also know, and it's been documented, that many of these industrial policies are trade distortive. More than 70% are, according to a recent study. So is that shaping world trade patterns? If that would be the case, what we would expect would be a kind of scattered pattern of some programs being successful or more ambitious, others being less ambitious, etc. Something kind of diversified at the world level. And trade data tell a very different story. The story is that China is becoming now the world's sole manufacturing superpower. What does it give in terms of data if you look specifically at manufactured goods? And they are important because they are this is where industrial policies mainly apply, and also because politically they are very important from a technological point of view, from an economic security point of view, a social point of view as well. In many respects, it's very important. So here is the Chinese surplus in manufactured goods measured as a proportion of the total worldwide trade in manufactured goods. You see that it's reached now 11% of world trade. That's a huge amount, okay? And it surged big time after the COVID pandemic. What is the story behind that? Well, of course, we can think of a productivity improvement. We all know the spectacular achievement of the Chinese sector. Now, what is disturbing with regard to this potential explanation or narrative is the fact that if you look at the various branches within the manufacturing sector, that's what I'm doing here based on coverage ratios, you see that the Chinese situation improved in every single branch, okay? Second disturbing fact, somehow, China's real effective exchange rate depreciated over that period. Normally, when you face a productivity improvement, you face also an appreciation of the real exchange rate. That was not the case for China. It was a reverse by 9% since 2019. So the lesson and my conclusion in the paper is that this is mainly policy-driven, and it's actually a very explicit, openly explicit political choice. What is the conclusion to respect the time? The conclusion to me is simple. First, geoeconomic fragmentation is not generalized, at least not so far, and at least not as far as trade patterns are concerned. And you have also economic coalescence forces at stake. Second point, if we want to improve the international economic system, we need to improve coordination, and at least in two respects. One is macroeconomic, because part of this, the imbalance I've been emphasizing is sourced in macroeconomic imbalances, the famous rebalancing that we've been expecting for decades now. And the second is about industrial policies, and I think that here it is indispensable to recognize that we need policy space because of the needs to invest in climate transition and in economic security at least. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sébastien. You kind of passed a little bit over your 6 minutes, but it's okay. Thank you. Please, you can share your applause. And no, I was a little nervous. Please. I was a little nervous when you told me that you want to do some fact-checking, because in today's world, fact-check seems a little bit out of fashion. But thank you to be somewhat reassuring regarding the reality behind the buzz. Thank you very much, Sébastien. So next is Mark Theo, which among many distinctions was the Minister of Trade for Korea a few years ago.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Theo Park from South Korea. I would like to join first previous speakers in thanking WPC organizers, particularly Professor Thierry Montbrial, for inviting me to this wonderful occasion. Well, in my presentation for this session, I would like to briefly discuss the responses of the business sectors to recent changes that have taken place in the global world trade environment. I have classified the cases 4 different categories. And for each case, I look at the effect of the change And then I also look at the de-risking behaviors of the global firms, and then overall result, respectively. How do I go? Maybe this one? No?
Is that okay? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Back.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you can see, the first case, the incidence of the COVID-19 pandemic, you know this very well, and the recent wars. And if you look at this, as you know very well, the effects, immediate effects of these incidents are disruptions in supply of materials, parts, component, agricultural product, energy, and so on. In response to these effects, global firms diversify the input sources. And in this way, we reduce excessive dependence on a few countries or regions for their business activities. Of course, the firms may have lost some efficiency, but they are able to develop more stable supply chains and increase their geo-economic resilience. We should note that in these cases, some new economies participated in the global value chain. And some trade experts recognize this as a positive so-called re-globalization effect coming from maintaining interdependence without overdependence. Let's look at the next case where US imposes tariffs and non-tariff barriers on imports from China during the Trump's first presidency and the current Biden administration. The effect, of course, is decline of bilateral trade between the two countries. I don't have any specific data, but this is true. And naturally, Chinese firms try to circumvent US trade restrictions. So Chinese firms invested and produced in the so-called third-party countries. Some experts are calling them connector countries like Vietnam and Mexico, and export their product to the US market. As a result, investment in these countries and their export to the United States increased. Trade experts see this phenomena as another positive re-globalization effect, which mitigate harms produced by a policy of decoupling. Let me turn to the third case, where US imposes strict restrictions against China in certain high-tech products based on national security concerns. As you know very well, exports of high-end semiconductors to China declined, as not only the US, but also other countries following the same measures of US, stopped exporting them to China. So China faces difficulties to import high-end semiconductors needed for their advanced sector. And in other countries which used to export high-end semiconductors to China struggle to find alternative export markets. This is clearly a kind of a deglobalization effect, which worsened fragmentation in global trade. The last case is where the US measures on EV subsidies discriminate foreign producers in EV batteries using materials and parts. They name this from the Foreign Entity of Concern, FEOC, but this means China, actually. They didn't name the country, but this means actually China. As a result, the US imports of EVs fall. Foreign EV producers seek to produce in the United States, and foreign EV battery manufacturers diversify their import sources of critical minerals and parts. In this case, some economies emerge as a new supply sources for minerals and parts for EV batteries. However, overall global trade in EVs and EV batteries is negatively affected, worsening fragmentation in global trade flows. So from these four cases, we see that business sectors have made proper adjustment through re-globalization, although there are some areas where deglobalization effects appeared a little bit significantly. Well, next slide, this is the second to the last, is regarding our concerns that US-China tensions might be intensified when the second term of President Trump begins next year. President-elect Trump has been talking about imposing universal tariff of 10 to 20%, 60% tariff on goods, on Chinese goods, and 25% tariff on goods from Mexico and Canada, even though Mexico and Canada are their USMCA partners. So if all these tariffs are implemented, well, we expect quite negative effects to prevail in the global trade. I mean, we don't know whether these tariff measures are actually implemented. And ironically, if these are implemented, US may face inflationary pressure from these measures. We talk about this in the first session or second session in the morning. Also, Chinese export to United States through third-party countries will decrease, and China will export these products to other markets, which may cause negative spillover effects. Therefore, positive reglobalization benefits will diminish, increasing negative deglobalization effects. The last slide is my own suggestions. I think many people are sharing this suggestion for the future global trade order. Firstly, even though it sounds kind of naive, like-minded countries, particularly middle power countries, raise their collective voices and urge the US to take a leadership role in reinvigorating the multilateral trade governance by reforming the WTO. Second, WTO member countries with similar interests and positions should pursue open plurilateral trade agreements in areas such as trade and services, investment, and digital trade. The third suggestion is that the WTO member countries work together to reach agreements on areas of common interest, such as climate change, public health, and food security. Lastly, but not least, like-minded WTO member countries should strengthen WTO rules on subsidies to discipline unilateral industrial policies. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being very specific. I think it's good to move from general observation to specific cases. I believe that during the general conversation, we will discuss if there are enough like-minded countries to reach a critical mass, but that's another point. But thank you very much. Vladislav, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all for present here. I would like to go a little bit further and address a phenomenon which I try to call a kind of alternative globalization. Because if one talks about more or less tariff regulation, more intensive or less intensive trade, I would say that these phenomena, they happened one and again, and globalization, or formerly internationalization, it came back and forth, it increased and decreased. It's kind of a pendulum movement which was in place for several centuries so far. Actually, to my mind, what we witness today is a little bit different process, because after the Cold War, the globalization for the first time became actually a very little regulated process. It was pursued not only by states, or not so much by states, but by private actors, and this, of course, developed it as a very forceful, I would say, trend in global economy. And as soon as it happened, another actors entered the stage, which were called informal, ungovernmental, a little bit criminal, at least illicit and anti-systemic. 20 years ago, one to my mind, very thoughtful analyst, Moises Naim, who was formerly the Minister of Finance, I think, for trade for Venezuela, he wrote a very interesting book called Illicit, and then he developed it into a concept of 5 wars on globalization, talking about 5 big challenges which were presented to the globalized world by illegal drug trade, violation of intellectual property rights, smuggling, and many other issues. At that time, when he wrote this book, it was a very interesting idea, but all these trends were fostered by anti-systemic forces and non-governmental agencies, or groups, or networks. So what I'm talking about today is that after the confrontation between the global powers and the global system increased, when the revisionist powers gained ground, as Russia became a clearly revisionist power, as China gets growing influence, as alliances between these powers are building up, like Russia and Iran, Russia and North Korea. So now we can see a kind of a rising global system which defies the rules which were imposed and were created by generations since the end of the Second World War. And this, another globalization, is now managed by states, not by non-state actors. And this is actually a very important issue to my mind, because what we see a non-regulated trade. You know, first Iran, Venezuela, then Russia created a system, or a team of a so-called shadow fleet of tankers which go around the world selling oil without proper authorization. You see the rise of the government-managed mercenary armies, because the Russian army is now even not a contract army. It's an army of mercenaries. And it is rising in cooperation with Iran and North Korea, which defies every kind of even internationally recognized sanctions. The evasion of sanctions is also a process which is managed and coordinated on the interstate level. And moreover, I would say that, of course, the intellectual property rights are also not very much respected in this part of the world. And to conclude, I would say that even the system of international settlements is also challenged by different new measures which are used widely by the countries which are sanctioned by the Western powers. So therefore, my point is that we should be quite careful and insightful in looking in what is going on, because these days it's even not the system which emerged in during the Cold War, because during the Cold War you had a market-oriented, democratic, liberal Western system, and a planned communist system, dominated by the authoritarian governments. Now, on both sides of the equation, on both orderly globalization and disorderly globalization, or anti-systemic globalization, there are the same forces. They are market forces, they are based on the free economy, defying most of the rules which were established. And so I will stop here just saying that to my mind, in coming years, the major problem in the world would be not the problem of either we have more globalization or less globalization. If we have an orderly globalization, or if we have a kind of anti-systemic globalization. And the fight and the contradiction between them will challenge and shape the global order for coming decades. That's my vision for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladislav, to ask us to stay tuned, because, yes, please.
Okay.
To ask us to stay tuned, because there are a lot of things ongoing and we should pay attention to what's happening now, because this will shape the world in the coming years. Kazuo, you have the floor.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me again for this wonderful World Policy Conference. I think following what Vladislav has discussed, and I think following the Bertrand's proposition, that how do we describe the globalization of today, which is not the globalization as we know it? I think I propose the idea of this is a time of the geoeconomics. The geoeconomics means that I emphasize the word geo, because the economy, the globalization, during the globalization, we assume that the economy transcends the geography. We are moving from one place to another without any, controls, and lower the tariff, lower the regulations, the race to the bottom. There are countries which are competing to attract
more investment, trade, and everything. And that was the sort of a driving force of the globalization. But today, the geoeconomics means the geographically defined spaces, such as the national jurisdiction, is becoming extremely important to protect their own people, culture, and the national well-being. So I think this concept of the return of geography or return of the geoeconomics is actually what happened in today's globalization. Today, you know, I agree with Blaslav that, you know, the globalization is not over. The movement of trade, movement of capital is still going on, but there are a number of countries which are taking certain measures to be driven by the domestic concerns about the globalization or free trade is actually harming their economy and the society. And, you know, this 2024 was an election year. There were about 70 elections all over, and most of the cases, the incumbents were losing the elections, largely because of the inflation and also the, you know, dissatisfaction with the economic management. So free trade is becoming more and more as an enemy, and using tariffs and export control or any other means to restrict the trade is becoming as a fashionable means to weaponize the economy, because we are trapped in the interdependency. Interdependency has been promoted during this during the time of the globalization. You know, there are so much deeply engaged in many countries, including the United States and China. So decoupling is not realistic. And well, as Sebastian has mentioned, that you know, the trade between blocs still goes on because we are trapped in the interdependence. But the contents of the interdependence is now changing. We cannot easily using this interdependence for the sake of the economic growth, but it is for the sake of the economic weaponization. So using this interdependence, or the, you know, the situation where the countries are trapped into the interdependence, is now being, you know, giving a very fertile ground for the politicians such as Mr. Trump to use that as the tools to threat other countries, because, you know, no country wants to be left out from the interdependence. If you are left out from the interdependence, then, you know, there will be a lot of pain that associates with. So the economic sanctions against Russia, for example, is one of the ways in which to decouple or to separate the Russian economy from the Western or rest of the world economy. But in fact, it is getting harder. Although, you know, the states are using the economic sanctions as a weapon to force against Russia to change its behavior against Ukraine, but at the same time, you know, there are certain rooms are left. For example, Japan is still buying LNG from Russia, or the many other countries are buying oil and diamonds from Russia. So this is because this interdependence during the globalization is now creating a lot of pain for other countries to decouple. So often this, you know, a situation of the interdependence can be used as both as a weapon, but at the same time as a safeguard of the globalization. But again, the globalization as we know it is no longer applicable, because these, you know, there is no willingness for any countries to deepen this interdependence and to create more vulnerabilities. So that's why the idea of the economic security comes into play. The economic security is usually defined as the way to reduce the dependency on another country and try to reduce the vulnerability on the others. So not to increase more dependency and to reduce the amount of the interdependence. And finally, even this situation, what is interesting is that Mr. Trump's policy to use tariff as the economic coercive measures, it is interesting that the movement of capital is not restricted. So, of course, there are sanctions against certain countries like Russia or North Korea or Iran, but still, most of the a movement of capital between Japan and the Western countries are still available for anybody. So if there is a tariff barriers, then you can overcome the tariff barriers by investing in the US jurisdiction. And I think this is now becoming a very interesting move because the tariff itself is no longer the measures of the protectionism, but it is the measure to invite the investment into the United States. So in conclusion, the globalization as we know it is over, but I think the globalization with the characteristics of the geo-economic competition is starting now.
Thank you very much. So thank you for highlighting the duality of interdependence. I think it's an interesting way. Pierre, it's your turn to close this first round of comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are 4 points I would like to make. The first one is the centrality of domestic politics. In a way, we were in a world in which national politics was embedded in the vision of a global economy. It was taken for granted, and when the framework seems to collapse, then there is a lot of talk about how to maintain it. So in a way, domestic politics was governed by this vision of a globalized world economy. And this is not working any longer for a lot of reasons having to do with geopolitics, but also with a dissatisfaction within our countries about the results from globalization. And we need to move, at least traditionally, to a world in which the vision of the global economy is embedded in domestic politics, the reverse. It is how can domestic politics lead us to new rules of the game for the global economy? And this is a difficult question because, of course, the how that will happen depends on the country we sit in. And this process will take time, and I will come back to that. It has to be a transactional process. There is no other way. It cannot be an ideological process because the ideology is not shared. So we need to reconstruct an ideology of rules of the game, and that's a challenge before us. My second message is about the economics of globalization. A number of speakers have said, and I do agree, that globalization is still alive and kicking. And it is not only about trade and finance, by the way, it's about cultural exchanges, it's about the way research is conducted, increasingly internationally, it's about health. The solution, quote unquote, to the COVID pandemics was basically international, not national. It's about also global public goods, which create a new need for globalization because any solution has to be joint action. So that's a form of cooperation which is much more demanding. In the face of that continuing globalization, I think economists have tended to have simplistic messages. For example, even this basic idea for which I have fought myself as an economist, that trade is a positive sum game. Well, it depends what you consider. Among nations, yes, but nations are made of individuals, and even individually, trade brings benefits and costs. So if we believe that the benefits of trade are worth the cost, which I do believe, again, we need to make that demonstration more properly. So we need a work of economists that goes with granular data on how income distribution is affected by trade, much more than has been happening so far. And any solution shouldn't be about a recommendation about opening the country. It should be about a recommendation on how to deal with this balance between economic and cost. So there is a challenge for economists if we are serious about pushing for globalization. And of course, economists also need to expand their views to a more proper consideration of what is called externalities, and namely everything having to do with the environment, with climate change, and so on. That has also to be embedded in economics, and right now it's still not fully the case. My third point is that this again is a transition period, in the sense that the former rules of the game are no longer acceptable or accepted, and they are no longer relevant for a lot of reasons. We need to build new what. During this transition, the world is increasingly uncertain because there are no rules of the game that we know will be respected by all actors. And facing that uncertainty, I think it's quite normal that the private sector, companies, are trying to de-risk. They're trying to go back to a world in which they can understand the risks that they take. Uncertainty is more difficult in the Knightian sense of the world because it deals with risks that are not quantifiable or that are of events that are unknown and that are likely to, or that there is a positive probability that they could happen. So de-risking is a response to uncertainty, and in that sense it's a response to the fragmenting movement of the world, much more than a cause for it. So of course, de-risking itself can make fragmentation more palatable. So there is a reverse action between fragmentation and de-risking. But de-risking can also contribute to globalization. For example, protectionist threats are responded by investment. If you think that the market is going to be closed to your products, then you invest to produce locally. And that's a new shape of globalization. It is not deglobalization. So in a way, in this transition, we are rebuilding another form of globalization, but globalization is still going to be with us. And finally, we are in this transition period. There are two things that, for me, are major trends. One is the primacy of the transactional behavior. This is a negotiation. We need to build new rules. They have to be negotiated. In a negotiation, you set your own interest and you negotiate. And any instrument that you can use to reach your goals is going to be on the table. So we shouldn't worry too much about affirmations, about declarations. What matters in the end is debate, discussion, and negotiation. And the second trend that is inescapable is multipolarity. There is an increasing number of countries who have a legitimate seat around the table. And certainly this includes not only the big countries, but the countries that are part of the spirit of this World Policy Conference, which Thierry mentioned as medium-sized powers, basically. And we need to find ways to do this. It's not going to be easy. Negotiating with two major countries is difficult, three a little more, but 20, 25, 40, that's something that is going to take much more time. And this is why we need an intense dialogue on all these issues, but we should make a permanent effort to reconnect economics and politics, because the two get together. We as economists forgot that because we were living in a world in which geopolitics was stable, so we could ignore it. This is over, at least for some time. Let's rebuild a world in which high politics is stable once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we started with Sébastien with fact-checking, which, as I said, was a little bit out of fashion today. We finished with Pierre who call us for being kind of realistic and reasonable, which is also a little bit out of fashion. But I think maybe not in this room, so that's good. So it's time for me to open up for questions, please. Yes. No, wait for the mic, Stan.
I'm Stan Cozon, Capgemini. Question to Mr. Bach. You mentioned at the end of your presentation that one of your suggestions was that WTO countries should try and reach agreements on certain common issues. Let me pick the first one you mentioned, climate change. What would be the 2 or 3 or 4 major countries you think could drive this effort?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Well, climate change issues are becoming a universal issue. But if you look at this morning, we have also discussion. We have big leading nations having different positions on climate change issues. The EU is really advocating for climate change issues by introducing carbon border adjustment mechanism or pricing the carbon, things like that. But US is not doing it. So maybe we have to have some kind of common, at least common principles or agreement to make so that many other countries can participate in this kind of movement. So we can extend this idea for food security and public health, but after that, I don't have any good idea what will be the 4th or 5th item, but maybe human rights or labor standard, we can talk about this. In US policy on IRA, through IRA, they talk about the origin of the country, who is making it, what kind of material you are using it. Rather than that, we have to impose some kind of climate change criteria or human right criteria. Then you don't have to designate any specific persons. That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So I see one here. Other questions? Okay.
Sorry, very big question to you, sir. You mentioned...
Can you introduce yourself,
Farid
please?
Yassine. I used to be ambassador to France. A good friend of Thierry's, that's why I'm here. Question on the parallel economy. What's the impact, or has anybody looked at the impact of the emergence of Bitcoin on the unregulated economy worldwide? Thank you.
So who wants to discuss Bitcoin? Sébastien.
I'm not sure I heard all the entirely the question, but to me the question with the Bitcoin is to what extent it will play an active role in the present transformation of the monetary system, in particular in the context where financial sanctions have been spreading. My feeling is that so far they have been playing a role that remains marginal, rather marginal. It might increase, but I don't think in the near future it will play a major role. What I would add is that I don't think the objective of many governments in that respect is to replace the dollar in the monetary system. I think the objective for them is just to limit vulnerability to financial sanctions, which is a pretty different thing, and which does not require replacing the dollar. And I think it's much more pragmatic and reachable objective.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, please, thank you. And there are two, yeah. We take this one, and there is one on the front row afterward.
Thank you, Nicolas Pio from Tilt Capital. I was just wondering whether we are considering China with today's eyes, and going forward, we're not looking at also the weaknesses. For example, in my sector, energy, none of the PV producers are actually cash generating. Same thing for EV producers apart from BYD. So do you think that they will remain this sort of super manufacturing superpower by definition, or can they be mishaps?
Pierre or Sébastien?
Perhaps quickly, I think what we have been witnessing for a few years has been a major bias in Chinese policies in favor of supply in general and the manufacturing sector in particular. What we know and we have been witnessing for a long time is that this is not inconsistent with a very strong, very harsh competition within China. So I think and it's typical actually of the way the Chinese leaders are organizing industrial policies. I mean, favoring the sector, but also favoring competition within the sector. So to me, that's part of the process, and I see no contradiction, and I see no reason why that would weaken the general position of the Chinese sector as a whole.
Suzuki-san?
Right. Well, I fully agree with Sebastian. I think no country is perfect, and China is neither. I think China has a lot of problems on the food, energy, supplies, and these are, of course, the weakness. But at the same time, their fierce competition, internal competition, is making Chinese products very competitive externally, but their internal framework of the economic competition and the market is more fragile and fragmented. So there are this is also very interesting that most of the cases it is the government-led competition. So the government provides the incentive for the private sectors to compete and to gain the access to the subsidies and tax credits, and then they are competing each other, and then at the end of the day, either the big guy remains like BYD or in some other cases, and there are, all players die together, like in case of the, share bike or, many other consumer products. So I think, Chinese economy is very dynamic, but also it is very extreme in a way. So there are lots of weaknesses in China, and that's not any contradiction with the manufacturing superpower.
Thank you. Yes, Pierre.
Yeah, I just wanted to use this opportunity to say that this has lessons for Europe. And I think that we cannot predict what will happen in China, but certainly the message for Europe is very clear. We should invest more in research and innovation, and much more than we do. And indeed, that also implies public investment and European cooperation. We are not taking that road. What we are discussing nowadays is to constrain the capacity of the governments to intervene, for good or bad reasons. But we need to find ways to combine the need to put our public finance in order with the need which is now to invest dramatically in research and innovation.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Stephen Erlanger from the New York Times. And I wanted to press a bit further on de-dollarization and about defending oneself from American sanctions, because that's what we're mostly talking about, right? I mean, you seem very calm about it. I question that. I mean, I see Iran and China maneuvering around Russian sanctions to buy Russian oil. People are maneuvering around Iran sanctions. The Chinese have been talking, a lot of people have been talking, the Europeans have been talking about defending themselves against American sanctions. On the JCPOA, they failed. They tried to set up their own exchange mechanism and failed. So I'm curious why you seem so calm about it, and don't you see other factors at work, particularly with Trump coming in? Thank you.
Or maybe one of the reasons that there is no American in the panel, so that's maybe why we are so calm. Thank you very much for your question. I think you want to answer. Who wants to react to?
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
yes,
go ahead.
Vladislav and then,
okay. Yeah, I agree that actually the trend is present, and all these countries affected by sanctions, and all those of them who are threatened by sanctions, they are actively working on this. I would not say that it's possible to expect something as a new currency to be invented, which can challenge the dollar. But it's more about the settlements. It's more about the new system of settlements, some undercovered, some official, which can be used in quite huge numbers, in quite huge amounts for evading sanctions and for organizing an alternative kind of money or quasi-money transaction. It might be bitcoins, might be crypto, might be Havara schemes, whatsoever. But anyway, the system is on the rise, and I think that it will be somehow, I would say, manifested itself in 5 to 10 years.
Right.
Somebody
right.
wants, yes, yes, please.
Yes, as I was a former member of the panel of experts on the sanctions on Iran at the United Nations. So I was looking at how Iran tried to circumvent the dollar scheme, but eventually the Iranian the currency market is basically a demand and supply, and if there is no demand for the Iranian currency, the real, then it is not on the commodity. It's not on the market. Yes, the renminbi is probably the most powerful among all these non-American or non-dollar currencies, but the renminbi is still under the government control. So it is not, the demand and supply is not met. The Russian ruble, Indian rupees are neither of the global currency. So there is nothing can replace dollar at this moment. The cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, are potentially can be used as a circumvention, but the value of the Bitcoin or any cryptocurrency is so fragile and it's so fluctuated, it's not being very attractive as the currency. It can be attractive as an investment, like gold or diamonds, but it's a commodity rather than the currency. So from those point of view, I think even though there are willingness of going into a de-dollarization, I think there is nobody can be able to to replace the US dollar.
Anybody wants to? Okay. Yes.
Tania Sologub, Crédit Agricole, French Bank. Especially maybe Vladislav, don't you believe that the circumvention of sanctions are also creating new roads? Because globalization is also a story of roads, and especially multimodal roads coming from Central Asia to Turkey, and creating a very intense traffic now. And do you believe that it may be also, not now, it's not a comparison, but a game changer, even for China, trying to escape from the Malacca trap through new roads?
Vladislav.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, because actually, look, the problem with evading sanctions is, I would say, it consists of two parts. One is evading direct sanctions, for example, semiconductors, gold, some other strategic commodities, dual-use products and whatsoever. And this amount of goods is, I would say, quite negligible in size. So for supplying the Russian defense or military industry by semiconductors, you should have 2-3 containers per year. It's quite enough. So therefore, I would say that the evasion of sanctions by itself will not create these new routes, but definitely those goods which are not formally sanctioned, for example, the personal computers, smartphones, they are not sanctioned. The companies, they say that we are not operating in Russia anymore. So therefore, the official flows which went from Europe to Russia in previous days are substituted by the semi-official flows which go to Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, and many other countries. So in this case, yes, maybe, but it's not a sanction evasion. It's kind of, I would like to say, better to say, optimization. The sanction evasion per se is very sophisticated and small size process. It will not create another trade routes.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, I have a question for all of you. I quoted in my introductory remark Reid Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn, who said in AI, this is a soccer match between the US and China, and the referee cannot win. And I would add, is there still a referee in this match? Would like to react. Sébastien.
Yeah, perhaps I can start. I think so, somehow, at least if I understand well, your question reminds us of the importance of third parties and middle powers, to call them as Thierry did in his introduction. And I think it's really central for many issues. And we see this with sanctions, for instance. If you want to impose efficient sanctions, you cannot do it alone, except in very exceptional cases. Dollar, to some extent, is one of these cases. But we see that, for instance, in top-end semiconductors, even the US need allies. And if you don't have allies, at least you need support or consistent behavior from partners. So we are increasingly in a multipolar world, and I think it's defining increasingly the way the world economy behaves. And perhaps that's a silver lining in what to expect with the new Trump administration. Perhaps Trump is better prepared than, to his objectives than he was 8 years ago. But I think as well that many of the countries around the world are also perhaps prepared better to play a role, and a positive role, to build up the resilience of the international economic system. So my reply is not specific to AI and more general, but to what extent does it apply to AI, I'm not sure, but...
Yeah.
Well, if I want to pursue this analogy with referees and so on, I would say that, first of all, we are not in a game between A and B, because there are C, Ds, E, F, G, H around taking part in the game. And second, there are many referees, in fact. And one of the characteristics of the world we are in is the need for joint action. Joint action, by definition, is not a game between one country and another. It is a dynamics in which everyone needs to take part. And being a referee could be actually deciding not to take part. And that is something that would be very damaging for a number of issues that are very relevant in today's world economy. So I think the analogy has limits, that indeed politics is back, and that goes in the sense of things the referee doesn't matter. But since we are entering a multipolar world, there are many ways in which all the actors, including the referees, will have their say.
Thank you. I think we'll let the discussion on AI go on the tech panel to see whether AI is really changing anything or not to our conversation. Yes, Jean-Claude. And this will be the last question, I think, given the time. No, wait for the microphone for the translation.
JC Grufa, New York. I have a question for the panel. I'm not sure who wants to pick it up, but we talk about currency, we talk about trade, and so on and so forth. So currencies are a way to settle trade. But at the same time, currencies are also an instrument of reserve. So when we talk about using one currency versus another, we have to think about the fact that if you trade, you get some currencies, you create a balance, and the question is, where do you want this balance to be kept?
Yeah.
The issue of convertibility, the issue of liquidity, to me, are very, very prominent. And in that sense, one of the superiority of the dollar, in my opinion, is the fact that although it is under the control of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, at least this is, unless the US decide to use, as they've done in some situations, I'm thinking of very large European French bank, as a matter of fact, had to pay $9 billion for trying to bypass sanctions. And they forgot the fact that every trade in US dollar settled at 8 o'clock New York Times every day. So it goes to the US. You can't avoid that.
Thank you. Having been CFO of two large banks which have not fined as much as the one you refer to, I know the feeling. Who wants to pick up that last question? Sébastien.
Just perhaps to comment that indeed there's a kind of contradiction between the very large imbalance and the some frequently announced willingness of decoupling. As long as you have such imbalances, you are somehow linked through the settlement of these imbalances. And that's why so far interdependence remains, which does not mean that it is healthy or that it remains for good.
Thank you. Ladislav, you want
I would add a little bit here, because before all the sanctions wars and before this restoration of the global confrontation, of course, the value of dollar and the euro was in the universal role in the global financial system, and everything which Sébastien said applied to these both currencies perfectly. But now, when these additional restrictions are in place, so I would say that a very sophisticated task is now facing many governments, because except of the natural virtues of the dollar or euro, they should reflect on many other obstacles, because, of course, yes, dollar and euro are the best possible reserve currencies, but some countries cannot afford them because they believe they are risky strictly for them. For these countries, for Iran, for North Korea, for Russia, whatsoever. So therefore, it would be a kind of, a huge, a huge list of options, from more favorable to less favorable. And therefore, the competition is a little bit, it is corrupted, because now, for example, renminbi, yuan, is now very, very necessary and very needed for Russia, because Russia can't afford operations in dollar. The gold is also may arise as a huge reserve asset, which was not the case 10 and 20 years ago. So something is changing because of these politically motivated elements of economic game.
Thank you very much. So I think it's time for me to try to reach temporary conclusions to this very interesting panel. I'm glad that the room actually was full, and I checked that not many people slept, so I think it was, we passed this test. So first conclusion, I think on whether we are facing deglobalization or reglobalization or anything else, I think the jury is still out. Second, in a world where there are competing narratives, I think word matters. The way we talk about things is extremely important. It was very interesting to see the way people handled the various conversations. It's true that when you talk about globalization, people think first about trade and finance, less so about people, data, etc. That might change over time. Third, we passed several tests, and thank you for bringing the cases. We passed some tests, we failed some tests, but there is more to come. So as you say, Vladislav, stay tuned. And don't jump too fast to conclusions. I mean, things go fast these days. I would say fourth, and thank you, Sébastien, fact check, even out of fashion, remain extremely important. I think it's necessary to be serious, not to kind of entertain the buzz and easy narratives. I think it's important. The interdependence and its duality, I think, is a critical word, and also the connection between things that were separate before, economics, domestic politics, international politics, geopolitics, climate, etc. They are more intertwined than ever, and they require a lot of time for decision maker wherever they are, and it's extremely difficult. I think, and that's my own observation, we also have to take into account the fact that even if the state is coming first when we discuss, I mean, we've discussed the role of international organizations, there are new actors. I mean, the big tech players are actors in themselves. The big NGOs are actors in themselves. So they also contribute to this changing globalization pattern. My regret, as I say in my introduction, is that we also should focus on what I call the planetarization. I think there are challenges to our planet and to our human species, and I think it's still not really in top of mind of people, and I think it's important to continue to keep this in mind. And I heard everybody, so people say globalization as we knew it is over. The rules-based system is very challenged. We are moving to something which is more transactional, more contractual. The question is whether this transaction-based system or contract-based system will remain within a rules-based pattern or agreement or paradigm. And that's, for me, one of the challenges today. Can we together follow some generally accepted principles, or are we moving in a way or another to the law of the jungle? In conclusion, I think we have tried to be reasonable, to be realistic. It might be the biggest challenge to remain reasonable in today's world. The only realistic conclusion I can draw from all of this is that this topic is probably going to be on the agenda of many more world policy conferences because there's still a lot to come. So thank you very much to our panel. They deserve a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor to have with us Mr. McCarthy, who is, I was going to say is, the 55th, or was, but the 55th Speaker of the House of Representatives in the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
So,
thank you.
And I think I can say safely that his political career is still, well, in fact, starting. You have a great future for the next, I'll say, well, 25 years at least, at least. So thank you very much to be with us. I think you are one of the persons who really know Donald Trump. And of course, you know most of the political class in the United States. You have a great experience. And we would like to take advantage of that to make some predictions. So I hope you will be careful enough, because maybe next year we will organize a similar meeting just to debrief and to say to what extent your predictions were correct. So let me ask you a very simple question to start with. Who really is Donald Trump?
I think what you see is what you get. I mean, there's a couple things Donald Trump has always believed even before he ran for office. He firmly believed that tariffs work, that America has been at a disadvantage. He looks at everything differently than those who had sat in that position before. He thinks everything like a business. He loves to negotiate. He believes he can negotiate any deal. And the difference between this term and his term before, when he first came in the last time, he didn't know the job. He had people around him. Most people didn't think he could win. He didn't have the same quality that he'll have this time. He'll have better quality people around him. But he has the 10,000 hours. He knows what he wants to do. He knows he only has one term. And he can't run for re-election. So that means he'll do exactly what he wants. So he'll focus on day one. If you notice, he doesn't wait till the day begins. He'll use tariffs now as a negotiation tool to level the playing field. He'll focus on immigration. There'll be a lot of executive orders, but he'll talk to China. He'll talk to Mexico about tariffs and the idea, stop the migration coming into America. He'll use that. He'll use any tactic he can to get a better playing field for a negotiation. Regulations. The current administration had really ramped it up, especially in the agencies. You'll see this new professional, especially in the financial end, come in. I think that will rev up the economy in America even stronger. Normally in a presidential year, people hold their money back. They wait to see what's happening. We have a concern in this last election to be about the tax policy in America, because we passed it, it's coming due every 10 years because in the manner in which we passed it, which is called reconciliation. But with the Republicans having the House and the Senate, now they can do reconciliation again, and they don't have to worry about 60 votes being leveraged, so you don't have to worry about your tax rates going up. So that brings stability early. Those will be the first things. The cabinet, I think quite a few of them will get in this time. He's much further along than he was before. They've got a funding problem. How you start, you've got to first see how you finish. Congress is not finishing correctly. They have this year funding they're not going to do, so they're going to pass it on. So Trump is going to have to worry about the next. He's got the debt ceiling. He's got government funding come up in March. You've got to reconstitute the committees. You've got to start putting in your cabinet. To be bogged down on last year's funding is a mistake on the Republican side. They should get that done now, and they actually should get the debt ceiling done now to give him that honeymoon.
Well, he is a strong man, so everybody
he's a strong man leader.
Can recognize that. But you know, even strong men have their weaknesses. So what are his weaknesses, if any?
Well, his strength and weaknesses can be the same thing. His personality, right? He gathers all the attention, but that also wears people out. This time, I think he'll have learned. He'll do better, but he will be unconventional. And what's interesting is, think about what he has brought into. It's a good thing. American government needs a disruptor. I mean, that's what the voters said in this process. Economically, from the border as well. But we need the Defense Department to be shaken up. We need to look at our government funding too much. And to be able to have like an Elon come in with what we have, a Doge, and it's very important because the structure we have now in Congress, nobody there is going to get something through with a funding cut. But if Elon proposes it, gets Republicans and Democrats, uses X to perpetuate it, it's kind of like how we dealt with when the Soviet Union collapsed. We had a whole military designed to defend ourselves against the Soviet Union, but what member of Congress is going to raise their hand and say, close my base? Well, no one. So we created something called a BRAC, a base realignment and closure, where a different committee got together, outside people, and if they finished something, it was guaranteed a vote. No amendments, you voted up or voted down. And bipartisan, it usually passes. So I think we can take a chunk of something that could put us in a stronger position. Now, the one thing I will say about foreign policy, in the election between Trump and Kamala Harris, I think from a foreign policy point of view, it's much better that Trump got elected, and some people can disagree with me. But from this point, if Kamala had been elected, she never went through the primary, she never got tested about it, and she doesn't have the 10,000 hours. So I believe the world would be unstable not knowing what her policies had been. Trump, people understand him. And the one thing I will say, looking at the world of Putin, every president that Putin's been in power with in America, he has invaded another country except one, under Trump. Middle East, the leaders have worked with Trump, so they have an understanding there. And I think that can bring some stability, plus also an opportunity for others in the region to lead.
So thank you very much. Let us take a few cases. Well, first, starting with trade. He believes you said in tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's easy to raise tariffs, but other countries can reply, can retaliate. So then, in history, that can lead actually to trade wars, and trade wars, at the end of the day, are detrimental to everybody. So, do you think that that is Trump, has thought deeply enough about this kind of consequence of engrenage?
Yeah, but understand what he's trying to do. The difference that people have to take him with people who have been before. He will say things that are unusual. Take, for instance, North Korea in the last time. He calls him Rocket Man. Everybody's, oh my God, you're going to create a war. Then he sits down, talks to him. When you said before, if he performed the tariffs, that inflation, we didn't have inflation under that. Biden kept all of them. They weren't unbelievable. But what he's really trying to do is make a point to something. If he's proposing a tariff maybe with China, what he's literally saying is, America opens up our entire market for you to come in, and you selectively decide what can come in. Well, that's unfair. So what it does is it brings an attention, and 9 times out of 10, it brings people to the table. When he tweeted that he looks to Canada and Mexico and to China, we're trying to end the fentanyl coming in, killing Americans, the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. And think about those years. Your most productive years, the years you reproduce, and the years you serve in the military. It's critical for us. What did Trudeau do? He flew down to see him. So it's not creating a trade war, it's opening up a negotiation. And everything that he does, it's to get a negotiation, but also set the negotiation to some type of advantage that he wants.
But you never always win in this game. For instance, you mentioned Kim Jong-un, the Korean guy. So who won in this opening of the game? Well, none. There was no result, actually. There was a meeting.
It's not over, though. Okay.
It's not over, you
It's
said.
not over, but during that time,
Okay.
did Kim Jong-un stop testing missiles?
Okay.
Okay. And he's testing more now. So did it slow a pattern? It didn't finish, but look, I love Angela Duckworth's book, The greatest attribute of someone's going to be successful is perseverance. And I will tell you, in American politics, and many of you probably watched it, we have never seen that much politics in such a short amount of time. A sitting president debates and gets off the stage. They select somebody without going to a primary. We had assassination attempts, not one, but two. We haven't seen that since the 60s. I mean, he came a milli-inch from being killed at a convention. And I talked to him the very next day, and Trump is like Trump, right? I saw that happen. I'm talking to him. He goes, Kevin, I could hear the bullet. Could you imagine hearing the bullet? And he goes, you know what I learned? And I thought this was going to be life-changing. He goes, I really learned something I never knew before. I said, what was it? He goes, you know, you'll learn this too because you have big, beautiful ears. There's a lot of blood in your ears. It went right there.
Yes, but you know, if I don't want to play the devil's advocate, but it seems to me, as an observer from outside, that this meeting with Kim Jong-un was actually very good for whom? For Kim Jong-un.
I don't know how you solve the problem without talking to him. And the one thing, like, let's go further on foreign policy. People will think that he's just going to shut down Ukraine. Well, when we did our second round, our last round of funding in Congress, he did not oppose it. He was the individual sitting on the outside that came up with the idea that make the money alone that could be forgiven, half forgiven with the current president and half with the next one. I think what he'll do is actually, if you read his latest tweets too about Syria, he's telling Putin, you're losing. You ought to wake up. Millions of people have died because of you, right? He's not going to walk out of it. He's going to set the stage to make it a different place. He started out calling him Rocket Man. Everybody was afraid war was going to develop. So what did he do? He put a missile defense in South Korea. He's going to build to the place, but he believes he can negotiate. And that's really the part he likes to get to.
Okay, so let us take another example, because it is the best we can do in this discussion. Ukraine, okay. So he said everybody remembers that it would solve the problems, I don't know in how many minutes, but anyway, the problem it seems to be with Ukraine is that it will not be a deal between two men. It will not be a deal between Trump and Putin. There will be many other actors involved. So my question is a real question. Sometimes questions are not real questions. In this case, it is a real question. To your knowledge, is Trump, can he be as good in multilateral negotiations as he is in bilateral negotiations? But if he has to negotiate with 10 or 11 or whatever, the number, different parties who have a variety of interests, it's in terms of how to negotiate, it's a much more complex situation.
Trump is not one who sits down and looks at the actual details. He takes the macro approach. Now let's look at who's going to be a part of it. Marco Rubio, okay, who has been in our Intel, part of the Gang of Eight with me. Tim Walz, who served in. I believe Trump will have a better cabinet this time than he had last time. He also knows the job from that position. And I think another position, if you look, when Europe was upset with Trump in the last term, when he went, it's more about the tone, not what he said, because when you look back now, was he not right that Europe should actually spend more on their defense? I mean, and he comes from this position that America will be there for you, but taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for everything. If you want our defense system, you should actually pay for it as well because we have financial aid. That's different than presidents in the past, but he's not moving away from the policies and the positions we have. It's more a fiscal negotiation.
Okay, so let's continue to look at a few examples. You mentioned Syria, but take the Middle East in general, or take just the war in Gaza and the war which developed since then. Well, there are several options how to deal with such a complex issue. He could, for instance, in one scenario, decide to support Netanyahu's policy policies. And he could, I think, decide that Iran is so weak that it is the right time to end, to solve the nuclear problem, to bomb together with Israel the nuclear facilities of Iran. That would be one possible option. Another option would be to move back to redefine a variant of the two-state solution as was decided after the Oslo Agreement and killed by the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. These are two options. Do you have an idea yourself or what kind of scenario in this case he would engage?
First thing, I think he'd engage in two things.
Yeah.
Neither of those, but I'd check his past behavior.
Yeah.
The Abraham Accords was an amazing thing that accomplished. And I really think, had the Biden administration embraced the Abraham Accords from the very beginning, October 7th would have happened. Also, there was a fundamental change in American policy to the Middle East, where the American policy kind of shunned some of our allies and allowed Iran to produce more oil. They were only producing 400,000 barrels at the end of Trump's administration a day. Then they went to 3 million. That is a lot of capital. And what does Iran do with their capital? They provided it to proxies who have disrupted the Middle East. I think you'll see a more tightening of economics on Iran. And Iran is in a weaker position if you take just in the last 6 weeks. Their missile defense system is not there. So you laid out two scenarios, but I don't believe those two scenarios are the only scenarios. I believe Iran is in a different position that they realized they now have sent ballistic missiles from Iran into Israel, didn't hit. They also now, they don't have a defense against missiles coming at them that they have to think twice to pick another fight. It may be an economic time with a weakness in defense, and now just losing bases in Syria, that may be a setting of the table that they decide they don't need a nuclear weapon because one of those options could be on the table. So it may be a good timing that other things transpire, a different option that's not on the table today.
Well, thank you very much. There are so many aspects. We have about 9 minutes left, and I suggest to take some questions. So the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt, Mr. Fahmy.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker McCarthy. You've been surprisingly precise in your responses, and I thank you for that, because you've given us clarity in terms of where Trump will probably go, especially on his tactics, but also on some policy issues. But my question to you is beyond Trump, because both Thierry and yourself repeated that you have elections every 4 years. In my lifetime, working in America and otherwise, you've had Clinton, George W. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, and Obama again. Where is America going in terms of what it wants to be in the world? Thank you.
You know, a couple things happen, and I get concerned about the whole world itself because it's not just happening into America. In the last 2 presidential elections, normally in America, presidential elections are aspirational. What's going to happen in the next 4 years? And people go out and vote for the policy that they want. In the election last time and the time before, people in America didn't go vote for somebody, they went to vote against somebody. And we just lived through COVID, okay? Something like COVID only happens once a century. And something that happens in that situation is most leaders in democracy lose, not because they may have done something he or she wrong, it's so life-changing. And so we have a difference there. This election was different. It wasn't close. The last election when Biden won, he got 82 million votes. But because we have an electoral college in America, he only won by 42,918 votes. My number one wish in this election, that whoever won the electoral college also won the popular vote. That transpired. So I think there's a calming inside America, okay? but it's going to have to prove itself as we go. We got a tight margin in the House and the Senate. In America, you have to find compromise, but in today's world, we think there shouldn't be compromise, but you can't govern that way. Trump doesn't have a second term. Trump is not somebody who has risen up in the Republican Party. He was a Democrat too. He's not philosophically bent that he's just principled he'd only do his way. He can move a whole different way. And not having that second term, he doesn't have to worry about something. So I think there is a window here. For the first time in Trump's history, a poll came out today that he's positive. He's +2. He's never been in this place. America just had a poll on his cabinet. He's got a Kennedy in his cabinet. He's got Tulsi in his cabinet. We've never seen, normally a president will pick one person from the other party. That hasn't happened in the last couple. We've got people that were running for president as Democrats in his cabinet. So it is an opening of a window, and I think the American public is kind of tired of this. Impeach somebody because you disagree with them. So the first 6 months will tell us, had us as a public learned that lesson, but having the outcome that way was very decisive and has the opportunity to do it.
Jean-Claude Ruffat, and then Daniel Sheck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to and I watched on TV in the US the last interview the president-elect gave on CBS, I believe, when he answered a number of questions. And you addressed some of these questions. But he said two things that I guess people in this room would like you to comment on. One of them, he says, I don't trust anybody. And number two, I'm expecting loyalty. Would you comment on these two statements from the president-elect?
Well, you've got to think, nobody has probably gone through as much as Trump has gone through. This guy he got held for trial that nobody else has been held up for. You see that in New York. And he had to overcome that. The first time he won, they put this whole issue about some Russia thing that it wasn't true, right? And so he feels as though I won the time before and you never let me govern, you made stuff up, then you threw me through court. And if you're sitting in the Democratic Party, they've got to remake themselves. They actually made Trump. Had they not prosecuted him, there's a chance he probably wouldn't have been the nominee.
Daniel Sheck.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that. Daniel Sheck from Israel. It's said that if there is one person on this planet to whom Benjamin Netanyahu can't say no, it's Donald Trump. How do you think he would or should use this very unique tool in order to resolve a conflict that has gone on for 14 months, which has incidentally cost the lives of nearly 50 Americans and includes 7 American citizens who are held hostage by Hamas, 7 out of 100? Is there something he should do even maybe before January 20?
I think his comments about the hostages being held, they better come home before January 20th. America's lived through this before with the Iran crisis. We've also found when Americans are taken hostage and we start paying for it, more Americans are taken hostage. This administration paid for it. Under Trump, we never paid for it. I think everything they do ahead of time to set the stage that if you want to have a reset, you ought to clean this up before the 20th comes. Instead of staying quiet and delivering that message, which I know is being delivered, I think is the greatest help that can happen. Because you think about it, it's gone on for 14 months with the same players. There is a new person coming in. You're probably a little more afraid of the new person coming in. So maybe you want to do something different.
So time is almost up, so
I'll give speed answers.
I will give a Japanese voice.
Yes.
But for a Japanese voice, even for a Japanese voice, you need a micro.
Yeah, Hiro Akita, Nikkei from Tokyo. Yeah, so Japanese Prime Minister Abe last time played golf 4 times and become good friend with Mr. Trump. But we don't have a good golf player to become Prime Minister again. So Japan worry about the Trump era. To be serious, I understand that Mr. Trump is a strong leader and have a lot of strength. But no leader is perfect. So my question to you is that what is a possible worst scenario that you can envision, and how allies should prepare for that? Thank you.
Okay, no one's going to say Trump's perfect by any means, shape, or form. Trump will not tell you that. But what he's doing is, he is a disruptor. And this is what I want to think. If you'd oblige me for one moment. The world in which he's going to become president in is different than the world that he had 8 years ago. It's a different China, and Xi Jinping is in a different position. What did he just do? He invited Xi Jinping to come to his inaugural. Come celebrate democracy. You may think, for everything that you think is wrong with Trump, there's also a method in setting something else up. We now have a world much like 1938 where you have this axis of evil. So you have an opportunity here that he's not perfect, but maybe he's the right person at the right time for the job. He doesn't need to learn on it. People do have relationships, and he had a great relationship before. The one thing I would give advice to every world leader, call him. He loves to talk to people. It is easier for me to get Trump on the phone than to get anybody on his staff on the phone. I talk to him every 2 days. He loves to talk. And the other thing about him is, it doesn't matter if he doesn't like the person, he's still going to talk to you. If he attacked you, you look at everybody flocking down to see him that did things against him, he loves it. Come on in, right? And I think that's a different mode. Now, is he going to be different than people see before? Is he going to behave differently? Yeah, but we understand that and we know that about him. And I think the other leaders that have served with him before understand that. You might not like the tone that he delivers something, but 9 times out of 10, there's a lot of truth to what he's delivering.
So I allow myself the last question, very different. How, as a very experienced politician, how do you explain that the media and the poll companies have been so systematically wrong about Trump?
Because they have Trump syndrome. They don't like him. They don't want him to win. But everybody polls, when they poll Trump, they poll him wrong. He always performs better than what he is, and it's just to place out. But this is the thing you have to understand. The Republican Party didn't have a great election. Trump did. We lost seats in the House. And it was a good year for Republicans. If you look at the Gallup poll, for the first time in history, more Americans identified as a Republican than a Democrat. That has never happened in the history of the Republican Party, or the history of the American country. So it was a good time to run. Trump also brings a little populism in. And if you look at the media is upside down. And this is where Trump is kind of probably the last American president who was developed by television. Like, we knew Trump before he ever ran. He was a strongman brand. He was on Apprentice. He fired people. And so what is the timing of when you're running? That we're frustrated with government. We think somebody should be fired. We think you're not doing your job, and no one ever gets fired. So we put somebody in who's willing to fire. We think government has come too big that tries to tell us how to raise our children. So we want somebody who's going to be a little bombastic at times. Otherwise, the nice person isn't going to make a change. But the part I will tell you is, he was also smart enough, instead of worrying about going on CNN and getting 400,000 viewers, he would go on Joe Rogan and get 20 million people. He would go do a TikTok or something else that would actually go to people that you had no idea who they are, but had an unbelievable following through the youth. He's intuitive about people. And I think if simply looking at a campaign, he had less money, he had a disadvantage, and he ran a much better campaign. At the end of the day, you knew what he would do. He would secure the border, he would go after inflation, and he'd stop the war. Kamala spent $1 billion, and the only thing I knew she was going to do is give you a $25,000 bonus if you bought a house.
So I propose to end this session with one new slogan. After Trump, Kevin McCarthy for president.
Very kind.
Thank you very much. So The next session is not obviously related to the previous one. Actually, there are not 2 but 3 speakers. The third one is Philippe Etienne, former ambassador of France to the US, former Sherpa of President Macron for the G7 and the G20. Thank you, Philippe. Tu es très visible, c'est magnifique l'endroit où tu es. And we are going to have a discussion on the G7. The reason is, perhaps we could close the door, please. Thank you very much. The reason is that there is an interest in the G7 because it has the reputation of being small and beautiful on the one hand. By the way, it was founded by President Giscard d'Estaing in 1976, and on the whole has been relatively successful along the years. Today, many countries would like to join the G7. By the way, Russia was for a few years a member. It was called then the G8. But in fact, talking about enlarging the G7 raises at least 2 questions, basic questions. The first one is, what is the real purpose of the G7? What does it aim to achieve? What is its legitimacy in terms of participants? What is its efficiency? These are the kind of questions that has to be answered before we talk about enlargement. And to discuss these issues, so we have, I mentioned Philippe Etienne at first, because as I recall, the G7 was a French creation. That was a G6 at the time, G5 actually, and G6. So perhaps Philippe will help us to put this in a historical perspective. We have Lee Min, who is a diplomat, a Korean diplomat. Korea would like, or some Koreans would like to become, Korea to become a member of the G7. Lee Min is specialized, is a great expert on economic diplomacy. He has a great experience, particularly on the G20. And we have Gary Littman, who is vice chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce. And I think his role in this panel is to tell us what the American business community expects from an institution like that one. By the way, I mentioned France twice. I mentioned it the 3rd time because France will be in charge of the G7 in the year 2026. So I think this G7 issue is an interesting segment of the whole global economic governance issue. So let us start with Philippe.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, but not enough.
Yes.
A bit stronger would be better.
Better.
So
it's better. I will start with, as you wished, Thierry, a small historical presentation, but I would like also to switch to the present time and to try to answer your questions. The origin of the G7 was really aimed to create an informal get-together of a small number of leaders. And at that time, the issues were mostly about the international economy, oil prices and oil shock, and also monetary conditions and coordination of monetary policies. The scope of the G7 meetings has been very much extended, and quickly enough extended to foreign policy and security policy, but also more recently to global affairs. Now, today, the G7 has a lowered legitimacy in terms of what it represents in the world. At the beginning, it was more than 60% of the GDP in the world. Now it's maybe something like 40. At the beginning, it was 20% of the global population. Now it is 10%. And also the other big difference is that the world has really very much changed in terms of international governance. The international governance as a whole is in a disarray, is in a difficult condition. And of the crisis, of course, which occurred recently, we have got the G20. It is interesting to note that just before the G20, in the years leading to the G20, we had a number of attempts, like the so-called Heiligendamm process, to associate to the G7 the most important emerging countries. And then we had the G20 created in the conditions everybody knows. So now we see the G7, which regularly practices what we call the outreach. Even if we have the G20, the G7 is inviting regularly leaders from other countries. And I will try to use here my experience as a G7 and G20 Sherpa, which I was in 3 years, 2017, 2018, 2019, to contribute to your debate with a small reflection of what makes today the legitimacy and the efficiency of a G7. I think what remains from the beginning is the informality of the meetings between the leaders. In Biarritz in 2019, our president said, I was his Sherpa, he said to me, I don't want to spend my time on negotiating long conclusions. I want a really, like it was meant at the beginning, a really private discussion between the leaders. And it is what happened. If you see the conclusions from 2019, they are very, very, very short, very different from usual conclusions. The second important thing to be able to be efficient is the unity. To have leaders who are able, having similar goals, representing countries which share basic features and values, to agree on what they want to achieve. But I would say immediately after that, that another condition, and it might seem a bit contradictory, but it is not, it is complementary, is being able of a strong unity, still not being in a block, in a situation of building a block against another block of countries. And this is the reason why what we call the outreach, which is probably not enough today, is really important. And here again, I will give the example of what we did in Biarritz. We did not only invite countries, not non-members of the G7, to take part to an informal discussion, but we also made it possible for them to prepare the meetings with them. So they have had their own Sherpas, and we have had sectoral conclusions in different sessions with those countries. One important case for us was Africa. We had a session devoted to Africa with a special outreach for African countries. And I think it is a very important case, even if Africa is now represented in the G20, even through the African Union. And the last thing I want to add is for the efficiency and the legitimacy of the G7 is to get concrete results. I will take the examples of the last two summits. I will mention the Hiroshima principles on artificial intelligence, which is a very important result, which is one of the building blocks on which the international community is trying to build a common view on how to see the development of artificial intelligence. And more recently, we had a very important decision on the 7 countries to support Ukraine with a concrete decision on financial support. But again, if you look at the big topics covered by the G7 and the G20, you see a lot of commonalities. You see the global subjects. You see, including climate and biodiversity. You see food security. You see the fight against inequalities. You see, as I said, artificial intelligence and the digital developments, and how to avoid a divide in the world in those new technologies, in the capacity to use those new technologies. So my conclusion here, and I will be happy to take part to the debate, for the way forward, is that the G7 needs to keep this informality, this possibility to have a common deliberation of leaders on the most important problems of the time, but also to be able, through working with other countries, and I leave open the different possibilities. You mentioned enlargement, for instance, of the G7, or different kinds of outreach or better outreach, the capacity to contributing to the global discussion and to bringing their own solutions to the global discussion.
Thank you very much,
May I stop here?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, for the time being, yes. But thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Yemin to give a Korean viewpoint, but it will in fact be much wider than Korea. Please, Yemin.
Merci Thierry. Je suis très heureux d'être ici cet après-midi. Je tiens à remercier tout d'abord Thierry et son équipe.
S'il parle français, alors moi j'aurais dû parler coréen. J'aurais dû parler coréen.
Toujours, c'est mon grand plaisir de parler en français, but I would like to turn to English. I think we need to talk about the G20 as well in order to talk about the G7. See, G7 and G20 are a group of countries that meet for mainly macroeconomic policy coordination in view of its necessity and importance. G20, G7 have significant influence on the global economy, but both G7 and G20 are informal entities. Traditional and formally structured international governance institutions are established and based on a founding charter or international treaty, such as Charter of United Nations or Articles of Agreement of International Monetary Fund. But as you can see, G7 and G20 are not formed by such official agreements. Therefore, G7 and G20, from the beginning, lacked the legitimacy afforded to such international organizations like United Nations or IMF. Nobody has asked them to discuss and decide on such important global economic issues. And more importantly, G7 and G20 declarations or documents carry no legal obligations and cannot be enforced. I think Thierry already mentioned, and Ambassador Etienne, I don't know whether he remembers me or not, we were the G20 Sherpa at the same time in Hamburg G20 summit meeting. I know that. And then you see the G7, by the welcoming Canada in 2076, it has become G7. It's the initiation of French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. See, it's a French and European ideas. And it's understood that they have shared views on values, including the respect for human rights, rule of law, and a commitment to market economies. Over the time, the G20 focus on macroeconomic policies expanded to a variety of other global issues, including security, foreign policy, climate change, and terrorism, among others. And with the increasing economic growth of emerging economies, its share in the global GDP continued to decrease from 61% in 1980 to 52% in 2008. I refer to 2008 because that's the year when the global financial crisis took place. When the global financial crisis broke out in the fall 2008, it was not possible for only G7 members to deal with this crisis. And the G20 leaders then convened for the first time in Washington, D.C. in November 2008 as a leaders' meeting. The G20 leaders declared next year, in 2009, in Pittsburgh, that G20 would be the premier forum for international economic cooperation and has become major actor in global governance, in fact, replacing G7. G20 has since stabilized the world economy, successfully overcoming the 2008 financial crisis through active macroeconomic policy coordination among its members. It was also very instrumental in concluding the Paris Climate Change Agreement in 2015 at COP21 and its early entry into force in 2016. However, as you can see, the recent 3 G20 summit in Bali, New Delhi, and Rio demonstrate that G20 could no longer have any meaningful impact on global issues because of breakdown of global cooperation mechanism caused mainly by intensifying US-China conflict and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In this backdrop, G7 has regained its importance by mostly coordinating the West sanctions on Russia. However, its continued lack of representativeness in the global economy, whereby the G7's share in the global GDP has dropped to 30% last year, compared to 85% of G20. This reduced share in the global GDP of the G7 limit the role of the G7 as a global governance entity. It remains uncertain how G7 can increase its representativeness without affecting its efficiency. See? when G20 was first established in 1999, after the Asian financial crisis, at the finance minister and central bank governors level, the intent was to include systematically significant countries that are able to contribute to global economic and financial stability. And this number 20 and composition were as a striking a careful balance between representativeness and efficacy. The conflict of representativeness versus efficiency has been an enduring concern for G7 as well as for G20. It will continue. On the one hand, G7 and G20 as major actors of global governance must include all significant countries as members. But on the other hand, they must consider risk of reduced efficacy if the numbers exceed a certain limit. This is an unavoidable dilemma. In case of eventual expansion of the membership, the G20 and G7, it must do so in a way to supplement their lack of legitimacy. In addition, expanding agenda of the G7 and G20 is another problem, posing the challenge of staying within capacity of taking leadership on all major global issues. G20's communique, G20 leaders' communique for this year is 36 pages. And Italy has hosted throughout the year 23 ministerial meetings, each producing a long declaration. Similarly, the G20 leaders' declaration, Rio, for this year is 22 pages. And Brazil hosted more than 100 meetings of ministers, working groups, task force, and engagement group meetings. Finally, here comes President Trump. I think you all remember what he said in May 2020. He said G7 is an outdated group of countries. See? Since he took office, I heard the shapers of G7 and G20 had difficulty in producing draft leaders' declaration, mainly due to his dislike of the climate change language and multilateral trading system. I participated in the Hamburg G20 summit meeting of 2017 as Korea Sherpa, and G20 leaders' declaration always contained the expression of support for multilateral trading system. But in Hamburg, the US Sherpa opposed the expression of multilateral trading system. We asked him why. His answer was, Trump doesn't like it. He instead proposed international trading system. So, if you see the Hamburg leaders' declaration, it contained term international trading system in place of multilateral trading system. And I checked this year's G20 leaders' declaration. It came back to support a multilateral trading system. The America First policy does not appreciate the value of alliance and partners. So I expect the vitality of G7 and G20 would be significantly reduced. The leadership role of the United States in G20 and G7 may be also very different in the years to come. This will be a challenge to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yemin. You're very popular here. And now so that was a very interesting and exhaustive also viewpoint. Now I will ask Gary, who is not vice chairman, but senior vice president, so I correct in passing, to give a very concrete view of what the business community in the US is expecting from such a body, if any, if you expect anything, or do you expect anything, and what? And I think that relating to the remarks of Yemin, how do you think Trump, how do you think about the way Trump thinks about these kind of organizations? Apparently, he doesn't seem to be very interested.
Well, thank you, Thierry. Thank you for inviting me. It's fascinating to listen to real insiders for G7 and G20 process, and what I can do is to offer an outsider's view. The business community represented by the US Chamber of Commerce, the largest business advocacy group in the United States, started paying attention to G7 around 2007. And the first thing we did was to call on our counterparts in France, in MEDEF, Canada, Germany, Japan, Italy, and the European Union, and UK, which was then in the European Union, as we recall. We shared the same feeling of unease in 2007. If you remember, at that time, there was a lot of tension, political tension, between Washington, Paris, and Berlin. Some people insisted on renaming French fries in the cafeterias of the greatest deliberating body in the United States. We felt that at the peak of globalization, when we looked at each other as competitors but also partners, the governments were trying to pull us apart and wrap us into national flags and say that, you know, you're an American company, you have to behave this way, you're a French company, you have to be this way, etc. And that's not the way the businesses we represented felt. So we decided to get together and have a private meeting of leaders of the largest business lobbies and find out whether we have something in common and what we can do to help our companies keep gaining the economies of scale through globalization. So 2007, we had our first meeting and we formed Business 7. And a year later, financial crisis started and we saw the elevation of G20, and we decided to keep our eye on G7 process for the simple reason. We did not calculate the share of GDP, we did not look at the numbers, we had a very simple strategy. These are rule makers. Rule makers are getting together and creating rules, or at least a shared analysis of what's right and wrong in our economies, and they are not asking the actual actors in these economies, business community, their opinion about the future. We wanted G7 to offer a shared narrative of economic growth coming out of the financial crisis in economies where most of our multinationals are based, pay their taxes, develop their innovation, where their bankers are based, and we were completely shut out of the process. G20, as Ambassador said, became more important on many levels during the financial crisis. It begat some institutions like the Financial Stability Board and others, and we paid a lot of attention to that, so we formed a parallel group, Business 20, but we kept the 7 for the same reason, regulatory power. And as you have all seen, in the wake of the financial crisis, the states got a lot more influence, a lot more self-assuredness, I would say, that they know how to manage crises, they know how economies should work, they know how to set the rules, and they saw many companies fail. Some of the leading companies fail in 2008, 2011. Many companies had to be bailed. So the governments felt that they are in charge, and they were. But for us in the private sector, that was a completely different universe compared to 2007. So we still look at G7 with the same eyes. There is a difference. I must tell you that there is a lot more interest right now in the business community about G7, starting with the German presidency, 2 years ago? When we realized that G20 was reflecting the dysfunctionalities of geopolitics, and G7 is regaining or consolidating its influence over international institutions, over rules of the financial markets, rules over industrial policies, not even rules, not in the legal terms, but the shared way of describing global problems, the shared language of describing capacities and limitations of governments and private sector, the shared difficulties of generating growth in our mature economies. And that's why we started paying a lot more attention to meetings of G7 principals, but also ministers. If you think about this, throughout the year, the ministers and deputy ministers of energy, transport, tourism, finance, health, keep meeting together with no private sector being there, and precisely because these are not treaty-based fora, they frequently bypass the normal process. They get involved, the staff, as they wish, and that creates, flexibility, but also lack of transparency. So all the more reason for the private sector to be interested and try to insert ourselves. And we did, and last year, the Italian presidency under Prime Minister Meloni was exceptionally eager to engage private sector in all of the ministerial meetings, as long as the key conversation was about digital economy. So we had our bandwidth, and we were involved, and that's why it was particularly interesting. So it is, the expectation from G7 is that it will keep setting the narrative in this world where content is king, frankly, and politicians respond to what's being phrased by others and pick up that narrative. Even today, at the opening session, you saw political and religious leaders echoing what was said by G7 10 years ago about climate, inclusivity, etc. These were the words that were introduced by G7, and they're still working. Although political cycles have turned, new presidents, new prime minister, President Trump, will walk into the same meeting, but more importantly, all of his staff will walk into those interagency meetings, and they will have to speak that language. They will have to understand what the history is. They may not like it, they may like it, doesn't matter. They're there for 4 years. G7 has been around. But they will have to understand what's going on. And that's really the reason private sector is very keen to be involved. This year, the presidency is Canada, next France. I don't know whether that fits your middle power definition, Thierry. And then the United States. And France will be chairing G7 when the United States chairs G20. I can assure you that business community will be working together. We won't read all those thousands of pages. We'll have our very narrow interests, finding those areas where governments may help or impede economic growth. And that's where companies will direct their representatives and others to focus and find ways for politicians to listen. That's really all we see from outside. And last point about G7, we'd hate to see G7 being defined by what it's not. It should not be defined by what BRICS is doing. It should be defined by what G7 is doing for its own citizens, its own businesses, and do the best it can. In terms of expansion, we'll leave that to politicians. but governments that set the rules for large markets, we want to interact with them individually, and we want to be part of any of their collective endeavors.
Thank you very much, Gary. So time is always our problem. We have 7 minutes and 43, 42, 41, 40 seconds. So I think the best perhaps we could do would be to ask each of the 3 speakers to spend 2 minutes on what they take from the other speakers, okay? So we will start, because after all, good conversations are conversations after which each one has modified at least slightly his or her viewpoints. So we'll start with Philippe. Pas plus de 2 minutes. Hein?
Well, I think I was as short as possible in my introduction, and I will take from the last intervention. The business community is one of our most important partners in these G7 summits. And also the fact that what the leaders decide is important for the economy about the way we shape the conditions, the framework conditions for the economy. This is really important. And when I spoke about concrete conclusions, I meant also this dimension. And I think the business community, but also the social partners, have to be beyond the engagement groups, actively asked and interact with the leaders on the margins of these summits. And from my Korean colleague, and I remember our night, do you remember the night of discussions and negotiating the conclusions in Hamburg? And of course, he's completely right to say that there is a dilemma between the number of people in the room and the efficiency of your process. On the president of the elect president of the United States, he recalled also what happened. What we have been doing during the first mandate by President Trump on the climate was indeed to say that there was a disagreement, and we have arranged our conclusions in a way that everybody could see his position respected. But it did not prevent us to try to work in other domains on what we wanted to achieve. I remember the first summit with Donald Trump was in Taormina in Italy. There just had been a terrible terrorist attacks, and in the UK, I think it was in Manchester, and we succeeded also to have a united conversation on this fight against terrorism. So it is always possible to find domains where we want to act together, even if there will be some points where we accept to disagree, even in points like the fight against climate change and the Paris Climate Agreement.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Yemin?
I think Ambassador at the end stressed the importance of informality and responsibility of the G7 groupings. But as I mentioned in my presentation, it conflicts with their legitimacy, you see. Who have ever asked them to do it in an informal way? It is related to the point raised by Mr. Littman, transparency. You know, especially the business world or the academics, people want to know how this kind of decision has made by leaders. So I think that is the big questions.
Merci beaucoup. Gary?
Well, all I can say is that, you know, we see the power of the state growing from crisis to crisis, and having informal fora like G7, G20, where personalities are sometimes more visible than the institutions, seems to be a sign of the times. So in a way, we feel that G7 and G20 remain very relevant as signals how those personalities can work together and overcome or not institutional challenges and find new ways of talking to the markets, to the private sector, and work together, because they have to deal with global problems that are not going away just because personalities differ. So we're not going to be reading every comma in every paper that will be produced, but it does not mean that these four are not insignificant. And they don't take away from established institutions like the World Bank or WTO, OECD, IMF. They have their own life, but they have extraordinary staff and path dependency, because these are real institutions. They ground the conversations. But I'm afraid that we're entering the moment when personalities will matter more, and that will just compel us to pay more attention to these informal meetings.
Well, thank you very much, Gary. Thank you very much to the three speakers. I think it was an interesting discussion, a lot of food for thought. Unfortunately, as always, we don't have time to go as far as we would like, but I remember a French politician who told me once that after a meal, after a good meal, it's better to stop when being still a little bit hungry. It's the same for discussions, So we will have other opportunities to deepen these sort of questions, which also fit very well with the agenda of the World Policy Conference. So merci beaucoup à tous, je ne dirais pas à toutes.
Merci.
Et maintenant, on continue une autre table ronde. Merci. Alors, les photos.
Lovely. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marc-Antoine. Very pleased to introduce this great panel on an absolutely fundamental issue: energy security, affordable and competitive energy, and of course, decarbonized energy for the world. I work at the French Institute for International Affairs. I run the energy and climate team there. And when we look at the world, we see a tale of two stories, basically. On the one hand, the energy system still has a strong inertia. We still have a growth in oil demand, we still have a growth in gas demand, and we might finally see a peak in coal demand, but a peak that is at a very, very high level, right? Nonetheless, we now have global clean tech investment level on a yearly basis twice bigger than fossil fuel investments. And this is rising year by year. And if I look at the annual deployment levels of clean technologies, we are really beating every record every year. So it's a remarkable growth. And as we speak, 80% of electricity investments are renewables and low carbon electricity investments. So it's absolutely remarkable. Almost nobody still invests into coal. So that is a remarkable development, but the problem is the climate urgency is there. Everything that has been done is not enough. 1.5 degrees warming limitation is out of reach. So we have to focus on still continued mitigation plus adaptation. And if we look at one of the reasons why most likely we are not there yet, because we are in a fragmented world. We have very few carbon markets. We have different sets of regulations or incentives, but in most countries there is nothing, right? Or almost nothing. So in this fragmented world, it's still very profitable to invest into fossil fuels and much less into clean techs, although that is improving. So the story we are going to discuss over the next hour together is, how do we push more low-carbon electrons in the energy systems? How do we push more low-carbon molecules in the energy systems? And how do we basically perform a greater system integration? That is, how can molecules help out to stabilize the electricity system, for example? And how can electricity help to decarbonize, for example, industries that were running on fossil fuels? So that is the program for the next hour. I'm very, very pleased that we have a great panel, very diverse, both from geographical origins and from stakeholder perspective. And so I'm very, very pleased that we have the representative of the United Arab Emirates to the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, which is based here, headquartered here in Abu Dhabi. Excellency, you are the representative of your country to that major organization, Dr. Naval Al-Hosani. Perhaps you could tell us, to start with, we had a year ago a fundamentally important COP taking place at Dubai, where expectations were huge, and I think the results were tremendous in many aspects. So, and one of the commitments at COP was to multiply by 3 the deployment of renewable energy sources. And so perhaps you could tell us, in your view, and especially as you follow and as you participate to the governance of this important organization that aims to foster global renewable deployment worldwide, and it has a global membership, unlike the IEA, right? So perhaps you could tell us how you see the perspectives, what needs to be done, and what makes you optimistic at the end, and where we all need to do a bit more of work. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. First, thank you for having me here. It's such an honor to be among such esteemed speakers and to participate in a very, very important conversation. And the topic is, as we just mentioned, is extremely critical at the time we are living. I also am very proud to be contributing to the diversity aspect of this conference. I heard I'm only the 3rd female speaker today, so I feel extremely embarrassed on behalf of you guys, but I'm proud of that. Thank you. I'm a member of a very important community, which is, as you mentioned, we hosted here a year ago, COP28. But we are host of IRENA, and being a host of IRENA puts huge, responsibility, but also optimism, because if we as a world agree to create such an organization, so we understand the importance of diversification of our energy sources. IRENA, even before COP28, in their World Energy Transition Outlook, they outlined the importance of renewables in the race towards basically maintaining our path in line with 1.5 degrees. And that was extremely important and became one of the reasons that at COP28 presidency, we did announced that very ambitious target, which is tripling renewables and doubling efficiency by 2030. And that target, as you mentioned, made its way as Article 28 in UAE consensus. Now, what does IRENA do, and what do we need to do as member state to make this happen? So IRENA in its report was actually not only by COP28, but also by the G20, was assigned to track the progress on where we are. So 133 countries signed that pledge of tripling renewables and doubling energy efficiency, and IRENA now is monitoring this progress. And the first report was launched in pre-COP29 a few months ago. And of course, we know that we are not on the right track to achieve, because according to IRENA numbers, and excuse me if I'm going to refer to my notes, in 2023, you mentioned why I'm optimism. In 2023, we added 473 gigawatt of renewables. So the total capacity that we have now is 3,865 gigawatt. But we need, by 2030, to align with our 1.5, we need 11.174 gigawatt. So the gap is quite hard. So if we should be adding 1,044 gigawatts per year for us to achieve this target. So although we are very far from where we need to be, but we are definitely moving in the right direction. Maybe a little bit slower than what we should, but I guess once we know and once we see the numbers, we are gonna, I'm optimistic that we are gonna correct path, because to your point, the fastest growing sector is renewables. Technology is advancing, cost is dropping, and we see more and more solutions into that. Your question about what IRENA does to keep us all on the right track. In the report, the tracking report, there are five pillars that we all need to make sure that we pay enough attention to for us to achieve the targets. Of course, and it goes without saying, the most important is finance. We need to finance energy transition, and we need to scale up and expand this distribution of finance. The supply chain, skills, and capacity is extremely important, because we definitely need a skilled workforce to achieve the energy transition. The infrastructure and the system operation that basically some will require modernization, some will require expansion, and other will require smart operation. And this is where IRENA and platforms like these play an important thing. The fourth pillar is international cooperation. We cannot, not one country can do that alone, and that's why the tripling target is not on country per country, but it's a global target, and we need to globally work towards achieving that. And one of the most important pillars, which I think this platform can contribute to successfully or in an important way, is the policy and regulation. We, as a host country, but also as a member state, we keep supporting IRENA to achieve and advance and support countries in those three pillars. We support with finance through some of our platforms that we launched with IRENA, such as Energy Transition Accelerator Finance Platforms, ETAF, We also funded IRENA to help countries, 20 developing countries, develop their NDCs, and many other initiatives that we do. So NDCs is very important because NDC 3 is, as some of you may be aware, are due by 2025, and that is going to help us check where we are and help us in tracking our global stocktake.
Many thanks for these information. When I listen to you, I think it's very, very important to underline that you have also identified the fact that we need the entire value chain, and actually it's a battle for the entire electricity system that has a lot of components in there. And of course you need access to finance, but you need the grids, you need the power electronic, etc. And of course the skills and the manforce, and that is lacking in many countries. So clearly these bottlenecks need to be addressed. Can I ask you, so what's exactly the situation in your country? You have, of course, a growing energy demand, especially electricity demand, not least for, of course, air conditioning, water desalination. You have a strong economic growth, manufacturing, expansion, etc., etc. So how are the renewables being developed in your country, and are you confident that you will be able to ramp up fast?
I think the one thing that we have, and many times we miss it, which is we have an incredibly visionary leadership. Our journey when renewables started, you know, when it wasn't even fashionable, when people were not even looking at renewables, we created Masdar Initiative back in 2006. Today, we have 3 of the largest, lowest cost solar plants in the world. So our journey with renewables started and much earlier when we used to call it some of the technologies that we adapted were, and Frank remembers that very well, it was bleeding edge, not even cutting edge technologies, but most of those have now materialized and became even commercially viable and very competitive. We are extremely confident that we are on the right track to our own tripling targets, which is basically because of our commitment now. As in 2022, our installed capacity was 3.1 gigawatt. Mainly solar, clearly, but by 2024, we have already doubled this to 6 gigawatts, and by 2030, our aim is to achieve 14.2 gigawatts. So our overall target of clean energy is almost 20 gigawatts, including 5.6 gigawatts of nuclear power that we are already investing in. So looking into all our stakeholders, everybody's aligned towards that target, and we have, you know, very strong companies. I think you just mentioned as you were coming in, we have Taqa, we have ADNOC, we have Masdar. They are all collaborating together in different ventures to accelerate the process of advancing renewables, but also new technologies such as hydrogen production for national and international. So. You know, with Masdar in 18 years, which is a very young age for a company like Masdar, we are now in 40 countries. They're installed in 6 continents, and their combined capacity is 31.5 gigawatt worldwide. So when it comes to renewables, to be honest, I'm not very concerned. The only thing that maybe we are a little bit concerned about, and not only, I guess, here, but globally, is energy efficiency, because it looks like it's really the orphan. Nobody really looks at it in a systematic way. And this is why we at the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure announced we are going to create an alliance, which is Global Energy Efficiency Alliance, to drive, in collaboration, hopefully with IRENA and other partners, to drive efforts in energy efficiency through, again, knowledge sharing, capacity, building capacity, but also having the right network in place to work on that.
Dr. Al-Hosani, thank you also indeed for reminding that it's not all supply side driven.
Demand
energy policy has to be balanced, and in many countries in the world, the demand side aspect is neglected for various reasons, but it plays a critical role. Thank you so much. May I turn now to, that deserves an applause. May I turn to Stéphane Michel. Stéphane, you are a member of the Executive Committee of Total Energies, and you encompass the need to work both on molecules and on electrons and in intertwining them per your functions. And your CEO, Patrick Pouyanné, has been extraordinarily present and active at the 2 past COPs, notably pushing a deal on reducing fugitive methane emissions. So perhaps to start with and continuing on our conversation, perhaps you could tell us, what takeaways do you have on your list from these COPs in your investment plans, and how do you concretely translate that into investment projects?
Two good questions. Thank you. Good afternoon. I think that COP28 was indeed a very important COP because for the first time, the West, the Global South, and the oil and gas company discuss without taboo of one of the key questions, which is what is the place of fossil fuel in that transition. And thanks to the leadership of Sultan Al-Jaber, we come with, at the same time, a pragmatic plan and an ambitious one, with the idea that we should speed up the transition, invest more money, be much faster because we are not at the pace where we should be. And at the same time, respect the legitimate right of Global South to use their fossil resource to develop themselves, because they actually need that, especially Africa. That's one. Then when you look at the outcome, I believe there are 3 interesting ideas. The first one is clearly triple the amount of gigawatt of renewable energy produced by 2030, which means to at least double the pace at which we do that. That's one. Second, acknowledging the role of gas in that transition, because today, as you mentioned, we continue to increase the consumption of coal and we continue to invest in coal-fired plants, which is the total absurdity when you know the difference. And third, ask the oil and gas industry to work on decarbonizing its production, which actually now 54 companies have agreed to do, signing a chart on the oil and gas decarbonization charter. Patrick Pouyanné is currently chairing that group, and that group represents already 50% of the industry, with plenty of national company and with concrete action to improve the emission of the industry and notably to reduce the methane emission to go to zero. So this COP was very important. Baku was interesting in the sense that we make progress on the Article 6 and the way we can use credit, but I would say that clearly the one in Abu Dhabi was key. Has it inspired our strategy? I would say no, because we changed our name from Total in Total Energies back a few years ago, and our strategy was clearly to say we can't stick with what we do, fossil fuel. We need at the same time to build a new pillar based on the integrated power and renewables. But it clearly reinforced our strategy, which is consistent with that aim. And just to give a few examples, so we will reach 28 gigawatts of renewables this year, of renewable worldwide. We'll be at 35. We are on track to reach 100 gigawatts of renewable by 2030. And we are notably quite active here in this region, in Oman, in Qatar. Not in Abu Dhabi, because Masdar doesn't need us to do the job, but present as well in Saudi. And if I go a bit further, we are building currently in India, with our partners, the largest solar plant in the world, 20 gigawatts. That's just amazing. It's six nuclear plant on the single site. So it's taking place, and that's 4 billion of investment per year. But at the same time, can't be only renewable. Needs to be gas as well, and decarbonized gas. And I'm glad to say that we are currently building a small plant, but a nice one, 1 million tons of LNG in Oman, fully decarbonized, using electricity coming from solar panel, 300 megawatt solar plant, and that will be the lowest emitting LNG plant in the world, and so the lowest gas. And what it will be used for bunker LNG, to allow the maritime industry to switch from current fossil fuel to LNG, improving their own emission. So clearly, those COP reaffirming where we should go is an inspiration for the strategy we put in place.
Many thanks. So basically, that involves working, of course, with all the different molecules. And when we mention molecules, I should have perhaps precise that we're talking about natural gas that is progressively decarbonized, either via biomethane or via carbon capture and storage, if there are related emissions. But you can also have, of course, hydrogen, and we'll talk about that in a second, because there's different types and sorts of hydrogen. Now, perhaps could you tell us a bit more, you know, what is for you, perhaps one or two flagship investment projects that combine this ability to deliver, you know, both on the molecule and on the electron front. You mentioned the extraordinary investment in India, in solar, that is remarkable. By the way, India wants to be also a hydrogen giant, and maybe there are opportunities related to that. But one thing that has been coming up over the past 2-3 years in terms of importance as a solution is carbon capture and storage or reutilization. I mean, do you also have this on your toolbox, and what are you doing in this field?
Yeah, for sure. You need to do so, because you will, in 2050, you will continue to use oil and gas, and you will continue to emit CO2. So that CO2, if you really want to be net zero, needs to be stored somewhere. That's why it's important to develop the CCS industry that has started in Europe with one project in Norway, to which we participate with Equinor and Shell, and where we are, it's starting now, where we are going to store CO2 captured from the European industry, liquefied, transport by shipping, and then stored in depleted field in Norway. We have as well acquired several acreage in the US to try to do exactly the same thing. So that's one for CCS. Then the bulk of the transition is electricity, and how the world's going to move to electricity. Actually, we are as well a shareholder of a battery gigafactory in Europe for EV, because you need to think about the production, but you need as well to think to the demand. And if we are not able to reduce the cost of that transition on the demand side, that's not going to work. So that's an important point. And the first one, as you mentioned, is to produce the molecules in a different way. So for that, you have one using the biomass and to produce biofuel. And we are transforming our refinery one after the other in plants to process biofuel. That's already the case in France, notably in Lavera and in Montbrial. And then you have the question of can you use electricity to produce molecules to decarbonize? That's the famous question of green hydrogen, I believe my colleague will discuss. On our side, we want to decarbonize all the hydrogen of our refinery. That's 500,000 KT by 2030, and that's why we have launched a big tender to be able to purchase that hydrogen. So we are going to source it partly from Saudi Arabia, partly for our own production. And we have a project in Europe, big project of 2,000 megawatt and 57 megawatt in France, in Netherlands, of electrolyzer to produce green hydrogen, transform that in, to produce green hydrogen and use that in our refinery to decarbonize that production.
Thank you. We'll be able to dig into that later, because I'm sure there will be questions. But as we are addressing the issue of hydrogen, perhaps let me take 1 second to explain to the audience that hydrogen, you don't find it on the ground, you don't find it in the air. It is an energy vector. The bulk of hydrogen consumed and produced today in the world is very carbon intensive. It comes from coal, it comes from gas. So it's a large share of global greenhouse gas emissions. So there is an opportunity to clean this hydrogen, but there's also an opportunity to use more hydrogen and to produce more for new users. And one of these users is energy storage. And I'm turning now to Frank Wouters. Thanks for being with us today. You are the president of the Hydrogen Alliance for the MENA region. There is a huge issue when we talk about low-carbon hydrogen. Everyone needs to understand, which is that it has multiple potential utilizations, but one thing needs to be made very clear is the certification that it is really low carbon. And there's different ways of producing it, so if we want to make sure all across the world that we are talking about the same product, we need to have common rules. But before we enter this topic, perhaps you could tell us, based on your latest study, about how hydrogen can be stored and how to basically improve the flexibility of energy systems, building on various technologies, but I'm sure as well hydrogen. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, the study was a little bit broader because what we really wanted to understand was the role and the size of storage. Because, even though I wrote a book on batteries in the 90s and I was the president of the Long Duration Energy Storage Council for several years, and I've made investments in, in solar thermal projects in Spain with molten salt storage. I always had this nagging feeling that I didn't really have the big picture on the role of storage and what it means in an energy system. So last year we started a project and we started looking into it. And the first thing that shocked me was actually nobody knows. So now we know because we did the research, but there was not the IEA, not IRENA, not McKinsey. Nobody actually knew how much storage we have, in the world to make the energy system function. And then the second question is, why do you have storage? The first reason why you have storage, it's obvious to match supply and demand. It's a technical requirement. That is what you understand. If you think about storage, and that's also what the modelers understand, which is important because the other two reasons for storage they actually don't understand, or at least they don't take it into account. So the modeling, that was the second finding. So first, nobody has the overview. Secondly, the modeling is wrong because they don't look at storage from a system perspective. So the other two reasons why you have storage is it's obvious. We have strategic reserves. I mean, the IEA, since 1970s, we have 90 days of strategic petroleum reserves. Since this year, the European Union mandates that 90% of your gas storage has to be full on the 1st of November because of the Russia issue and the Ukraine war, etc. So strategic reserves are significant. And the third one is also obvious. It's trade. People buy molecules when they're cheap, and then they sell them when they're more expensive. And that adds up to quite a significant amount of molecules. So when we did the numbers, you then find that, of course, there's a lot of people know everything about oil, then there's the gas people, you have the battery people, you have the coal people, but the aggregate added up to more than 20%. So more than 20% of all the molecules that we consume in a year is in storage for the three reasons that I just mentioned. If you then look at electricity storage, which is what everybody also understands, batteries and the growth of batteries and the critical minerals and all of that geopolitics around this, it's completely insignificant. And I mean, I'm on the board of Core Street Capital. We make investments in battery systems, so I know the markets and why you have batteries, etc. But in overall numbers, it's 0.03% of electricity consumption in a year, which is 30,000 terawatt hours. So you store 9.5. So batteries are not even part of that 9.5 terawatt hours. It's pumped hydro. And batteries are growing exponentially. So they will be bigger than pumped hydro in the future. But it's still going to be insignificant. Because then the next thing we did is we understood the massive amount of molecular storage, 3,000 times more than electricity storage, if you will. And the question is, okay, now we have to project a future that is clean. So we looked at various models. We looked at BP, very well documented. We looked at IRENA. I used to work at IRENA, so I looked at the World Energy Transition Outlook for 2050, latest by when we need to be clean. We need to not have any more emissions. And then we found that none of the models took storage into account. And the fact that, for example, now somebody mentioned that we have more than 80–85% of new additions for several years has been renewable. So that is growing exponentially. But still, the electricity system runs on molecules. 60% of electricity still generated using coal and natural gas. So you have a lot more clean electricity, the solar and wind, etc., but it's backed up by molecules. And then if you fast forward into the future, then it is very clear that we will have more electricity. I mean, nobody argues that it will be less than 50%. Right now, it's about 20–25. It will double or almost triple. So electricity is certainly going to be more because it's cheap and cost-effective to do, but it still requires molecules. And that is the major finding. We ran the numbers, we reduced the number of molecules in the electricity system, but still you end up with at least 2,000 times more molecules than batteries. And then the question is, okay, how do you do that without emissions? And that is where hydrogen comes in. So it is not a nice to have. Part of the narrative that I'm hearing, we have to do renewable electricity first, and then we do hydrogen because you have conversion losses and efficiencies and yada, 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 and it's difficult to store, and I don't know what. The question is, how are you going to build a system without it? And I don't see an answer. So we have to think in molecules. So storage is dominated by molecules now and in the future. And then we have to focus on cleaning up the molecules more than anything else. I mean, solar and wind, that is something that we know. We've done it, we know how to do that, just keep going, keep building, etc. It's cheap, cost-effective, etc. But we need molecules, otherwise you cannot build a system that works.
So Frank, that's very convincing, and we need to optimize energy systems to reduce costs and improve efficiency and security. There's not unlimited money and capital resources and raw materials, etc., etc. But if we take the hydrogen economy, the future hydrogen economy, there's two big blocks that are leading in terms of ambition and in terms of industrial capabilities in this field. It's Japan. They were the front runners for various reasons we can discuss later on, and the Europeans. And if we look at Europe, it's fair to say that because of rising energy costs, because of rising interest rates, because of political uncertainties, because of a number of problems, the ramp up of the hydrogen ecosystem has been slowed. Nonetheless, it remains critical to get there. So, what is needed now, in your view, in Europe, if we really want to, exactly do what you said, which is not have the sequencing, but have the two being developed together, the molecules and the electrons in this field?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I mean, if you look at the European situation, and it's very similar in Japan, you're a net energy importer right now. And that will not change in the future. Even in a fully renewable energy future where you have all the bells and the whistles to make that work, you will still not be able to be self-sufficient in Europe and neither in Japan. So you need to look at imports. Then the question is, if you have an import dependency, you're going to have strategic reserves. That's why we have them right now for petroleum, and that's why you have this mandated storage situation for natural gas. There is no situation where I foresee, a future where you are replacing fossil fuels with cleaner molecules, where you don't have strategic reserves for those. Batteries again are insignificant. They're important, but they will not give you that security of supply. You want to have a strategic reserve because you want to reduce price shocks and guarantee, that the system works at any point in time. Then the question is, if you're going to have, first of all, a whole bunch of hydrogen and other clean molecules, and of course biomass is there, etc., why not build that strategic reserve now? As you rightly said, we're struggling to find a market mechanism and to get going. You have to get going to reduce costs. At the moment, the costs are still high. We know that we will be lower in the future if you deploy it at scale, etc. But you have to start, and the starting is at the moment the issue. Why not build a strategic reserve now? And there we did some numbers, and a realistic number for hydrogen in 2030 in the European Union is 6.8 million you know, the tons of, no, 6.8 million tons of hydrogen. And then if you take the numbers that we have right now, 25% of that, you know, you would already require hundreds of salt caverns deployed by that time. So, but it would provide an immediate, you know, mechanism for the projects that are there, because the projects are there. There's about 1,500 large-scale hydrogen projects that people have developed, but they don't, you know, find an immediate off-taker. If we start with a strategic reserve, which we were going to need anyway, you know, you have an immediate mechanism to actually get going. And then you get on the cost curve, and then you know, start getting into a market situation.
Thank you so much. Well, just to, you know, this 6.8 million tons, that will be a third of the current target.
Yeah, well, I mean, the target is an ambition. The 20 million tons, so the 10 and 10 imported and domestically produced, that's not hardwired.
Okay.
So what is hardwired is, you know, the Fit for 55, the gas package, you know, there's 1% in the fuels, etc. If you add those up, which are, you know, they're mandated, so the member states need to put them into national legislation, then you add up to somewhere between 4-point-something and 6.8. That is hard. That's a hard target. The others are ambitions and not really hardwired.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue on that. And I'm turning now to our last speaker, Mika Blujon-Meret. You have many hats. And including working now for Hy24, and hydrogen specialized investment fund based in Paris. But among the many things that you did is you wrote a book about the geopolitics of hydrogen. And so hydrogen can be produced either locally, but it can also be transported in various forms, liquid or gaseous form. There's different costs and constraints related to that, but clearly we talk about hydrogen, but hydrogen has different forms and byproducts. It can be ammonia, methanol, to name a few. So do you have the impression that hydrogen trade could actually pick up before we do local hydrogen production? Because what we do now is little, generally small demonstrator scale hydrogen production, although there's a few exceptions we can discuss. But do you think that, you know, the bigger scale will be driven by trade, and what do you see for the region here as a potential hub, for example, and for what kind of products?
Sure. Well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Marc-Antoine, for this great introduction. Indeed, the book will be published on January the 30th, so it will be available for everyone for free online. Don't worry about it. So one of the things we tackle in the book is how basically hydrogen has changed in terms of geopolitical and geoeconomic nature over the past 5 years. Basically, during the first wave of contemporary national hydrogen strategies, starting in 2013 in Japan and going all the way until 2021, 2022, what we've got is a majority of countries saying hydrogen will be unlocked thanks to international trade at massive scale. And to unlock that, to make it happen, we need to have some kind of major offer-centered policy support. And what we've seen, starting in like the second half of 2022 all the way until now, is that this strategy doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? If you are Germany or France or Belgium, you have hard-to-abate industries in your country. You want to decarbonize them with green hydrogen. Okay, great. You've got two options. You can either bring the green molecule here, the hydrogen, or one of its derivatives, ammonia, green methanol, DME, whatever you like, from some place where you've produced it at cheap, in a place where you've got a lot of land mass availability, and in a place where basically there's a lot of renewables. Okay, great. Second option, you can relocate the assets, the hard-to-abate assets, from Europe to the very same countries we were talking about. And that's basically what's changing now in hydrogen. The more global southern countries, as we call them, have started building hydrogen strategies at national level, starting in 2021, 2022, the more this kind of new narrative has emerged. If I'm Namibia, if I'm Kenya, if I'm Morocco, if I'm Indonesia and the likes, why would I export raw molecules to Europe for Europe to turn these molecules into high added value products? Why would I do that? Doesn't make sense. I want to retain the added value in my country. I want to create local jobs. I want to diversify my economy. I want to de-risk my economy, especially economies like that of the Middle East who need to actually not just decarbonize, but reinvent themselves for the post-fossil fuels world. So based on that, those countries have said, now hydrogen is a green shoring geopolitical factor. And if you want to decarbonize your hard-to-abate industries, don't pick my molecules up and take them all the way to the north. Invest in my country, build assets there. And in a nutshell, that's the reason why major investors like RDN, for example, now with the Hy24 fund, are basically leading the narrative. They're saying, okay, so there's green shoring on the one hand, there's still people who will need molecules, for example, Total Energies, they will need to import molecules to decarbonize their refineries. In Europe, that's a given. And we need to help them both on the infrastructure side and on the equipment side. Why do we need to do that? Because as I said, the first hydrogen national strategies, they were focused on the offer side. And because they were focused on the offer side, like on the chicken side, if you like, no one was really betting on the eggs part of the equation. So what we've realized is that many projects based on very large subsidies, picking up in 2021, 2022, 2023, are now being stalled, not just because of the cost of capital, not just because we don't have the appropriate regulations and whatnot, but also because the demand hasn't picked up at the same pace. So now, what countries are doing is that they're readjusting, realigning their hydrogen strategies to focus more and more and more on the demand, starting with Korea, starting with Japan, starting with Germany. Because if you have demand, basically there's always going to be someone seizing an opportunity here and saying, oh, I need to build that value chain upstreamward to actually meet that demand. And that's how you unlock effectively hydrogen. But, and that's, don't worry, I'm going to end there. That's a real geopolitical change. Because if you are focusing on the demand, if you're focusing on the green shoring aspect of things, then basically what we are building is local value chains, more than international trade-based large-scale value chains. And that's really the biggest geopolitical and geoeconomic change of the past couple of years, at least in hydrogen and its derivatives.
Thank you, Mika. The focus on demand is essential because indeed, if you don't have buyers, of course the supply is not going to come. And that is a fundamental energy policy challenge because you have to come with OPEX support measures for energy-intensive industries or hard-to-abate industries, and that is, of course, something that governments are not very used to so far. But there is schemes, carbon contracts for difference, etc. Now, just coming back to the supply side, you mentioned a number of countries that could rise up. How do you see, what advantages do you see for this region here and for the UAE, for example, in this equation?
Well,
because not everyone will be a front runner in that field.
No, definitely. Basically on hydrogen, the beautiful part of hydrogen is that technically anyone could produce green hydrogen anywhere in the world. But the costs question, of course, is important. When we look at the latest study from IRENA regarding the 1.5 degrees pathways, what kind of investment needs that we would need for hydrogen, they've basically said, we would need $900 billion of investment all across the hydrogen value chain between 2024 and 2030 to actually build the very first phase of that hydrogen economy model. Who has the money to actually deliver that now? Is it Chile? No. Chile is asking money from the World Bank to develop its hydrogen economy. Is it Europe even? No. We're broke. Is it Japan? They're broke. Is it South Korea? They're not that broke, but at the same time, they only have so much of a market to actually kickstart the whole thing. So basically here, when you're in the Middle East, you've got people who've got money, you've got people who've got available land mass, you've got people who basically also have the availability to invest in all the other things you need to develop hydrogen. The water supply, starting with desalination, which you know all too well. But not just that, the minerals and all of that. And the green shoring aspect is key. If you really want to retain added value then you basically say, look, I have the money to invest in hydrogen. I also have the money to build the industrial assets that are going to use that hydrogen locally. So basically here in the Middle East, whether you look at Oman, whether you look at Saudi Arabia, whether you look at even Kuwait, who's building right now a hydrogen strategy as well, Iraq and the likes, there's people here who can deliver that hydrogen economy. I just want to add one key thing. We are changing, hydrogen is changing the nature of energy geoeconomics, I would argue. And of course, feel free to challenge me on that. We are moving, I would say, from a commodities-based geoeconomics to an assets-based geoeconomics because of hydrogen. Because hydrogen is not just about the commodity, the molecule. It's about all of the assets that you need upward, upstream, downward, downstream to actually make it work. And based on that, the increasingly important factor is not really the OPEX, it's actually the CAPEX. And if you really want to deliver the CAPEX, you need to de-risk the whole industry moving forward. And to de-risk the whole industry moving forward, if you're broke, as Europe or Japan, or if you're not really sure of what you're going to do with hydrogen, like the US, and you want to make sure that you don't miss any opportunity whatsoever, what you need to do is to develop regulatory systems, new ones, new energy reserves that can basically push that market moving forward. So in Europe, we've got that. RED III was mentioned. I could have mentioned here Ifri and many other directives of that sort. CBAM, of course, there's a CBAM effect in hydrogen and many derivatives or use cases of hydrogen. This is a very important factor. And then when you add also the carbon capture, the eSAF, sustainable aviation fuels, and the likes, and so you add the carbon question to rebuild some molecules that we need for e-fuels, then basically you also touch upon the carbon aspect, and therefore you touch upon the forestry, the nature-based solutions aspect, and the likes. So to unlock all of that at the same time, you need the regulatory to be adequate, you need the energy reserves, which China is the only country doing right now when it comes to building hydrogen strategic reserves in the world at the moment. And what you need is investors. Investors, long-term investors who are willing to provide maybe more conservative investors with a platform to invest in nature-based solutions. So Ardian is doing that. They're not the only ones, but they were frontrunners in that, with Hy24 in hydrogen, with the NBS fund when it comes to forestries and carbon management. Basically, you need these kind of actors to then help de-risk not just the economy, but the policymakers as well. The policymakers also need to be de-risked when they take decisions to build these favorable regulatory regimes. So you need to bring all of these people together, and it's a systematic change that needs to happen.
So thank you for that. I think this kind of gathering also helps to move into that direction. I'm now turning to the room. Has anybody any question? I see one question over there. We still have a few minutes left. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you very much for the interesting conversation. My name is Randy Cotier. I'm running the economic service in the south of France. So indeed, hydrogen is a very important matter for us, especially in the Fos area. We have about 2 to 3 gigawatts of projects to contribute to the carbon transition of the industry. And so the question of the cost is really at the heart of the matter, like you said. But like you said, we're broke. And in terms of regulatory framework as well, we don't want to hamper the competitiveness of our industries, right? So how do we go about pushing the demand in the fiscal space that we have? And at the same time, also, I would like to have your view on how far down can we go on the cost curve of hydrogen production. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that is maybe for Stéphane Michel, and then the others can add to that. And meanwhile, let's gather a second question. Anybody has a second question? So then I have one, if I may, and I might address it to you, Dr. Al-Ozani. Do you plan to have a carbon market in your region, and how advanced are you in this thinking? Because it might be, or it certainly is, one of the drivers of these sustainable investments and of this progressive transition. That will be my next question, if you may. So please, perhaps we start with Stéphane.
Yeah, I'm going to sound perhaps a bit pessimistic and less passionate than my right colleague, because you have two uses of hydrogen. One is for its chemical property, used in fertilizer, used in the steel industry, used in refining, potentially on steel industry. And here, when you look at the hydrogen, it's either blue hydrogen, so actually CCS, because at the end of the day it's gas with CCS, or really something brand new, which is green hydrogen produced with electricity. And if I look at what we are able to do today, the cost of that green hydrogen is probably 3 to 4 times what we call the grey hydrogen, which is the one produced today without capture. Can the society afford that? 4 times is a lot, but yes, it's likely, because at the end of the day, it's just a small component of the full value chain. And in the world today, the only customers that can afford to buy green hydrogen are European refiners because of the regulation. And why so? Because you've got obligation of incorporation, which are not that high, which means that all people, all consumers in Europe are paying a bit for the green hydrogen when they go to the petrol station. And that's why it works. The key question is, can we move from that to an industry, to a situation where you use hydrogen as a power vector, replacing electricity, gas, oil. And when you do that, then you are not talking about 3 times, you are talking about 10 times. And there is no economy that resists to be built on something which is 10 times the price of what you use today. That doesn't work. And that's the very reason why today you don't find customers, as simple as that. The only country which is trying to do that, it's not based on green, it's based on blue, it's Japan and Korea, to blend that in the coal-fired plant, because they don't want to write off their asset. Which, by the way, is a kind of strange, because actually they could build and buy LNG and turn to a CCGT and will do the same, but that's beyond the debate. So the key question, are the one you mentioned, is do we see a future in abating the cost of green hydrogen significantly? And the big problem is that green hydrogen today is power. So the big question is, where and how can you cut power costs significantly? You've got plenty of countries in the world where you can do that, starting by Middle East, Chile, some of them, Morocco, some of them have been mentioned. And we actually invest on them partly with Advancat that we finance. But there is a limit clearly to what you can do. And then the problem is that you've got your hydrogen in a country where you can relocate everything you want, but not all the industry of the world will go in Chile or Oman. There is a limit to that. So you need to transform it and transport it and backcrack it. And that chain today is a quite mature chain, because it's an industry we know, producing ammonia, backcracking ammonia, transporting ammonia. And that's a chain where your ability to cut costs is not that high. So I would be very surprised if actually you can cut the cost of hydrogen by more than 2 or 3. And that's a very big difference with what we know on wind and solar, where the cost curve was just absolutely impressive. But that's done. So that power part of the hydrogen is gone, it's done. And the rest is pretty much mature industry. That's the way we look at it. That doesn't prevent us to invest our share, because we are probably one of the largest investors in hydrogen and one of the largest off-taker. But let's be clear, hydrogen is not, it's an interesting tool. It's not the solution to the transition. To that extent, it will marginally change the geopolitics of power and energy.
Mika, 15 seconds, and then Frank, 15 seconds, and then we finish with you on the important question. Please,
we're running out of time, so you have to take my word for it, but don't worry, I've got this book coming so you can verify what I'm saying. Basically, what Stefan has just described is definitely the situation of hydrogen 2 or 3 years ago. One of the ways to cut down the cost is green shoring. One of the ways to cut down the cost is to massify, and to massify you need to invest on the equipment, not just on the offer. And the third point, which is absolutely key here, very, very important, I want to stress that, is when it comes to hydrogen, as Frank said, it's not a nice-to-have thing. You can't have a net zero economy, let alone a regenerative economy, without hydrogen. So if you don't invest in it now, if you don't help bring the cost curve down, if you don't invest in natural hydrogen in Oman, for example, which basically is twice, half the cost of green hydrogen at the moment, basically, you will never get there. We will never get there.
Frank, 5 seconds.
Yeah, three things. One is 2024 is going to be the hottest year on record after 2023, which was the hottest year on record. There was a Harvard paper earlier in the year that estimated the social cost of carbon as more than $1,000 per ton. So it's not that we cannot afford it, but we're putting the money in the wrong places because we're paying for the mess that we're creating by CO2 emissions. So that is number one. Two, if you look at our proposal for a strategic reserve, and I'm completely with Mika, it is not a nice to have. We cannot build a clean energy system without a whole bunch of hydrogen. We can actually ramp up the hydrogen reserves by ramping down the fossil fuel reserves, because you don't need both. I mean, you can do a megawatt hour for megawatt hour, a swap, and you take that, put it on the market, and at least there is a little bit of money. It won't be enough, but it's a start.
Okay, thank you very much. So last word, and then we close. Please, Dr. Al-Hosani, a good news from the region? Oh, please.
So definitely, you can't, back to that point, you cannot look into a net zero strategy without looking into carbon markets, and the UAE is definitely looking into it in a very systematic and pragmatic way. We have already created our carbon registrar system. We are now having a high-level, federal-level committee looking into carbon pricing, and then we are, we're progressing into the carbon market in a very systematic way.
Wow, so we look forward to that. Well done. So,
stay tuned.
Warm round of applause to all of you. Thank you very much. Great discussion. And so to be continued.
Yes.
Because that's just the beginning. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Thierry, for inviting me, and thank you also for dedicating a full session to the IMEC. IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. I am Gérard Mestralet. I am the special envoy of the French President, Emmanuel Macron, for the IMEC. I'm not a diplomat. I have an industrial business background. I've been for more than 20 years CEO of companies like Suez, GDF Suez, NG, involved in the energy and the environment. We have a small panel, small by the size, but thanks to my colleagues, very high level. My colleagues are Anurag Varma and Gideon Bromberg. Anurag is a senior vice president and head of public affairs and business development for Adani North America, part of India's largest infrastructure and logistic conglomerate. So in this capacity, Anurag shapes the company's partnerships and strategic growth in North America, and previously he was a vice president, head of global government and public affairs of Infosys, and is currently based in Washington. Thank you. Gideon Bromberg is a co-founder and co-director of Ecopis Middle East. Ecopis is a unique regional environmental peace-building organization founded in 1994, and this organization has been nominated in 2024 for the Nobel Peace Prize. Gideon has served as its co-director for 3 decades, an attorney by profession. He has been immersed in the environmental peace-building world for over 30 years and has written extensively on the relationship between issues and water in the Middle East peace. He has presented on 3 issues, these issues before the United States Security Council, United Nations Climate Summit, US Congress, and European Parliament. So I will start first by describing what is IMEC. IMEC has been created by an agreement, an MOU, signed in September 2023 in New Delhi on the sidelines of the G20. This agreement has been signed by 8 chiefs of states or chiefs of government, Mr. Modi for India, Mohammed bin Salman for Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed for the Emirates, 4 signatories in Europe, President Macron, Chancellor Scholz for Germany, Prime Minister Meloni for Italy, and Mrs. von der Leyen for the European Union, which is a member as such, and also Joe Biden. So it is an economic and logistic corridor. It aims at developing and enhancing the connectivity between the 3 continents, India, Middle East, and Europe. IMEC will be one of the major infrastructure projects of the 21st century. The total cost has been evaluated around $500 billion, but we must be prudent. What is it physically? Physically, the corridor will transport goods by containers, so this will imply ships, ports, railways. It will also transport energy, electricity, green electricity, high voltage lines, green hydrogen. And by the way, after the discussions we have just seen in the previous panel, I would like to mention that IMEC will be the most important corridor for green hydrogen because it will connect the most important consuming zone and the most important producing zone. The producers of green hydrogen will be India, and perhaps you could mention later on the immense project of India in the production of green hydrogen. So India, Saudi Arabia, notably in NEOM, the Emirates, Oman, but also Egypt along the Suez Canal, but also Jordan. So this zone will produce very important quantities of green hydrogen, and Europe has decided to import massive quantities of green hydrogen, and therefore IMEC will be the link between them. In IMEC, there will be also, it will transport digital data with fiber optics. As you see on the map, there will be 3 legs. The first leg between India and the Arabic continent, on the southeast of the Arabic continent, will be a maritime leg. And the second section between, say, Jebel Ali, for example, but it will not be the only one port in Dubai, and the exit port, Haifa, will be a terrestrial land leg going through Jordan and Israel. Jordan and Israel are not signatories states because they are not member of the G20, so they were not present in New Delhi, but they are explicitly mentioned in the decision, in the press release issued by the 8 chief of states. So there will be on this second leg trains, high voltage line, hydrogen pipes, and fiber optic cables. The third one is maritime from Haifa, which is so far the main exit port to the Mediterranean Sea. It will be maritime to Marseille for us, that we want to privilege as being the already today hub for digital data. It will become a hub for hydrogen with pipes going to the north and the north of Europe. But of course, there will be also other ports like Trieste in Italy. Italy is a member of the IMEC. Also Piraeus in Greece, but Greece is not a member of the IMEC. And Piraeus is owned by the Chinese. There are 3 geostrategic objectives which explains the presence of the United States. First, because the corridor stops in Europe. It does not cross over the Atlantic. Nevertheless, this project is strongly supported by the US. First, it is a way to implement the Abraham Accords in order to normalize the relationship between Israel and the Arab countries by creating a physical link. Secondly, it reinforced the links between the Occident and India. And this is very important for the US and for Europe to increase the relationship and the friendship between Europe and India. And the third objective is to create additional prosperity all along the corridor. So where are we today? First, it's important to mention that only 3 weeks after the signature in New Delhi, Hamas attacked Israel. It was the 7th of October. So, of course, for some countries, the priorities have changed in the Middle East, and that will be the case during the war in Gaza. So far, I am the only one special envoy. So it's not always easy to discuss with myself, but the people in charge of the IMEC, there are people in charge of the IMEC in all the other countries, but they are ministers, very high level, or national security advisors. And so the very important people who cannot allocate an important part of their time to IMEC. Therefore, there are lots of bilateral exchanges. For example, there is a trilateral diplomatic dialogue between India, UAE, and France, and IMEC is now at the agenda of this structure which was existing, and now IMEC is at the center. But there is so far no collective organization yet, but that's the project that we have to create a steering committee gathering all the Sherpas when they will be appointed. So we need clearly a governance body, and this governance body will gather the 8 representatives first, and then the 2 other countries that are mentioned in the agreement, plus, in our mind, Egypt and Oman. That's the first element, the first step. Secondly, there are lots of studies to be launched, studies for the identification of the infrastructures, where they are, what are the efficiency capacities, should we increase the capacities of the ports? Some terrestrial infrastructure do not exist yet in the Arabic continent, so they have to be done. What is the best track? There will be a central track, normally to Haifa, but we can imagine other alternative tracks to Jordan, to Egypt, or why not to Lebanon. So this is the second step that we want to put in place. And the third step is to prepare the day after. I explained, IMEC will create prosperity, growth around the track. We will create special economic zones, industrial zones, logistic zones, in order to have jobs, growth and prosperity, mainly in the hinterland of the ports. That will be the case in India, that will be the case in Marseille, it will be the case, it is mainly already the case in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but can be developed, and also the case in Haifa. The hinterland of Haifa will strongly benefit from the IMEC. And what is the hinterland of Haifa? It's Israel, of course. It's Jordan, south of Lebanon. It's close to the border. And also Palestine. And so we should prepare the case of IMEC being a strong element for the day after. I will stop here. And now, Anurag, you represent the private sector with the Adani Group. It is present in ports, in infrastructures, but also in energy. So what is your perspective?
Well, thank you, Your Excellency. Pleasure to be with all of you today. Let me start by introducing the Adani Group. Many of you may know we are India's largest infrastructure and logistics conglomerate. We have approximately 30 plus companies, 10 of which are publicly listed. In infrastructure alone, I will tell you, in India, we have about 18 gigawatts of thermal energy that we generate. We have approximately 12 gigawatts of renewable energy that we generate, and increasing up to 30 gigawatts by 2030. One of our great partners, Total, was just on the stage. We have 7 airports, including Mumbai Airport, which many of you have been to. We are building the 8th airport in Mumbai as well. It'll be the 2nd international airport there. We have 14 ports around India. We're developing one in Sri Lanka, and we also own the Haifa port. And we have 3 berths there, and we're expanding to 3 more berths in the coming 6 months. We have over 1 million gas customers, again in partnership with Total. We have 1,000 compressed natural gas stations. We have 23,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines around India. We are the largest solar panel manufacturer out of India. We will be, within 2 years, we'll be vertically integrated, soup to nuts, top to bottom. We will be exporting about 10 gigawatts within about 5 years. We have 5,000 kilometers of roads. All of this is to say, when you have a global initiative starting in India, going through Haifa and beyond, we're well positioned and very excited at the opportunity to participate and hopefully in some ways lead in this initiative. Later I'll talk a little bit more about India, but I thought for this group maybe we'd get on the same page on how we as an infrastructure, logistics and energy company look at the investment. Really, where are the practicalities of why this makes sense? So first and foremost, as many of you know, infrastructure investment is a long-term investment. You don't do it quickly and you don't do it for short term. You invest a lot of money in CapEx, and then you recover the CapEx, and then you make money over the decades beyond that. So that's how we initially look at a project. We look at cost effectiveness. That doesn't mean building cheaply. It means building in a cost-wise manner, such that we build without delays and disruptions. Delays and disruptions are very costly to us. So as we look at whether it be the eastern corridor, the middle corridor, or the western corridor, we look at will this be cost effective, and also is there demand? So in many cases, energy is the best investment because there's a demand all the time, everywhere for energy. Airports, not always, sometimes, right? Everyone needs energy, not everyone needs an airport, right? So these are the things we evaluate along the way. I think the most important thing is innovation. Why invest in infrastructure if what you're investing in isn't going to be better than what is already there? So we are looking at this infrastructure investment in terms of making it better, right? So it's not just supply chain resiliency and providing alternatives, right? It is, can we do it better? Do we have better security? Do we have cybersecurity? In India, for example, given all the investments I just told you about, one successful cyber attack would shut down a third of India in a minute. So cybersecurity is important. Digitization is important, right? That definitely affects operating costs, right? Then there's the intangibles, such as sustainability, right? Are we using renewable energy in the right way and in the most cost-effective way and deploying it in a manner that makes everyone better? The other thing is skills development. If you look at the entire corridor, there's a lot of opportunities to enhance the skills development in all of the affected countries. That actually helps our long-term durability of the project, and it benefits all the countries along the way. And then at the end of the day, there's the B2C, right? The customers, the people consuming the energy, the consuming the gas, receiving the shipments. We have to have that in mind, and many times in the current day, that also involves technology. Are the customers getting what they need in terms of next generation technology? With all that being said, I would like to just add one piece to this, which is if you go to the western tip of India, which is our flagship port at Mundra, and Your Excellency, you've been there, it's not just a port, it's a cluster of infrastructure. We have our solar panel manufacturing, our wind manufacturing there. We have our copper smelter there. We have thermal power there. We manufacture all of the pieces that go into solar panels. it's all in a special economic zone made for export. And we'll get to that in a minute, but generally speaking, the idea of having industrial parks along the way in the corridor is a great idea for a hub and spoke for all of the affected countries.
Thank you. Anwar, you described the fact that Adani will be a significant player and partner for the IMEC. You are you operate the major port in India. You also are the owner of the port of Haifa, so you are directly implicated in the project. But you're also an Indian group, and could you tell us what is the perspective for your country with IMEC?
Yeah, so India will really benefit from this. So Mr. Adani, our founder and chairman, when he looked to create this conglomerate, one company at a time, his idea was, how can I help the 1 billion plus people of India and think about the future of India? And that's a modernization of infrastructure and energy is where that thought process began. Fast forward many years, that's what we've been able to do in India. So the next step is India outwards. How can we promote trade and the mechanics of trade and energy and supply chain resiliency starting in India and going outwards? And when we look at that, probably the best example is, well, first of all, you should know India's largest trade partner is the EU. Second largest trade partner is the United States. So all of it points in that direction. Having said that, I think energy is the best example. So we have one of the largest renewable parks in the world. It's about 300 square kilometers of all solar and wind. And right next to it, we have 300 more square kilometers for another renewable energy park for solar and wind. So the first one feeds India. The second one will feed our green hydrogen plans. So 100 kilometers and we'll lay the transmission lines all the way to the port, and we'll have our electrolyzers at the port, and you've been to the port, and that's where we will convert the green hydrogen into ammonia and then ship out towards IMEC. And first of all, our green hydrogen is the most cost-effective in the world. We have the skills in India for the conversion to ammonia. And one of the hopeful benefits that we can provide to the region and along IMEC is distribution of green hydrogen.
Thank you very much. Gideon, with Ecopeace, your NGO, your baby, you are working with people from Jordan, Israel, and Palestine, even now, on concrete projects that could help for the day after. Could you tell us how you are succeeding in doing that, and what is the peace triangle?
Thank you very much. If we could put the slide of the peace triangle on the screen as well. It's a real honor to be here. And I think it's a real credit to the organizers for also inviting a civil society organization to speak on this stage, because we want to contribute and we want to speak about the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room in moving so many of the discussions that have been held today, and certainly in succeeding in IMEC, is seeing how we can help resolve the Israeli-Palestinian, the Israeli-Arab conflict. And IMEC can play a critical role in doing that. And we propose to do that as Israelis, Palestinians, and Jordanians, because that's what Ecopeace is. I have a Palestinian co-director in Ramallah, a Jordanian co-director in Amman, with 60 staff, 20 in Israel, 20 in Palestine, 20 in Jordan, focusing on how we can use the environment, but not only the environment, the economy and security, in order to build peace. And hence the concept of the peace triangle is transformative, because it's coming and saying that Palestinians need to see how they can live with dignity in their own state. It's coming and saying that Israelis need to see how they can live in security in the Jewish state. And Jordanians need to see how they're going to live in prosperity with the rest of the region. And the peace triangle concept helps each of our people see the future. Unfortunately, our leaders at the present are not providing us with the vision of the day after that enables our peoples to see themselves living in dignity, security, and economic prosperity. IMEC, with the Peace Triangle edition, presents that opportunity, but not only in concept, but in real project. And we're proposing 3 catalytic projects. The 2 of them are not our ideas. They're part of the IMEC idea. They're part of other ideas. One, of course, as Gerard mentioned, is the railway. And the railway is already largely built from the Saudi border with the Emirates all the way to the Saudi border with Jordan. It's built there, clearly, there's nothing on the Saudi-Jordan border. It's built to head to the Mediterranean. And we say extending that railway through Jordan to Haifa is brilliant, but it's not good enough. We need to see, and we propose, that Jordan be a hub. And as the enlarged map shows, a second line also going to Gaza, so that Gaza port, like Haifa port, can enjoy the type of prosperity that is envisioned for dignity for Israelis and Palestinians. And there, we welcome Adani to build the port, or the Saudis, or the Emiratis. And by doing so, the project becomes catalytic, because it doesn't just meet Palestinian dignity needs of prosperity in their own state, but it also helps meet Israel's security needs of living in its Jewish state. Because as soon as the economies of India and the Gulf and Saudi and Europe become dependent on the railway, on the corridor through Haifa, but also on the corridor through Palestine, the West Bank and Gaza, then it's no longer just an Israeli-Palestinian interest for stability and security. It's the interest of all of our neighbors, of all of our partners in this IMEC corridor. So the corridor becomes transformative when we see how Palestinians, Israelis, and Jordanians benefit. Similarly, another transformative idea, not our idea, of the Middle East, and particularly the Neom area, South Jordan, Neom of Saudi Arabia, southern Jordan deserts, and the Sinai of Egypt, producing large-scale renewables through sun, through sea, through production of green hydrogen. And a study that we were involved with Tel Aviv University shows that this area can supply 30% of the energy, of the electricity needs of the eastern side of Europe, from Greece to Germany. And therefore, it clearly meets also Europe's needs of meeting its climate, European green targets, but it also helps Europe to remove itself from a dependency on Russian gas. And in this concept, again, we see in the red lines important developments. Europe is already connecting its electricity grid from Greece to Crete to Cyprus and onto Haifa. And there are plans from Cyprus or Crete also to Egypt. And we say, great, but not good enough. We need to see the infrastructure that Adani is talking about, that Gerard is talking about, also to go through the West Bank and Gaza, to go through Palestine. Again, so that we can show Palestinians how their state can live in dignity, and how the rebuilding of Gaza in the day after will not be dependent just on donor funds, but will be led by public-private partnership because of the prosperity that a railway with a port, a export and provision of cheap energy through our three countries can provide our region. And again, through that investment, and it's billions of dollars of investment that also go through Gaza, means that there's increased security for Israel. Because again, the stability of the situation in Gaza, in the Palestinian territories with Israel, becomes a corridor priority. So it's a transformative change in interest. And then finally, on water, and this is indeed Ecopeace's project of Project Prosperity, where we see an agreement signed in 2022 between Israel, Jordan, the UAE, in a water energy exchange, where Jordan's renewables powers desalination in Israel and then sells desalinated water back to Jordan. Well, in our original plan, we saw also desalination in Palestine, in Gaza. And on the day after, we can see large desalination facilities being built in Gaza that not only supply water to the Palestinian population in Gaza and the West Bank, but also sell water to Jordan, making the project a potential public-private initiative, transforming again the interests so that stability in Gaza is not only an Israeli-Palestinian issue, it becomes part of Jordan's water security. And in that way, we're really learning from the experience of Europe, of regional integration. This is the coal and steel that brought Europe together after World War II, that brought Europe to the longest period of shared prosperity. So harnessing the sun and the sea and building the IMEC corridor that invites Israel, Palestine, and Jordan together to join IMEC can be the impetus for the day after to really bring the type of economic, but not only economic, security, climate resilience, and two-state regional integration solution.
Thank you very much, Gaydon. We wanted, through this panel, to present to you the point of view of the big global business with Adani, the point of view of the local civil society, with people of goodwill, people willing to restore the dignity of the local people living there in a very troubled part of the world, and the point of view of the policy makers. And so the three views gathered in order to support IMEC with three different origins. At the end, we all three are strongly supporting IMEC. Now we'll continue the question, and I'll come back to you, Anurag. You are based in Washington, D.C., so you work in the field of public affairs, international institutional relations, and we know that this project, IMEC, has been strongly supported by the Biden administration and Joe Biden himself. How do you see the new Trump administration as regards to IMEC?
So it's an amazing question, and what I loved is our speaker from about 2 hours ago, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy, and he kept being asked about what do you think of Trump's view on this and Trump's view on that, and he answered every question by beginning with a smile. right? And that's how we all view it in Washington. You know, what does Trump think about this? And you smile, because no one actually knows, right? What we do know is that Trump is a deal maker. He's transactional. And like many world leaders, he's about his country first, right? So the simple view is, if we just hire American construction companies, he'll be fully supportive. However, it's a little bit more complicated than that with him, right? He will be looking at the flow of American goods across the world, right? If it's good for American exports, number one, he will be supportive. Number two is the tricky question, right? He has a view that one of the things America needs to build is a supply chain that's not reliant on China. Now, as a private company, Adani, we have no view on that. Our view is to look for opportunities to build and construct. However, Mr. Trump has made it clear that he wants to diversify the supply chain away from China-only solutions. So many times people talk about the Belt and Road Initiative and such. What we're building through IMEC is an alternative supply chain to what already exists, right? And Mr. Trump will be supportive of something like that. So whereas a number of Biden administration priorities may fall aside, I really don't think IMEC will. I think he will absolutely see that it's in his global trade, falls squarely within his global trade objectives.
We have been in Washington very recently after the elections, and we can confirm that what is in the air, in the atmosphere, as I would say, twofold. First, the idea to reinforce the links with India, diversify the supply chain. It's positive. And sometimes in the US, this project is presented as a competitor of the Belt and Road Initiative. We do not want to consider it as we are against no one. We are building something new, something positive, which will create value, create prosperity, and at the end, the market will decide. But this can be an argument for the Trump administration. The second argument is the fact that, as I mentioned, this project will create a physical link between Israel and Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Jordan, and Oman. So it is directly the implementation of the Abraham Accords, which has been signed 6 years ago. And the Abraham Accord has been signed by the Trump administration. So there has been continuity from the Trump signing the Abraham Accord and then Biden implementing them through the IMEC. And of course, this would be a positive argument. Nevertheless, no one knows. Gideon, I would like to ask you what is the political buy-in, which countries support so far the vision of IMEC as a key project for peace and for prosperity?
So together with my Palestinian and Jordanian directors, and I'll show you a photo, we've lost the screen. We've traveled, we've presented the vision of the Peace Triangle addition to IMEC in the White House under the Biden administration to the cabinet of Amos Hochstein. We've presented it to the cabinet of President van der Leyen of the European Union, to the foreign minister, to other DGs in Europe, to the German government, and in the initial response, a lot of interest, but clearly saying, well, okay, but we're not there yet. We're not at the day after. And we're coming and saying, well, to get to the day after, we need to build these alliances of the private sector, of civil society, of government leadership. The German government or German government funding has recently given us a grant to do a study on the export of renewables from the Middle East to Europe. And it's actually being done by an Emirati company here, Qamar Energy, a leading energy consultant. And we're invited and sponsored to present the results of that study in February in Brussels, before the head, again, before van der Leyen's cabinet, the new foreign ministry, the new DG Med. And we're extremely excited. We're going to be working, of course, with France in, again, how to utilize the studies that are being produced. A private foundation is funding a study on the large-scale desalination in Gaza that would be part of Jordan's water security. And the Italian government is supporting a delegation from Ecopeace together with Italian civil society to think together and to write policy papers in support of IMEC and in support of the role that IMEC can lead in the agenda. And maybe most significantly, we're seeing interest of G7 countries to perhaps incorporate IMEC and its potential for peace building within next year's G7 agenda. So we actually come with real hope. In our own governments, we've heard positive responses from all three at different stages, on different aspects. Don't expect our three governments to agree outright. That's not the current trauma that our region is in. That's why we need the leadership of the 8 founding partners of IMEC to champion the incorporation of peace building into this IMEC model and bring on board together, invite Israel, Jordan, and Palestine to actually become signatories of the IMEC MOU that was signed back in September of last year.
Thank you, Gideon. We have 2 minutes left. So, as a matter of conclusion, I would first like to add an element, which is the approach of the EU. We have been discussing with Brussels, and you know that there is, perhaps that there is in the EU a process, an initiative called Global Gateway. Global Gateway aims at creating connectivity between EU as a whole and some friendly countries or friendly regions, and should concern 5 sectors: transport, digital, energy, we have the 3, at least 1, and education and health, which are not concerned by IMEC. And so there is an envelope of 300 billion euros for the Global Gateway. And the approach is to consider in the coming month global gateway, and therefore to have the full support of all the European Commission and all EU. That will be in the processes of the EU, which are really complex, a way to have them on board directly and completely. Having said that, we have now to conclude. I would say that you have heard a very interesting explanation of my colleagues. I consider that in the short term, IMEC should be a concept for the day after. And in the long run, IMEC should be one of the most important infrastructure project and connectivity project for the century. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are on.
Thank you. This way, that one.
Monsieur, Sedati, Kiri, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being so indefatigable at the end of a very long day. But I promise you that we will finish in time for dinner, if not a little before. This session is on economic growth and the geopolitical challenges in Asia. And I'm just going to say just a couple of words and then hand over to this rather impressive panel. I think for decades, we've assumed that Asia's economies were bound always to outperform, not just outperform, but actually race ahead of the rest of the world, especially sclerotic Europe, corrupt, war-torn Africa, and a Latin America that always seemed to punch, sadly, below its weight. Well, for many years, our assumption was right. China was able to double its economic size with each decade. For a time, India disappointed us, but it's now surpassing the PRC because the People's Republic is already suffering from its demographic imbalances. As for Japan, South Korea, the other big economies in East Asia, they prosper comfortably as the world's 3rd and 13th biggest economies, respectively. So add in the promise of Indonesia, and what's not to like? Well, the answer to that question, I think, will be given by this particular panel. It's really the state of geopolitics, and of course, the return to the White House of Donald J. Trump and his threat of punitive tariffs on Chinese exports to the United States, and indeed the prospect of tariffs on all of America's imports. But that's not the only geopolitical and economic factor worth noting. China, North Korea, Russia, and the US are all nuclear powers in East Asia, and further afield, also, of course, Pakistan and India. So the potential for misadventure is obvious, be it over Taiwan or over the Himalayas or in the South and East China Seas. Bear in mind also that with America turning in on itself, with all due respect to Kevin McCarthy, the rest of the world can no longer really count on a Pax Americana. I mean, the days when Madeleine Albright would say, you know, America is the indispensable nation, maybe those days are fading. Bear in mind also that China's ascent to equality with the United States as a superpower is stumbling thanks to its economic woes. There's not yet any Pax Sinica. Finally, bear in mind that the Ukraine war has mocked Vladimir Putin's dream of resurrecting the old Soviet or Russian Empire. In short, we are living in troubled and troubling times. Now, this panel has speakers from Hong Kong, which is now, of course, despite 150 years as a British colony, is now an inalienable part of the People's Republic of China. We have Japan, we have South Korea, which of course has its own little political problems at the moment. You still have a president, but the impeachment vote may be tomorrow. We have M.K. Narayan, who used to be in charge of intelligence in India. And last but not least, he's probably actually the biggest person on this panel, we have Douglas Powell, who was the de facto ambassador of the United States to Taiwan. That, of course, was a title never, ever officially given. Douglas, the floor, or rather the seat, is yours. 6 to 7 minutes.
It's me.
Yes.
Well, thank you, and thank you to Thierry, Montbrial, and the whole team for bringing us together once again. These are colleagues we sometimes meet only once a year, but it's a wonderful time to do this. I want to start my remarks by taking us back, to the early 1990s, and then move forward rapidly to the present. In the early 1990s, China had come out of the Tiananmen massacre very much damaged, sort of international doghouse, if you will. The United States had had a victory in the Kuwait War and was emerging as the unipolar superpower. And in that period, the U.S. would go around and talk to our friends in the region and say, where do you stand on China and the US? And they would say, please don't ask us to make a choice, but we're with you. Time progressed through the 90s. The US made some stumbles along the way. We, in my view, mishandled the 1998 Asian financial crisis. We could have done better by our friends. China did a better job of addressing the concerns of the economies of the region. Into the 2000s, China started to recover from the Tiananmen incident. Zhu Rongji took over as premier. He cast aside unproductive industries, really energized the economy, and China was on its takeoff period. And we still kept asking our friends in the region, do you choose us or do you choose China? And they kept saying, don't ask us to choose. And then you fast forward, and we're into the US invasion of Iraq, the response to 9/11 and the invasion of Afghanistan. And the US put more and more of its focus on that Southwest Asian pair of battlefronts, attempting to change regimes in difficult environments. And China just kept moving along its way. Then came the 2008 financial crisis. Again, the US stumbled economically, and the G20 and others helped pick us up from that period. But we were still mired in those wars right down to the 20-teens. We were not really out of it. And what happened in that period was more and more China had unevenly but effectively deployed diplomacy of an economic nature with its neighbors in the region, and greatly improved the volumes of trade and investment, mostly trade, but a lot of investment as well throughout the region. Come down to the end of the Obama administration, the Biden administration, and if you did a survey of the region and how the US was doing vis-a-vis the competition with China in the Asia Pacific, it was not a very good scorecard. The Biden administration has done a lot to improve parts of that picture in the region. If you break it down into 4 areas, I'll leave South Asia and to Ambassador Narayan to explain to us, but the US, in response in part to our concerns of our friends in Seoul and Tokyo, strengthened those alliances. New commitments were made there to strengthen the US relationship with each of them, and also under the Yoon and Kishida administrations, actually improving relations between Japan and Korea as well, a notable achievement. The US also with Australia developed the AUKUS, the Australia, UK, US notional agreement, entente, to build submarines and do other things in the so-called Pillars 1 and 2 of the AUKUS arrangement, which at least on the surface looks like a strengthening of our relations with a key ally in the South Pacific. The US had ignored in the intervening years the Pacific Islands, but the Chinese move into Fiji and elsewhere in the region woke the Americans up, and we started to commit to the freely associated states agreements with our friends in the small South Pacific Islands that are dependent on outside aid. And the US got back in the game together with Australia and New Zealand to offer real competition to China. In Central Asia, the US, after the Afghan war wound down, the US lost interest. We don't have any game to play. It's really a contest now between China and the USSR. So we're not playing our role there. Southeast Asia is the most interesting because Southeast Asians have greatly deepened their relationship with China. Singapore has always been frank about don't ask us to choose between the two, but they've been giving us more and more clear warnings. And judging the behavior of the Southeast Asians vis-a-vis the relationships with China and the US, you have to look at some more subtle signals than just what they say. And if you look at the behavior of the new leaders in Indonesia and Malaysia, both of whom have had interesting relationships with the US over the years, both of them chose to make their first foreign visits to China, not to the US. There's a signal there that's important that we should pay attention to, and maybe not yet paying enough attention to it. Now, take us up to the present. Economically, we've stumbled in the region. We haven't had competition in trade and the like, and we've walked away from the TPP agreement that was being done at the end of the Obama administration. Asia went on its own way with bilateral, multilateral, and regional agreements on trade that do not include the US. The US has opted out on its own, not been excluded, but we've chosen not to be involved. And the second area is that we have so dedicated ourselves to the kind of conflicts we were engaged in Afghanistan and Iraq that we neglected the development of our Navy and Marine Corps, our upgrading of bases, upgrading of capacity, attention to the Philippines that was on and off, and now it's back on again, but we've had a very rough go between ourselves and the Philippines, which usually had been a staunch ally and partner of the United States previously. Take this all the way to the present. We look at China, which has got its own domestic problems. I'm not belittling those, nor am I magnifying. There are problems in China. But China has put itself in a very strong position as the leading trading partner of most of the neighboring nations. The Biden administration is leaving the new Trump administration with a legacy of improved security ties with Korea and Japan. Trump can strengthen those, but he's also capable of weakening them. We have a new relationship with Australia. It's all in the future. We don't know what it is now. The future may bring us stronger ties. It may just pass into history the way CETO did back in the 1950s. This comes down to an important issue then. When China looks at Taiwan, in my view, China normally says to itself, well, is it worth a fight? Are we provoked so much that we have to fight? Or if we're not provoked, is Taiwan so available to military or coercive economic or other kinds of Chinese actions that Taiwan is susceptible to being pulled back into some kind of reunification or unification with China because the US is so weaker economically and militarily in the region? I think on the economic side, yes, China is stronger, and the efforts of the Biden administration, which will probably extend into the Trump administration, to identify high-tech areas that we can deny to China and sort of experiment with trying to hold China back in its technology development, give some advantages to the US, but we're still mostly facing an uphill battle. Where we have not made significant reforms is in our military procurement. Our Navy, Air Force, Marine capabilities in the region have not kept pace with the capacity of China to intimidate Taiwan, and therefore Taiwan is in a more vulnerable place today than it was 20 years, 30 years ago, and it's continuing in that direction. And a big test for the incoming Trump administration is, will they use the likes of Elon Musk and his reform capability and his entrepreneurial incentives and new people in the Defense Department elsewhere to improve our systems of procurement, give direction to our military to really modernize in a hurry, and be less slavishly dependent on individual Congress people's specific interests in the various aspects of the defense budget, which has led to a process now that's leaving us in the dust of China's very rapid military modernization. I look forward to going into more of these in detail if there are questions as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Douglas. A quick question. Do you think that, that America could ever join the CPTPP?
Ever is too hard to answer.
Let me add, do you think China should remain excluded from it?
Well, I think China should meet the standards of the CPTPP, and China is a long way from meeting those standards. But if they can meet the standards, then they should be in there. If we can meet them, we should be in there too. But as a nation, we are still, there was an earlier panel today which discussed very clearly how our political leadership has not prepared the public for dealing with international requirements for multilateral trade agreements. We have a lot of work to do.
The isolationist instinct is very strong. Jean-Pierre.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you to the organizer, to Thierry de Montbrial and Ifri, for inviting me to this new edition of the World Policy Conference. Two things regarding the title, coming back to the title of this panel, Economic Growth and Geopolitical Challenges. I think economic growth in the coming years will depend on a number of major economies in the region. First of all, the Chinese economy. and it will depend upon the stimulus package which is going to be put forward by the Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party. We don't know yet whether consumption is going to be really stimulated, because there are more and more trade barriers around China, which will have an impact on the trade flows. As you know, China's growth model is still driven by exports rather than by domestic consumptions, and the adaptation of the Chinese economy is something which will take some time anyway, and for the time being, the stimulus package has been much more aimed at overhauling local finance than really stimulating consumption. So now the good news is that I think in the region itself, we don't see much decoupling, we see more de-risking. Of course, China has tried actually embark into a project of autonomization of its own economy with the Made in China 2025 in terms of high technologies. But at the same time, and we see at the same time some other countries in the region, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, also trying to decrease their dependence upon China. But having said that, I think economic integration continues to develop. You see, for a number of years, ASEAN and China and ASEAN having more trade than China and the European Union now. So we have this regionalization of economic realization, which is also continuing to deepen. And if you look at Taiwan, as which was already mentioned by Doug, there are limits to the new southbound policy that Taiwan has tried to develop in order to reduce its dependence on China. So in the coming year, that's going to be a big part of the equation between Taiwan and China. Taiwan will remain highly dependent upon the Chinese market. So that's another interesting development. Now, the final example I would give in terms of economic integration is Vietnam, which has kind of adopted a very balanced policy between China on the one hand and the United States, importing a lot from China but exporting a lot to the United States, to the point that now the US has become its first export destination ahead of any other country. So, moving to the other issue, which is geopolitical challenges, actually Vietnam has managed to stabilize its relationship with China on the issue of the South China Sea. As you know, Vietnam claims the paracels, has a number of outposts in the Spratly Islands, and despite conflicting maritime and territorial claims with China, in the last few years, there hasn't been any major friction between China and Vietnam, which is quite a big contrast with the frictions which you have accumulated between the Philippines and China in the South China Sea, particularly in the South China Sea, in the Spratly area around some shoals called the Second Thomas Shoal, where in the last few years tensions have flared up quite a lot. Now, the good news about the South China Sea, since we have moved to geopolitical tensions, is that there is a willingness on both sides, both Beijing and Manila, not to escalate too much. Now, the decision, for instance, made by the Marcos junior administration not to send warships to the disputed areas, but to keep posting and deploying Coast Guards, so Whitehall ships, I think it's a good signal. The other interesting development is the decision made by the Philippines to again resort to arbitration to settle its dispute with China. As you know, the former arbitration decision, which was taken in 2016, was very much in favor of the Philippines. And I think from a legal point of view, the Philippines will try to demonstrate that China has actually infringed UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on many issues in the last few. Been kept in the dark on many issues, including tariff issues, but also on geostrategic issues. Now, I think overall Trump is going to adopt a more transactional policy, which to some degree may stabilize its China-US relationship with China. We have to bear in mind, actually, the first Trump administration managed to negotiate what was called a phase one agreement on trade with China. So that's something we have to bear in mind, because that's very much that's likely to be the way of travel as far as trade relations are concerned. Now, as far as Taiwan is concerned, I think Trump has been much less committal than the Biden, who, as you may remember, made on 4 occasions a commitment to Taiwan security if an unprovoked attack is started by China on Taiwan. Trump is going to put pressure on Taiwan in 2 ways, in my view. First of all, on buying more weapons, be more serious about Taiwan security and defense preparation. But at the same time, I think he will put more pressure on Lai Chi, and I'm here as maybe it's more adventurous prediction, not to rock the boat, but to stay within the envelope of the official name of Taiwan, which is the Republic of China, which is another Chinese entity or state. Finally, we have to bring maybe Europe here to some degree, and other partners of China, which I think it's interesting to see how China is trying to reach out those partners, the EU, but also Japan, and to some degree India, which I think the Indian participant will tell us more about the recent improvement of China-India relations after the BRICS summit in Kazan, where there has been some agreement on the border issue, which has allowed actually both sides to resume a much more meaningful relationship, which had been sort of put on hold and frozen for 3 or 4 years since the deadly incidents on the Himalaya in 2020. So for China, I think the interest is to sort of try to take advantage of the Trump administration to drive a wedge between the US and its allies, both in Europe and in Asia. Whether China is going to succeed, it depends very much on Trump. And Trump is also a very astute kind of politician. He may also counter-attack in proposing more subtle China policy. That's the one we may anticipate. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Of course, we could see Xi Jinping at the inauguration during the 20th.
Yes,
who knows? Who knows? Now, MK, could you take over? Because Douglas mentioned the AUKUS agreement. He didn't mention the Quad, which is a Japan, India, US, sorry, not the US, Australia, New Zealand. MK, the floor is yours. If you'd like to stay seated, or would you prefer to be at the podium? Yes, you can. Absolutely. This is a free country. I give you my, I mean, how can I possibly refuse you? As long as you stick to 7 minutes. So, and there's a great big clock there. Right. So it says 48 minutes and 52 seconds there, 51 seconds. So you've got until it says kind of 41 minutes.
I thought I'd left being ordered around ever since I left school, but obviously it has 90 years down the road, I'm still having the same problem. Let me briefly touch on the economic growth of Asia, and that I start with a very optimistic note. I think Asia has emerged as an economic powerhouse by the end of the first quarter of the 21st century. Asia's mosaic of diverse nations, culture, and economic systems has helped create a vibrant continent that includes manufacturing powerhouses such as China, alongside rapidly growing economies such as India. I may not be too far wrong if I were to say that Asia's profound transformation is shaping today's global economic dynamics. 2 nations of Asia have captivated the imagination of the world more recently, namely China and India. China is already acknowledged to have the capability to become a global manufacturing hub. But lesser known is the fact that India, with the world's largest and aspiring youthful labor force, is beginning to challenge China and, in the process, the rest of the world. Already a world leader in information technology and business process outsourcing, India is a force to reckon with as the world enters the second quarter of the 21st century. I would also like the audience to realize that India today has a very significant cadre of highly educated scientists and engineers, and, if I may say so, an arsenal of nuclear weapons. Allow me to take a few minutes to highlight India's progress. It has probably the world's most youthful population, the median age of which is around 25 to 26 years. Its economy has been expanding steadily, averaging 6.7%. It is today acknowledged to be the fastest growing among the large economies and has overtaken Japan to take the second place after China. It has hence earned the right to claim to be an independent pole of global power and a leader among developing countries. After many decades, the West and India appear to be in sync on many aspects of economic determinism. The US is India's largest export destination and the largest trading partner. A little over 2 years ago, India and the United States took what I describe as a significant initiative to enhance cooperation on critical and emerging technologies for the benefit of not only the two countries, but also for the world. Even more pleasing to the West would be that apart from democratic affinity and economic opportunity, given the shared concern about China worldwide, India has since shed its ambivalence and decided to participate in the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, better known as Quad, which includes the United States, Japan, and Australia, apart from India. Though short of a security alliance against China, it is an integral step which binds the two countries that have a similar approach and concern. Coming to the challenges that India faces, the political challenge, geopolitical challenges, it is evident that the continent faces a host of geopolitical challenges. Many date back to the Cold War era. Some have intensified during the post-Cold War period. The most important, perhaps, is the rise of China. And while there is not enough time here to dilate on all the security concerns that plague the region, I might mention the overweening threat that China poses to Asia apart from the West. Much is, of course, often made of the India-China conflict. But as somebody who's been a practitioner of the art of geopolitics for many years, I would like to say that I do not see a hot war taking place between India and China in the near future. The India-China conflict is essentially a conflict over civilization and civilizational politics. The threat that China poses to East and Southeast Asia, however, is far greater in nature. And I would say that this merits a little more dilation. I refer to the South China dispute, which involved the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan, with a China intent on making the most expansive claims across the region. China's 9-dash line, for instance, lays claim to nearly 90% of the South China Sea. Next, the Taiwan Strait and cross-strait relations. I don't think I need to dilate very much on this to this audience. Third, the Korean Peninsula. The simmering dispute and its serious dimension can exacerbate geopolitical tensions in Asia, further enhance North Korea's nuclear capabilities. North Korea's hostility towards South Korea and Japan contains the seed of an enduring conflict. There are, again, some other instances which have the potential to widen the arc of conflict. Quite a few, such as the India-Pakistan conflict and Afghanistan, have, however, reduced in intensity in recent years. Suffice it is to say that Asia's geopolitical landscape harbors a complex array of challenges that have profound implications for global stability. I want to assess the fact that there are certain hidden challenges that we need to think of in this context. Countries across Asia have varying talents. Talent is today a critical factor in navigating the shores of technology in the 21st century. But it may not be enough for most nations of Asia, other than a few, such as India, Japan, and Vietnam. In a world where artificial intelligence is being touted as a key to the future, we see that AI is proving to be a divisive element, given the lack of talent available to less endowed countries of Asia. These nations face real threats from AI and threats posed by augmented cyber warfare, sophisticated disinformation campaigns, and geopolitical instability, apart from newfangled autonomous weaponry and the like. Finally, I would be, I think, right in saying that no country or continent can alone forestall or contain the impending threats that are present on the horizon. China's global trade surplus, for instance, is a systemic problem for Asia and for the rest of the world. It needs a coordinated response. This is not yet available. Anything else will not meet the needs of today, as Xi's China continues to rely on a surge of exports, especially to developing countries, to revive China's growth. There are many other threats on the horizon, including global warming, that demand coordinated responses from countries across the globe. But there's little evidence of a joint strategy to counter and combat such threats. I rest my case at this point. I hope that the discussions we have here today and in the ensuing couple of days will provide a glimmer of hope for Asia and for the West as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, okay, thank you. It's interesting that you mentioned China's ambitions in the South China and East China Sea. You could also have added China's ambitions in the Indian Ocean, because Sri Lanka, Mauritius, you have a lot of Chinese interest there. But later on, yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. And now I think we should move to, it's not exactly a geopolitical thing, but perhaps it's a domestic problem. South Korea. Hur.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here, but not quite pleased to have to explain what's going on in Korean politics. But let me try my best. Number one casualty is me, actually. Originally, we have a different speaker who happens to be a member of parliament, so I had to stay at home because of what's going on in Korean politics. And as it has been, grabbing headlines of mass media internationally, let me say a few words, explanation of what's going on in Korea.
Sorry, one quick question. Was the original speaker, was he with the president's party or the opposition?
Me?
No, the Mr. Kim.
Oh, he is a member of the ruling party.
The ruling party, yes.
Ruling party. Yeah. First of all, what I would like to emphasize is that this unfortunate martial law was a single, isolated individual event engineered by President Yoon and some of his high school alumni, small number of high school alumni in the army. It's mostly not consistent with Korean level of political and economic development, as well as it's not supported by mass people on the street. Let me explain a little bit more in detail. It was December 3rd, or 10 days ago. It was an ill-conceived, a badly misjudged, and unfortunate event. But it was very short-lived. It's just 6 hours. And second, not a fire was shot. Nobody was injured. So it was declared in the night, and by the morning, it's all gone. But more importantly, it's the people on the street who resist this martial law. They just voluntarily swarmed to the National Assembly, blocking soldiers from intervention, from trying to pulling out National Assembly members. And it's fair to say, actually, even the soldiers were very reluctant to obey the order, so that they are not aggressive at all, creating enough space for the member of parliament to get in. And according to the Constitution, they voted unanimously, not only by the opposition member, but also some member of the ruling party who was present over there, unanimously agreed to lift this martial law. Actually, it was just 2 hours and 30 minutes after the imposition of a martial law. So what we have seen is not the decay of a democratic Korea, but rather a attestation of a democratic resilience of Korea, because it's just the people on the street who said clearly no to this ill-conceived attempt. Having said that, it creates political uncertainty, and it's most likely by tomorrow, the current president is most likely to be impeached politically by the Congress first. And if he's impeached, then the ball will be passed over to the Constitutional Court. But when he will be impeached in the National Assembly, his power as a president will be suspended instantly. And then the power will go to the prime minister, who will act as interim leader until the new presidential election, which, if everything goes as planned, probably will happen around in April, or at least by May. But still, it creates some uncertainty. But I think by the tomorrow, I think most of the uncertainty will be gone, and it will be more or less a legal battle in the Constitutional Court. And another thing I would like to point out is that, yes, there was some short-term turbulence in the financial market, but basically it was contained to an acceptable degree. All the credit rating agencies like S&P and Moody all said Korean economic stability is intact, and they don't have any intention to change their rating of a Korean sovereign rating. And this is unfortunate, but we have seen this before, 8 years ago. And even at the time, despite the short-term turbulence in the market, the economy came back after a couple of months, and probably we're going to see the same thing in this unfortunate event. So that's the explanation of what's going on in Korean politics. So I think I have to go back to the main subject of discussion. As you said, Asia is the most dynamic region. In the 1970s, the Asian economy share to global GDP was like 20%. But last year, for the market exchange rate, it was 36%. And most likely, it will reach 50% in 2040s, which is what they are talking about, so-called the coming of the Asian century. But now we are facing some unfavorable winds. And basically, it's a dilemma between economic reality and the geopolitical pressure, particularly the rivalry between US and China, which is getting more and more serious. Asian economies are very closely integrated with not only Chinese economy, but also with the US economy. And now there is increasing political tension to pressure Asian countries to take sides, politically at least. For the China, most Asian countries, China is the biggest trading partner, Either biggest or most significant FDI investor in Asian countries. There's a Belt and Road Initiative. There's a swap arrangement between all these central banks. And there's a lot of, many numbers of Chinese diaspora in the region. So for many Asian countries, Chinese linkage is almost inseparable. But geopolitical reality, everybody talk about South China Sea tensions and talking about Taiwan Strait, which is a flashpoint. And new development, as you know, is that now North Korean troops are in Russia, which add another layer of instability in the region. And sometimes China, although I must admit that Asia's fast development is inseparable with China's own development in Asia, sometimes China play as a sort of a bully in the schoolyard, and we need a countervailing forces which has been provided by the US most. But now increasingly with the new administration coming, we all know that Mr. Trump is very much transactional, and we don't know what kind of instability and uncertainty it might add on this existing political balance. And I guess the biggest concern of most Asian countries is how to maintain this economic and financial linkage with both China as well as the US without taking sides either one of them. They'll do that on their own country's interest, not by being pressured by these two giant economies, and trying to keep the stability in the region, which has been one of the building blocks for Asian prosperity up to now. And let me focus particularly on Korean situation. The biggest worry about South Korea is that before we have seen the Hanoi deal when Mr. Trump and Mr. Kim Jong-un sit down together, even though the deal finally broke out. And in the process, many Koreans believe that Korean authorities and people's expectation has been overlooked in the process. So the biggest worry here is that we don't want to see the repeat of that kind of deal, particularly as mentioned by speaker this afternoon. Mr. President really likes to negotiate. And now we have, as I said, North Korean troops already in Russia, so that there's a very much instability factor in the region. And whatever deal or negotiation that incoming President Trump might have with North Korean leader, we hope that there will be very in close consultation with South Korea without skipping over Korean interest. That's number one. And number two is that we have something called Camp David Declaration, where Korea and Japan and the US all committed to more closer relationship, tripartite relationship in the region. And despite all these changes in the political government in all three countries, we hope this relationship is going to continue as a stabilizing force in the region. You might tend to forget, but it's just a 1 hour drive from South Korea capital Seoul to the North Korea. Just a 1 hour drive up in the north. And as I said, North Korea is not the North Korea before, because now they have much more nukes, much more developed ICBM, new alliance with Russia, and they can be a very much destabilizing force, adding on the South China Sea as well as Taiwan Strait issue. And one thing I must add is that already Mr. Narayama already mentioned that there's a growing importance of India in the region. It's already 5th largest economy, and pretty soon it will be 3rd largest economy. And it's sort of very neutral to both China as well as the US. So it can be very much stabilizing force in the region. Korea is also strengthening our relationship with the India, of course, not only India, but all the rest of the world. And I guess India will going to play a more important role. And there was a brief mention about CPTPP. Now that WTO is in paralysis, I think this kind of regional arrangement is very important. Now, Korea also wants to join the CPTPP. And also, even though it's not a trading regime itself, also actively participated in the IPEF. And I think all these regional arrangements, whether it's trading or just a talking shop, can play a stabilizing force in the region.
Thank you. It's quite ironic in the sense that the UK is now a member of the CPTPP.
Yeah. Yes.
Just one quick question. If I remember correctly, Kim Dae-jung had a sunshine policy towards North Korea. Do you see any prospect of a future or present South Korean leader following the same policy, or is the action now of Kim Jong-un so much that there will never be that sort of attempt to reconcile?
I mean, I cannot say for sure, but many Koreans now believe the sunshine policy, despite its good intention at the beginning, actually earned time for North Korea to develop its nuclear missile. And now that North Korea has now new alliance with Russia, I don't think there will be a comeback of a sunshine policy. But having said that, we don't know who will be the ruling party in the next presidential election. But the current opposition party has been more sympathetic with North Korea. So that even though it's not a comeback of a sunshine policy, but probably there's a chance that they might be more lenient, let's put it that way. They might put peace over, short-term peace over long-term stability. There's a possibility, but I don't think it's a repeat of the sunshine policy as it is.
Thank you very much. And now, last but definitely not least, Yuichi, from Japan, an island of stability. I guess, actually, if you think of the relations between South Korea and Japan historically, and also how they've changed recently, how does Japan now see what's going on in South Korea?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your introductory question. And also, I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference, particularly, of course, Monsieur Montbrial and also Madame Kong, for their brilliant leadership in gathering world-leading strategic thinkers here at the World Policy Conference. My role is to discuss on the geopolitical challenges in Asia from a Japanese point of view. Next year, Japan will celebrate the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic opening relations between Japan and Korea. So naturally, Japan is preparing for a much stronger friendship with Korea. But because of the current turmoil in Korean politics, many things become even more unpredictable. So in East Asia, we see the full of unpredictabilities. So that would enhance our concerns about the future stability in the region. Even Japanese politics is becoming unstable and unpredictable. And maybe Japan is now entering into the era of political instability, ending the long time of political stability that Prime Minister Shinzo Abe actually created. But let me start my talk by focusing just 3 leading geopolitical challenges in Asia. Number 1, the possibility of the Taiwan contingency, which are already mentioned several times here. And number 2, the possibility of the North Korean contingency, another important contingency which we have to think about. And number 3, the possible impact of the second Trump administration upon the geopolitics in Asia. So number one, the possibility of the Taiwan contingency. Security experts in Japan as well as in Taiwan largely agree that the Taiwan contingency is quite unlikely to happen soon. I mean, the overall Chinese invasion to the mainland Taiwan. China is not Russia. China has been in many ways much more reluctant in exercising its military power. In the last 2 decades, under the particularly Putin regime, repeatedly Russia used military power, but China is unlikely to do the same. In the last 4 decades in East Asia, we haven't seen the major war. So in that sense, Asia has been perhaps the most peaceful place, unlike our usual image, since the Third Indochina War, which ended in 1991. After that, we have been enjoying peace and stability there. But at the same time, Japan is now surrounded by 3 nuclear powers, Russia, China, and North Korea. So it often said that Japan is now situated in the most dangerous place in the world, encircled by these unpredictable nuclear powers. So Asia, East Asia, is full of contradictions. So in this way, it's always difficult to predict. Like the Taiwan contingency, this is also another case of the full of contradictions. Even I said that Taiwan contingency is quite unlikely to happen, but at the same time, both Japan and Taiwan is under strong pressure, or stronger pressure coming from China, combining 2 things, economic coercion and the maximum military pressure by China's military, I mean the People's Liberation Army. So now, both Japan and Taiwan are facing serious security concerns. In addition, China's invasion, or the change of status quo by military force, upon the Pratas Island in the South China Sea is quite likely, because it's quite easy for China to change the status quo of the Pratas Islands. So even though the overall invasion of China into the mainland Taiwan is quite unlikely, but still, we have so many concerns surrounding Taiwan. And also political warfare or influence operations. Chinese infiltration into Taiwanese domestic politics is another important matter which we have to think about. So in this way, China is perhaps taking much more indirect approach to try to reunify the country. So we have to think with much broader perspective about the Taiwan contingency, not just looking at the possibility of the Chinese overall invasion of mainland Taiwan. So I said that in the beginning that Taiwan contingency is quite unlikely to happen. Here lies the biggest contradiction. If we, I mean the Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, ASEAN countries are complacent in thinking in this way, it means that we have no particular reason to increase our defense budgets. But China every year is increasing its defense budget. So it means that the gap is expanding. So this means that it will become more possible for China to do something to change the status quo by using the gap. So the number 1 priority for us is to increase defense budgets. I mean, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. To do that, we have to seriously think about the possibility of the Taiwan contingency. Number 2, North Korean contingency. Nowadays in Japan, many experts are thinking that North Korean contingency might come earlier than the Taiwan contingency for several reasons. Number 1, of course, North Korea dispatched its People's Army to Russia. By doing that, now North Korean Army has much better technologies coming from Russia, particularly in nuclear weapons and also ballistic missiles. By fulfilling those gaps which North Korea didn't have, now North Korea has much stronger military capabilities. And besides, in the end of April, Russian government decided to dissolve United Nations North Korean sanction panel. With that, it's easier, much easier for Russia to transfer technologies and some of the goods to North Korea to enhance North Korean military capability. So that is a serious concern to surrounding country in the region. So in this way, we have to think about that North Korea's enhanced military capability is actually destroying previous strategic stability in the region. And of course, China has serious concern about that. The much stronger link between Russia and North Korea, and a much stronger North Korean defense military capabilities with Russian help. So in the end, I also like to talk a little bit, just a little bit, about the impact of the second Trump administration upon geopolitical situation in Asia. American allies in Asia generally tend to think that a second Trump administration is not so bad thing, because it is quite likely that the second Trump administration will take Asian first policy, sacrificing Ukraine. So of course, it would be a serious effect upon the future of Ukraine. But Trump team often mentions about the importance of Asia, and China is a principal rival or enemy to hegemonic rivalry with the United States. It means that United States probably under the second Trump administration will use much stronger or larger resources upon Asia. So this is, of course, welcoming effect. And also, as I mentioned, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan need to expand its military capabilities. And we basically agree with it. So in this way, I think that Trump's Asian policy might become quite sound in trying to maintain a strategic balance between China and the United States. And that maintenance of the strategic balance in the region can be a good effect upon the future peace and stability in the region. To sum up, I like to say that there are so many unpredictabilities, but at the same time, Japan can bring some kind of stability and predictability by bridging United States with China, by bridging the liberal democracies with global south, by bridging several different forces. I think that Japan can play some important role.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's interesting. I think that the pivot to Asia by the United States began under Obama, and yet if you think about what has happened, what's kind of taken up an awful lot of American diplomatic and foreign policy time in the last decade or so, it's actually inevitably become the Middle East. I mean, it's extraordinary that, in a sense, the Middle East shouldn't matter that much to America, but it always drags American policymakers back in. So, a slightly jaundiced note. Any questions, please, from the audience? Because we have 8 minutes left, and I invite any questions. If not, I have a question for Jean-Pierre.
There's a question over there.
Question there? So I can't.
I can see.
Ah, there we go, yes. If you can identify yourself, that would be very kind.
Hello, I'm Farid Yassin. I used to be the Iraqi ambassador to the United States. I think
Ahlan wa sahlan.
At the World Policy Conference a few years ago,
yeah,
under Obama, the concept of the pivot to Asia was raised. And my question then was, what about the pivot by Asia? So now, 8 years later, can anybody add something to that on the concept of the pivot by Asia? What are the new strategies of the leaders of the...
Interesting question. You mean, in what sense has Asia's overall foreign policy direction moved?
At the time, the person who answered the question was the head of Lafarge,
yeah,
a French company. And he said he saw it very visibly in the fact that many leaders of Chinese companies were much more aggressive in the rest of the world than they had been previously.
Interesting. Jean-Pierre.
The Asian pivot
Yes, the pivot. Well, the pivot by Asia towards, towards the Middle East, for example, towards Iraq.
Well, China has been very active in the Middle East,
but also to Africa.
And Africa as well. But I would argue that actually, in the new priorities of the Chinese diplomacy today are more the Middle East and Latin America than Africa. Actually, if you look at the amount of trade between China and Latin America, is twice bigger actually than between China and Africa. It's around nearly 600 billion US against 300 billion US. So, and the Middle East is a growing partner of China, both the Saudi Arabia, Emirates, but also Iran and other countries in the Middle East. So, but I would add to that actually Asian countries compete for influence in other parts of the world. So in other words, the so-called global South is also very fragmented. And we had a session just before this one with IMEC, which underscores the fact that India is also very active in the Middle East and also China, India is also active in Africa to some extent. So we see major powers also competing, not to mention Japan and countries which have been in the global South for a much longer period of time. So Asia, yes, is also reaching out other parts of the world, but there are several actors doing that, and that's part of the multipolarization of the world, and including of Asia.
Thank you. A quick question to Douglas. I mean, I think it was Jean-Pierre who mentioned the Philippines and the tensions there. I mean, Biden obviously said 4 times at least that America would defend Taiwan. Whether that's true under a Trump administration is another matter. What about the Philippines? If they become, I mean, Philippines is a treaty partner of the United States. And I'm somewhat surprised that the Philippines is going to for arbitration again, having won the first time. Why do they need to go a second time? But nonetheless, Douglas, do you think the US would actually intervene on behalf of Manila?
Well, it matters what the topic or the cause of the conflict is. I think recently we had a few months ago, we had a concern that Scarborough Shoal and related shoals would be a pretext for some kind of conflict between the Philippines and China that would draw the US in. And I can tell you that American military figures do not think that should be the beginning of the war between the United States and China. And the Chinese also felt that that was not a place where we should test each other. The Philippines went through a period of sort of testing it, and they themselves, I think in consultation with the US, decided to take an initiative to lower the temperature around the shoals. And I think the US and China both welcomed the Philippines' decision to seek some kind of conciliation on management of the existing dispute between China and the Philippines.
Do you think it's a sort of a domestic politics thing in the Philippines as well? Because, I mean, Duterte obviously had this sort of pro-China policy when he first came to power, and it seemed to change.
Well, I would characterize
Marcos.
I always thought Duterte was more anti-American than he was pro-China. Yeah. It's deep in his blood, and we had to deal with that, and it was an awkward, we didn't deal with it very effectively in my view. We've had weak leadership in our embassy since the Bush administration on, and we could do a better job with our Philippine friends than we have done at the past. But I give credit to the Biden administration, they have really stepped up to manage affairs better bilaterally with the Philippines, and you're seeing that in the expansion of access to facilities in the Philippines, improved exercise creation, and I think the kind of diplomacy that's taking place is also keeping the Philippines strong relative to China, given the conditions the Philippines operates under, but not provocative.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, question there from Michel, I think, Michel Foucault. Foucault. No.
It's coming.
Yes, could you come back to the content, benefits, possible impact on the Korean Peninsula of the last treaty of so-called global strategic partnership between Moscow and Pyongyang? I suppose it was a Russian initiative. Could you confirm that? And it's an opportunity for South Korea to observe on the field North Korean soldiers and some generals also. What is your assessment? Because it's a real shock, a change for the peninsula.
Good question. Mr. Hur, here.
I'm not quite sure whether it's the Russian initiative or North Korean initiative, but I guess they have a common interest. They both tried to go around all these sanctions, particularly from North Korea's point of view. There's already sanctions imposed on that country. I mean, it's the same for Russia, and they both found the common interest in having this relationship. Having said that, what I'm told by the experts is that this sort of a mutual defense agreement still has many loopholes, so that despite what appears as a close alliance, particularly from the Russian point of view, they can always walk away from the deal. But I have not seen word by word the treaty itself. And it's a severely destabilizing force, definitely. Many Koreans are shocked. And it has a potential that some kind of conflict can easily flare up to the global scale, and that's really scary. And apparently North Korea is said to get some energy as well as food, but more importantly, some technology to further develop their ICBM and missile capacities. And that's really worrisome element of this deal. And that's the reason why that the alliance between Korea and Japan and the US, despite all the change of those people who signed on this declaration of Camp David Declaration, should be continued to be cemented and strengthened in many ways, despite the change of the government in all those three countries, because the underlying interest, strategic interest, does not change despite the change of the figure at the top.
Yeah, good point. Douglas, you had one of the...
I was just going to say there's been a studied silence from China on this agreement between Russia and North Korea. And I think the reason underlying that, although you can't ask the Chinese because they won't respond, the reason appears to be that North Korea has bought itself more maneuvering room. They've been hostage to whatever China would or would not do on their behalf, and they now have the ability to play Moscow against Beijing, which they did in the 50s and 60s, but haven't been able to do since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And so I think this was an opportunity for North Korea to take advantage of Russia's needs for weaponry and the like, soldiers, to get what they wanted, which was more maneuverability vis-a-vis China.
Yeah, good point. China must be pretty disappointed by its friendship without limits with Russia. I mean, given that Russia's done so badly in real terms in Ukraine, and now is no longer is under pressure to leave Syria, it hasn't actually worked out very well for China from, I think, a selfish Chinese point of view.
I just want to say that recently China unilaterally lifted the visa requirement, short-term visa requirement for Korea, and many people interpret it as a way to show displeasure toward North Korea's close alliance with Russia.
Excellent. We have run over time, and dinner is approaching, and I don't want to... Oh, there is a last question, a brief question, if you wouldn't mind, and brief responses.
Okay, very brief. Thank you, gentlemen. Donald Trump has said that any person or company investing $1 billion or more in the US would receive fully expedited approvals and permits, including, but in no way limited to, all environmental approvals. At the same time, China is raising the bar on its environmental requirements for all industries, particularly energy and hard-to-abate industries. Do you think that Europeans developing CBOM and the likes are likelier to align with China and with Asia rather than the US, and that could provoke another type of pivot from an industrial point of view?
Oh, good question. I don't know. Who would like to answer that?
I mean, this is all very late breaking news. We don't know the details. But the United States Supreme Court decided last week that the massive amount of environmental reporting required for investments in the U.S. was superfluous and should be avoided. So I think Trump is taking advantage of that to turn it into something he can trade with. But in fact, it's a fait accompli versus, done by the U.S. courts.
Jean-Pierre.
Well, just two points on this issue, climate change and the COP negotiation. Of course, China is trying to reach out the European and other developed economies in order to sort of create some kind of a consensus on those issues. But there are two obstacles to really move towards some kind of consensus between China and the US and the EU on that. The first one has to do with climate finance. I think, as you say, as you may know, that China considers itself as a developing economy, and as a result, its contribution to the climate finance is only voluntary. It doesn't mean that China is not going to contribute anything, but it's really going to be on a bilateral basis, and as you know, depending very much on China's own plans. And the other issue is the carbon tax that the EU is going to introduce very soon, and which is going to be, of course, which has been criticized by China, which is going to be a new element of friction between the EU and China, including on climate change. So I don't see united front between China and the EU really taking shape. There is dialogue. There will continue to be dialogue, and but I don't think. But
the carbon mechanisms, border mechanisms, due to come in next year, or
yes,
or 2000 or 26. I can't remember.
25. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I've seen this. I think it's 25.
I think dinner is on your minds. So whether it's on the minds of the panel, I don't know, but I think they've done a terrific job, and they deserve a very good round of applause. Thank you very, very much.